dele, no pezinho!
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 7. The players are getting ready in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. Not going to lie, a bit jealous that they're over there, but hey, they earned their right to be where they currently are. Over the past 6 completed days, these competitors have been competing, tooth and nail, really trying to solidify themselves in the top 5 to earn that PMGC slot. Now, the question is, who will earn it by the end of day 20? we're very far from that answer, but we're getting a little bit closer as we enter into day number 7, just like the competitors were entering in just a little bit earlier. Hey, yesterday was a regular day. Today is all about bonus points for Group A. Will they dominate like they did last week? Well, we're going to have to find all that out and more as we enter in again to day number 7. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Double with 7 and Power Bank for the first time in a while, at least for myself on the desk with you. 7, it's great to see you, man. How's everything going? Great to have you back.
Great to be back, man. I told you I was going to keep the flower shirts going,
Yes.
hoping NA with the throwback. Kind of worked out a little bit yesterday, and we'll see if it works today.
It definitely worked for Loops, though. They were tearing it up. I don't have the candle lit. I don't know what that means, but we're going to find out. Powerbank, great to see you, man. How's everything going?
Oh, it's going great, Taylor. Thanks so much for the warm welcome, 7. It's so good to be back on the desk with you today. It has been a few years, my man, but the OGs are back to give it heck.
Oh, the OGs are back. I like it. Hey, I'm on the desk with some royalty, it seems. Today, it's going to be a good day. Bonus points for Group A, but more importantly, yesterday was the most impactful day for a roster I've been waiting to show up for quite some time. And that was Team Loops, man. They absolutely surprised all of us. 7. We were watching the action all day yesterday, and I know you were impressed because these guys, hey, they needed to show up and show out. They did exactly that yesterday.
My OG Brazilian team, and boy, did they show it up, right? 52 eliminations in one day, given that we did play that extra match, but still an insane performance out of this team. There's 3 big points, though, I want to make about this team, and it has to be picking the right fights, quick rotations into the first circles. They actually been very fast, especially in Erangel when they land Pochinki, they're able to rotate so fast into the circles. And the last one is something that I actually noticed yesterday, especially in Miramar, was that they were using Rafinha as an anchor player. In case you're wondering what that is, you've been hearing me talk about an anchor player, especially for Alpha7. Mafioso's usually that anchor player, so it's good to see that Rafinha is currently doing that. There is one thing, though. As much of an amazing day as they had yesterday, I want to see Niselda being able to pick it up a little bit more because he's currently the one with the lowest eliminations. He's the only player below 30 eliminations with only 29. So for this team, I mean, sky's the limit, and it's good to see that they're already starting to perform so well.
Powerbank yesterday, 52 total eliminations. They get a third of their total eliminations in one day.
That's huge for Loops. Yeah, I mean, I know you're a huge fanboy of Loops Esports down for Brazil, and they are one of the Brazilian teams that ultimately, I don't want to say they didn't show up, but they've been very quiet so far through the first week of action. Not a ton on the chicken dinner total, but that changes yesterday. They're able to put up a big win. I believe it was in Game 4 yesterday. Not only that, but they got over on Team Liquid, which is obviously one of the strongest teams in this lobby. They've been dominant, but hopefully Loops is here to start, throwing some elbows and letting the lobby know that they are not going to go away quietly.
I hope so. I mean, they made it to the top page. That was the important thing. I know, me and 7 were going back and forth yesterday, and we were like, okay, can they make it to the top page? Is that realistic? Well, they did exactly that. Now, how high can they go? Well, top 5 obviously is hopefully in their future, currently in 7th place. And as far as Loops goes, they had a pop-off day yesterday, but I'm curious how they're looking about today. Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Nino from Loops heading into today's competition. Let's hear what Nino had to say.
All right, guys, so we're about to start the second day of the second week. Here we are with Loops. They did fantastic yesterday. They did like 70 points or something like that. Something really good. So what do you think was attributed to you guys doing so well yesterday? O que deu bom ontem para que ficara tudo certo?
Aplicamos nosso jogo, estudamos bastante, né? Semana anterior tivemos uma semana péssima, então estudamos dobrado e aplicamos o que a gente estudou para ter um resultado bom. E estamos aí, evoluindo.
We just play like we know we have to play. Last week was really bad for us, so we studied double to see what we had to do, apply what we studied, and that's why we did well. It was a bad week, okay, but starting now, it's a good week. How do you see yourself or your opportunities to qualify for the PMGC? Uma semana ruim, mas já está dando bom aqui nesta segunda semana. Como você vê essa possibilidade de vocês qualificar para a PMGC?
Acho que temos uma grande possibilidade, de fato, e sempre almejando o melhor, trabalhando para isso e pensando sim na classificação para a PMGC ou até um título.
He says that, totally we think we have a great possibilities to qualify, just playing the way we play and not only qualify, but perhaps even the title. Sir? Thank you very much.
Tell you what, Nino looking cool, calm, and collected, leaning back on that railing. He knows where he's currently sitting on the leaderboard. He knows what they did yesterday, and he knows where he wants to be by the end of day 20. Loop's currently sitting in 7th place. The big mover, though, is Team Queso. They move on up. Powerbang, you will notice, though, Team Liquid stays in 1st place regardless of the intense competition yesterday. TL, one of our most consistent teams.
Absolutely. Queso, though, as you just mentioned, having a great day yesterday. A little bit quiet during the middle games, but they started out strong, picking up a victory early on. And I love how some of these teams on the top of the table, they're picking their victories up over very quality competition. Team Liquid, Alpha7. Alpha7 was who went down against Team Queso yesterday. And ultimately, Alpha7 and Team Liquid battling it out as well. The interesting thing is all of these teams are having to earn it on the battlegrounds.
Yes.
No easy victories, Taylor.
No easy victories at all. We'll take a quick look at the second page just to see where everybody falls. There were some moving pieces here yesterday, but not a lot. The big one, though, was 9Z, who had an absolutely phenomenal day. The way they were taking team fights was encouraging. I believe this roster has a lot of legs underneath them. I think they're going far. Will the top page be reached today? Well, it's absolutely a possibility. But let's talk about the big current topic. 7, I leave this to you. We have bonus points today for Group A. What have the bonus points been looking like, and what are we looking like going into today for Group A?
I've been excited for this. I mean, I had so much fun on Sunday whenever we had the bonus points, and I kind of wanted to give an overview to the viewers of the bonus points that the groups were able to actually achieve. And you'll be able to notice that tomorrow's group didn't even end up getting the most points with just 89. But today's group, we're going to have Influence Rage, we're going to have X Factor, VIP, and The Vicious. They were able to get 150 bonus points combined last week, and I'm going to be looking especially at Influence Rage. You can see they were able to get 48 last week. That team needs to be able to continue to perform like that if they want to be able to maintain that 2nd place finish, because yesterday's performance, even though they did end up in 6th place overall for yesterday's performance, it's just not what we want to see. And then another team that I actually want to touch on real quick is X Factor. This team, I mean, they gave us a lot of hope. We brought back candles. We brought back the freaking flower shirts. We're doing everything we can here for you, X Factor, and you were able to come out clutch with the win, but then after that you were non-existent in regards to placement points. That is always going to be my big nitpicking here for X Factor. Something that I do have to shout out is just how amazing Havlik is currently playing. He's being able to put up 41 eliminations, and for this team, they need to also have a great performance, hopefully over 50 bonus points today, to just kind of stay within that fight and within the 1st page of overall.
And I want to point out something. Group C, by the way, they're not playing today, but Team Liquid, Team Queso, Loops, all 3 of those rosters had a massive day number 6, and they're in the same group, making Group C's performance even scarier once we get to that day. But Powerbang, X Factor, right? Top 5. That's what we're shooting for today. I believe they are currently 63 points away from making it into top 5, but absolutely doable. Again, one of the top earners, I think 3rd place overall when it comes to their bonus points day.
Absolutely. I mean, X Factor crushed it on their bonus points day. I was actually going to point them out as being a team that really shined, and it's helping them out. Looking at the flip side of that coin, Team Queso, they're crushing it, generally speaking, but they did not show up on their bonus day. Only 22 points to be had there. And I feel like I need to personally reach out to all the teams in Group B this week to let them know, hey, guys, it's your bonus day. You might want to show up and throw down some performances here, because there was one outlier out of those groups, and Group B was definitely it.
They're the lowest ones, aren't they? And 7, you kind of, pick that apart, right? Furia, AGG, Navy SEALs, Intense Game, all rosters that have kind of had these big question marks. Furia, AGG, the definite top performers out of Group B, but the bottom 2, man, they just cannot get it together.
Yeah, I mean, Intense Game, Latin Kings as well. One thing that we're going to have to point out from yesterday's performance, AGG, they were able to clutch up at least 2 third-place finishes. We'll see if they can carry any momentum into today.
All right, well, let's find out. One of our jokes yesterday was Alpha7 loves to win their last games of the day, but can they come in and win their first game of the day? That's the big question. There have been some development pieces, though. We talked about how good X Factor is. Well, X Factor has forced Alpha7 to change their landing spot on Erangel. No longer will we see A7 versus X Factor off the rip. That is big moves for NA, and well, if you're challenging the top dogs, they have to move for you. That means you're doing something right. Let's see how game number 1 Erangel is going to go. 7, Powerbang, take it away.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, no, it's not 2018. It is 2024, and that's right. Myself and PB are going to be casting this first Erangel match because I'm excited, PB. It's been a while, baby. How have you been?
I've been so good, Seven. It's been good to get back on the desk with you, my friend. And that point that Taylor just made coming into this game, who would have thought that a North American team would be forcing Alpha7 off of a drop spot and actually taking that from them? I definitely am going to keep my eyes on that, but that is pretty incredible so far, and it really speaks to kind of some of the strength that X Factor has shown throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah, it's definitely something we've been kind of touching base with Enigma yesterday as well. We're just talking about how it's also in a mature way of Alpha7, because Alpha7, if this was in the past, they would just keep on hot dropping. They would just keep on going there for the ego. And they're not that team anymore. They're a championship team. They don't want to be that second place team, as they were able to kind of showcase at PMWC. So I'm glad to see that they were able to kind of shy away from that. And for X Factor, I mean, I mentioned it earlier. I know Reflections at one point, he was wondering if FSS was going to be able to put up a better performance for his team. Well, Reflections, I didn't get a chance to say this, but he has been putting a much better performance, as he now is not the last one in the team in regards to eliminations. He's currently being able to put up a good amount of eliminations for his team, over 30. And wow. What
this circle,
what
right?
Circle we're gonna be working with here.
We're still waiting for our first player to enter this circle. It looks like it's going to be Team Queso down in the south, but I expect a lot of teams to be on the early rotation right now, trying to stake up positions in Primorsk and Quarry, trying to get that center zone. And who would have thought that being in the far southwest corner of the map would be dead center in the circle, in just circle number 1 here. Pretty impressive stuff. I want to put one team kind of on blast today, somebody that I'm keeping an eye on. They started out this first week incredibly strong. They're from Brazil, and it is none other than Twisted Minds. They had a pretty weak start to week 2 so far. Not exactly what they showed kind of in week number 1. When you look at like the overall damage of all of the teams, they've got half as much as our top dogs in Team Liquid and Loops and those that have been crushing it this week. And that is ultimately not the way they started out. So I've got my eye on Twisted Minds to see if that first week was kind of a fluke, or if this is something that was just kind of a blip on day 1 here of week 2.
Oh, I'm with you on that. And I mean, the thing for Twisted Minds too is that I think they ended up first week with 281 points. They were able to get 47 points out of those bonus points day. So they definitely took advantage out of that. But for this team, it comes down to how are they going to end up performing. And something to notate as well is that Federal is currently playing in this game. A big question mark yesterday was some roster changes that they were doing throughout the day. And when they did it, they made Federal sit out. It wasn't working their way, at least from the data that I was receiving. I was telling Reflections for the longest time, I was like, I just need to see more data. I need to see how this team's going to continue to perform if they decide to make some changes within that roster. And I'm actually kind of happy to see Federal being back in the squad.
I think he's a strong player. He's got a lot of, big time experience. He's a vet, and those players, if you look at like 9Z and Senatexa, they're always bound to make a difference. So definitely happy to see him back in the roster here. And as we kind of take a peek over at Influence Rage, this is a team that's been fairly quiet but incredibly consistent, and they are, to me, they're a threat to win the whole thing here. Influence Rage has been stellar so far.
That's a team I know. Hey, Influence Rage fans are going to be hearing that. They were like, yo, PB, can you bring him back every single day, please? Because if they end up having a good performance here, I know a lot of fans are going to be happy about that. And yeah, I feel like it has been for Brazil, Team Liquid, it has been Alpha7. And then at one point, it was Inco whenever they were able to make it PMGC. And it's a long story there, but those were usually the teams. Influence Rage, for them to now be able to put themselves in the position that they are. Yesterday, they didn't have the hottest start with just 51 points. They were able to secure some 4th place finishes, some top 5 situations there. And at the end of the day, they ended up with that 2nd place finish, 11 eliminations. So I love talking about momentum. Hopefully this team is one of those that can carry momentum. And I mean, we've seen it in the past. We've seen Brazilian teams being able to carry that. We'll just have to win and see if it's going to happen here in the first game.
Absolutely. You see a lot of the teams on the early rotate right now. The Vicious swinging far up north. They're going to try to loop their way around and get to that bridge in all likelihood over on the southwestern part of this circle. But again, taking a look at some of the teams So far, you mentioned Alpha7 a little bit earlier and having that championship pedigree now, having recently won at Globals, which is incredible. I feel like they have kind of shifted their style a little bit, and they're not quite the blazing, run and gun team that they were before, putting up just massive kills and crazy momentum swings. I'm seeing more of a consistent team right now that plays a little bit more defensively, if you will. I mean, they still have that aggression. They still have their gun skills. But ultimately, we're not seeing those pop-off days where Alpha7 wins 3 games in a row and puts up 20 elims. Right now, we're seeing just consistent, top 3, top 5 finishes and a respectable number of elims. I don't know if you're seeing the same, Seven.
Yeah, for me, I think for Alpha7, it kind of goes back to just a little bit more maturity from this team. I know that they mentioned that they didn't get a chance to practice the way they wanted to. They didn't really get a chance to do what they wanted to do to prepare for PMSL America's fall split. But for this team to currently be where they're at in the leaderboard, I'm not mad at them. I know their fans are not going to be mad at them considering with all the traveling that this team has had to do. And they are within striking distance. It's just going to come down to how are they going to be doing on the bonus points. And whenever Team Liquid and today Influence Rage, when they have their bonus points, how are those teams going to perform? Because that's the big question mark, man. I feel like this week, we're going to be finally getting a little bit more data, at least for my analytics side that I need for teams like X Factor. I need to see if X Factor is going to continue on those performances because for the longest time, at least since Sunday, I've been talking about, I feel like as much as an NA fan that I am, for X Factor, it felt like the bonus point was just such a big bonus for them in a way that they really didn't have to perform that well on the other days, or at least they weren't performing to what I would like to see if that team is going to end up making it to PMGC.
100%. I'm really happy though. On one hand, I guess the flip side of that coin, where X Factor is a team from NA that is actually putting up elims, right? Like they have gone through and they've proven themselves. They're not like top notch, but at the same time, they are not sticking out either as somebody that doesn't belong right now. They've got 145 elim points. That's the same as Furia. That's only about 25 elim points off of Alpha7. So again, really, really impressive what they've done here so far. It's forcing Alpha7 off their drop spot, getting a little bit of respect from this lobby. And ultimately, I think that's a step forward, right, for the NA region.
Oh, it is. It definitely is. And I feel like one thing that I'll be looking at today, later in the day, is going to be when we go to Sanhok. Are they going to, is Inco going to finally back off? That's a conversation for Inco for later. I was mentioning to you guys, I'm going to just lay off the Inco, just giving them so much feedback just because I felt like I went in yesterday with just a lot of facts and hopefully they were able to go back and review their gameplay, do a bunch of VOD review and maybe improve on certain situations because that hot drop just makes absolutely no sense to me. But luckily for X Factor, you're talking about their eliminations. They've been able, I think they currently are the leaders in regards to that fight head to head as they were able to win it yesterday as well.
Absolutely. Some of those hot drop situations, obviously we'll have a chance to take a peek at some of those a bit later today. See if they've changed their behavior at all. I don't know if that's the case, but as we gear up for our first circle shift, I am very curious to see if this goes further south. Oh my goodness. We have 70% of the zone in the water in stage 2. That is absolutely nuts. And those that did go to Primorsk early on, as I was hinting earlier, are going to have a massive advantage. You can see Alpha7 down there already, Team Queso, Twisted Minds. Again, the top teams in the lobby are securing their positions, and we'll see if they're able to defend them.
Yeah, Revo just got in that vehicle as soon as that circle changed. And he was like, yo, guys, save a spot for me because on my way. But right now, they're going to have to be careful because Team Queso knows how strong of a spot this can be. And they're going to be looking to challenge, actually. You know what? They say, we're going to gather that information. We're going to move away from here. And we're going to have to focus on Twisted Minds because Twisted Minds is now starting to rotate around. One thing that we were talking about, and I was actually able to see there during the map, we were hyping up X Factor. I kind of want to see X Factor do well today as well, considering it's their bonus point. And we're outside. Here we go. Intense game. A team that hasn't performed so well, trying to find a way inside here into Primorsk. It is going to be tough.
This is probably the most fighting we're going to see in PUBG Mobile Stage 2 ever. There is so little ground to actually gain. And, we'll see if they're able to do it. The good news is it's a city, right? There's a lot of buildings here, but this is probably the most population that we will ever witness in Primorsk. This is absolutely insane.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm a little bit scared for some teams. I was looking at the map there. I saw Inco up to the north. I saw NRG. All the NA teams are currently outside of the circle. And boy, it's going to be tough. I mean, we see the Vicious there versus Influence Rage as well on the elimination fee. 9C has been a team that has been quite aggressive. And as I was mentioning, Inco and NRG, there is some knocks there on the horizon. Twisted Minds, though. You were talking about this team earlier. You were talking about how they didn't start off hot week number 2. I mean, with the positioning that they're currently on, if they do end up taking care of Team Liquid, which would be insane and a great thing for this team, they could definitely position themselves to get a lot of points in this match.
I like the position here of Team Liquid as well. This, for me, as a pub stomper, right? Those are my warehouses, baby. That's where I go to loot up and from more. So they are, you know, basically playing after my heart here. So I'm a fan of Team Liquid's position right now. You can see Alpha7 on the outskirts of town. They were there early, but they've opted to stay on the outskirts, taking care of this this mountaintop, this elevation. Interesting play. If the zone continues to go their way, that's going to be a really, really beneficial call for them, because they're not going to have to deal with trying to move into circle, going from building to building, where the close quarter battles are going to be absolutely insane. But if they don't get zoned, they're going to regret that call mightily. So we'll see what happens.
There will. It's going to come down to seeing if Mafioso can stay alive a little bit longer. Hopefully this doesn't end up overpicking, because he's just such a great anchor player for that team. Oh, man, we're wondering what was going to happen between Team Liquid and Twisted Minds. There's already a knock from Team Liquid. We'll see what's going to happen with that. Oh, here we go. Okay, we get to see the picture. Look at Mafioso, where he's currently at, and he has the whole team ahead of them. He's going to be able to get a lot of off angles. He just needs to make sure he stays alive, because he can make a big difference for that team. I have seen it over and over again, especially at global events. But with how many teams are so compact right now in Primors, they need to be careful, because if they do go into a fight, they need to make decisions very quickly. And that's something that some teams have been lacking so far in this PMSL. They take a little bit too long to think about it. And by the time they figure out what they want to do, it's too late, because they might have another team on top of them.
All right, Seven. Based on what you've seen so far, I gotta have a quick prediction. Who do you think's gonna make it out of this mess and actually take the dub?
Hold on, let me just close my eyes, let me get a dart and just throw it at the dartboard, because that's what it looks like right now, at least in Primors. It's just gonna come down to the circle, man. Right now, I mean, there's just so much water at play. There's definitely some teams that are positioned right. I mean, Alpha7's currently in a great position. I do enjoy seeing Loops right now playing a bit of the edge, because it's gonna allow them, with the aggressiveness that we saw out of that team, is gonna allow them to kind of move around. But AGG being aggressive right off the bat, I kind of enjoy this team continuing on the performance that we saw from yesterday. He's going to be able to run over Vitali. And there you go. Inco, I said it was not going to be easy for you guys to get into that circle. Boy, it was not easy. Luckily for Inco, they just get 3 points.
That's tough, man. Them and AGG both rotating into that portion of the zone at roughly the same time, but you saw All Glory Gaming get there just a little bit before them, and Inco getting squashed like a pancake there in active. Juancho getting sent off, unfortunately for them. They will be the second team eliminated here. Both teams out so far from NA, which is, it pains my heart to start out day 7 like this, but that's okay. We still got a couple hopes in the lobby right now, especially XF, which they're sitting pretty good with a full squad and full HP.
Got any flower shirts over there, PB? Maybe we can start matching. Bring some power to NA with the throwback flower shirts. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to even work for them. Luckily, though, for NA, as we were talking about Expect earlier, they were able to find a way into the circle. So that's good to see. It's good to see that they didn't run into the fate that Inco ended up running. Loops with the aggressiveness. I mean, I was talking earlier about Niselda, how I want to see a little bit more out of that player. I will keep a close eye on that player, because if he can just get even more eliminations for his team, and even just in regards to the damage as well, if he can step it up a little bit more, that's going to be massive. Everybody needs to be able to frag out in the team. That's just the way the meta is at the moment for PUBG Mobile Esports.
Absolutely. Another team looking to get some momentum going this week is Furia. They had a decent first week, and Loops narrowly avoiding catastrophe there. Nino saying, hey, Neil, bro, chill out a little bit with those nades. But not exactly an easy place to get your footing here either in the quarry. But Furia, like I was saying, is a team that needs to get it going this week. Zone does shift north. Mafioso on the bottom there. You can see him like, hey, man, I had such a good spot. Now I got to go north. That's all right. He'll rejoin his teammates in Alpha7 here momentarily. But now things starting to center up more towards the Vicious. So they like the little spot they chose as well here. And Quarry is looking to get hot here momentarily between Loops and Furia.
Yeah, this fight between Loops and Furia is going to be massive because they're going to have just an insane overview for any teams like Lightning Kings there on the West or X Factor. If they decide to do some weird kind of push, whoever ends up winning this fight will definitely be able to clutch up at least placement points if they stay alive long enough, but they will definitely end up clutching up those elimination points. Loops being a little bit cautious here. This is actually what I like and what I was referring to. They're being aggressive when they need to be. They're able to just flip that switch, but they're not taking any dumb fights. They know that whatever team they're going to be going up against, they have had enough time here to just set themselves up to get those off angles, and Loops just waiting patiently, seeing if they can get a drop on any of the players from Furia. And as soon as that happened, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a full-on bomb rush from Loops.
Absolutely. I like how they're taking it cautiously. Like you mentioned, they're not just full sending it. They don't know exactly where these players are. And unfortunately, the return nade from Artisan actually catches one of the Loops players, and now advantage Furia 4v3 right now. We'll see if they're going to push the action. Loop should be able to defend this, though, with that Ridge in play. Ultimately, they're up against the clock right now. Vitin taken down by Artisan and finished as well. So tough breaks for Loops. Neil Zada gets popped with a grenade, and Silence is going to throw another to see if he can catch him. Just misses here. Loops on the ropes early.
Silence, teach me your ways, because my boy, you knew exactly where that player was. That nade was absolutely magical, and the push that Loops was trying to do, you mentioned it, he ends up getting reversed. They're the ones that end up getting knocked, and now that they have to rethink this situation, and they have to rethink whatever push they're going to be doing here, because Furia is just set in a great spot. Rafinha, though, he's trying to make an angle here. He's trying to find the off angle. He's going to be throwing down that smoke, which is interesting, because I don't know if the Furia players knew that he was there, so they're going to be a little bit more aware of that smoke and keep a closer eye on that. IG, we're going to be switching over to them. They were fighting earlier. Team Liquid IG currently just playing with one player alive. One is knocked, and it looks like Hayuya is going to be able to pick up remakes. That's going to be a massive pickup there for that team that's currently sitting in last place with 128 points.
That's a tough one. Hey, I will say, Intense Game got out of the basement yesterday for a brief moment. They did climb over the Latin Kings Navy SEALs for a brief moment. So they did sniff 15th for just a few there. We'll see if with this position here in Central Primorsk, if they're able to fend off. But, man, I don't know if I like their spot right now. Look on one side, they've got Team Queso. They've got Twisted Minds. They've got 9Z. They've got Alpha7 on Overwatch. VIP's probably not too much of a problem. But there's a lot of other squads that are bearing down on them. Not looking super good for Intense Game.
Yeah, there'll definitely be a great migration there once we get the next circle, but we finally got a little bit of more fighting here between Loops and Furia. It is going to be a 3v2 since we stepped away from this team. Loops using those smokes to try to get in here. Oh, the Molotov is just going to come in massive there for Furia. Rafinha, the player with currently the most eliminations for the team, being able to just use his ingenuity and being able to get a knock. Oh, no, he stepped on the Molotov. Oh, my goodness, Rafinha, you almost had it. You were so close.
That was such a clutch play from both sides. Quite honestly, a classic fight right there between Furia and Loops. And now it's time for the Latin Kings Navy to take on, looks like All Glory Gaming on this Northwestern edge, and All Glory Gaming winning their second squad fight of the match. That puts them at 8 elims, and they've got it going on, 7.
Oh, we were talking about the great migration. We got a chance to see a little bit of the circle there as that fight was happening. Alpha7 is just going to be forced to rotate, and they're going to be rotating straight into one player of AGG. Alpha7, they should be able to take on this fight as they're going to be using the ledge there. The nades are going to be coming through. They need to be a little bit more aggressive here, because if they have any other teams nearby, they do have some AGG players. There you go. Rebel being able to get the knock with the grenade. The other players from AGG are going to be trying to get some angles, but they're being a little bit too passive for my liking. They're being a little bit too slow here. He should have just got it up and tried to get those off angles. You only have to worry about Furia. Furia is so far away. Oh, this is not looking good for AGG.
AGG in a world of trouble. 7 there trying to hold things off. Are you playing 2-7? Are you suiting up right now for All Glory Gaming? What's going on here?
I want to. They played so well yesterday, but it's not going to be looking good, because once you have 4 members of Alpha7 surrounding you, that's not where you want to be. Mafioso, though. Oh, yeah, please, pick him up. If you guys want to be able to win this game, all right? If you want to be able to do what Reflections was calling you guys out to do, which is win the first game instead of the last game, and maybe they'll end up winning both. Reflections, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they want to shut both of us up in regards to their performances of how they've been able to do. There is going to be 7 surviving there from All Glory Gaming, but Alpha7, honestly, great rotations, great push by that team. Really love how quickly they decided to rotate there out of Primorsk as soon as they realized they didn't have the circle on their favor.
You know, I will say a lot of the desk has been noticing Alpha7 has been, you know, maybe a little slower to start up than tournaments past, but honestly, I've been kind of a fan so far. They've been consistent, and when they choose to fight, like you saw this this push they just made on All Glory Gaming, there's no chance for the other team. They're so coordinated. They support each other so well. They've got, you know, one person on the front, one person covering from behind. The nades are on point. And I notice when I watch, you know, professional PUBG mobile players, that's one thing that is a massive difference between their play and mine is the quality of grenades. Like you called it out earlier with the Furia player just seemingly knowing where they're at. Silence lobbing one over the hill, and it's dead on. I'm like, I can't do that. I wish I could.
Yeah, I wish I could too. I end up grenading my teammates, but we're not going to be talking about that any longer as we're getting a fight here between Furia and Alpha7. Alpha7 was able to find that Arturus in. He was trying to snake his way a little bit closer to Alpha7 and see if he could maybe distract them even more. But right now, it's going to be a bit of a chokehold here as Furia is currently within the circle. Alpha7 is going to be inside the circle too, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to rotate a little bit more. Now that they have a knock, they're going to be full sending, and this is what you wanted to see, PB. You wanted to see the aggressiveness of Alpha7. I wanted to see it too, and they make quick work of Furia.
Man, they are just mowing through teams right now. Granted, there's a lot of third parties going on, given the crazy geographical nature of this first game. Twisted Minds from Brazil out a little bit early here, 10th once again, and that's kind of where they've been sitting over the past couple of days. And that is not where they want to be. Twisted Minds has got to pick things up. But notice how Alpha7 were in the furthest south point possible. Now they occupy the north, and not only that, they are swarming. Look at them. It's like somebody kicked the hornet's nest, and now Alpha7 is owning about half of the circle right now. This is absolutely insane stuff from A7.
Okay, I'm so glad you mentioned that. For all the viewers at home, Alpha7 hasn't been here the whole time, okay? They're not just getting circle plays, they are working for it. And boy, is it working out for them because they have so much control of their circle at the moment, and this is what they're going to be looking to position themselves up for teams that are going to be pushing in. Not only are they going to be pushing in blind, they're also going to be pushing in hurt because of all the fights that are going to be ensuing. I mean, we have 9C send a text right now trying to go up against VIP. VIP is going to end up getting knocked. Pedrinho there being able to eliminate Myth from VIP, and this is good to see out of 9C. At least try to get some placement points. This is a team that I've actually been hyping up. I've been wanting to see a little bit more of them. Yesterday, they were able to have a great performance with 54 points. I want to see that again today. Make it even better.
I feel like 9Z is still at a point where, you know, they're a young team as far as their chemistry together, but they're veterans, man. These are talented players. They have great pro experience, and they're talented, right? When they push and actually play together, their experience shows, their gun skills shows, and they've been really, really bright in spots. They just haven't been able to put together that consistency yet that we're seeing. But here is the X Factor. Alpha7 Clash, Capri's rolling up with the driving skills of Baton. And they're going to back off a second report back to FS and Havlik. Now, that's a fight I want to see. I want to see if we can see a little bit of X Factor and Alpha7. But the way Alpha7 is playing, now that they know a vehicle is just over this ridge, it would not surprise me if they shift their attention here and just knock them out.
I'm all for this fight. I'm all for it not being a hot drop, being a little bit later into the game, a teams that we have seen being able to fight each other. And I actually enjoy how much X Factor was able to push Alpha7, kind of corral them a little bit and take a lot of control there from the north circle. More spots to work with, more off angles, and I'm happy that X Factor. Baton, we know we have an interview with you that we'll probably be playing later. Thank you so much for being a little bit patient there. Thank you so much for just not pushing, as Alpha7 is now having to worry about Influence Rage and all those other teams, and they're looking to just get all those grenades. Meanwhile, Baton being a little bit sneaky here, but he needs to be careful because Alpha7, I think they know that they're still nearby. I think they know X Factor is just going to be snakes on the floor, as Baton was able to get some utilities from one of the eliminations earlier from Alpha7.
You know, one team we haven't really talked about too much as well this game has been Team Liquid. They've been quiet, and they are getting into it right now with Intense Game. I was just about to mention them as well. Intense Game, remember, in that house stuck in Primorsk, everyone else moved out, and they were trying to sneak into the circle, but unfortunately for them, Team Liquid has their eyes in the back of their head. Hayuya's going to be content to chill a little bit and try to stay unnoticed here, but I don't know if that is going to work out with them. Team Liquid, though, a team that just will not go away. They have been incredible all tournament long, dating back to the spring split this season, obviously defending champs of the PMSL Americas tournament, and they are waiting right now for Intense Game to make their way to circle. Hayuya looks like he's going to try to heal off and perhaps just go out not giving up any points. We'll see.
Yeah, this is Team Liquid's pretty much bread and butter. Just chill out, everybody else fight. Yeah, they currently only have 3 players alive. But then I'll blink, they have 1 elimination. I'll blink again, and all of a sudden they have 8 eliminations. That's what happened yesterday when they ended up getting a 2nd place on the almost last game. But we'll have to wait and see, because this is a tough position for Team Liquid to play. Luckily for them, X Factor did end up pushing a little bit more towards north, and now Alpha7 is going to be forced to fight X Factor with the way the circle is currently working out. And for Intense Game here, yeah, not much you can do there. Not what you want to see, but at least for that team, 3 eliminations, some points to save face, because that team is currently dead last.
Yeah, we'll pick up a rank point there as well for going out in 7th, so not all lost there for Intense Game. They need every one of those points as well, and now things starting to pop off between the Vicious and X Factor. We'll see if Alpha7 can take advantage of the third party on this fight. You can see Mafioso starting to peek up over the hill. He is spotted by David here, so they know that there is company, but things are about to get testy on this northern side. You'll notice, 7, when you look at the map, look at the coverage and the spread between all 3 teams on the northern edge of zone versus how clustered things are on the bottom side on the south. And just like that, X Factor goes out, being pushed by the Vicious, nades coming in from all over the place, and that will be their game. We are down to a top 5 situation, and for the first time, things starting to crack off here between North and South.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad there for X Factor. I felt like they needed to get some more eliminations, especially with the match that they were having. They're going to be able to at least secure some placement points, but some eliminations, they'll be really happy with that, hopefully, in the upcoming matches. Alpha7 and the Vicious, I mean, that fight, not a sandwich you want to be in, especially with the way that the Vicious has been able to play lately. They had just been very aggressive, and now we were wondering what was going to happen between Team Liquid. 9C is going to end up getting eliminated. We do have the top 4 here. It's going to be Influence Rage. Influence Rage currently sitting at 2 eliminations. They don't want to get eliminated just yet. I know they'll get those placement points, but this team, it's going to be tough, but they need to get more points. It is their double point day.
That's huge. And, you know, 7, it cracks me up. Every single game, it seems like, that I watch here, the method and the path that these teams travel to get to these final circles, it's different for all of them. But the thing that is consistent each and every time, it seems like, is just the same faces in our final zones. We have the top 3 teams right now still alive, and then throw in the Vicious as well. We've got Alpha7, we've got Influence Rage, we have Team Liquid right now. Alpha7 with the high ground advantage. You know, we've got Influence Rage stuck in a house, which is not where they want to be. Ultimately, they are probably not long for this world, but Team Liquid trying to fight their way to circle as well. Absolutely crazy, though, but the consistency from all of these top teams is unmatched.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest questions in regards to teams that are currently towards the bottom. Okay, you can have a good performance, but you have to be consistent, because this team's at the top. You just mentioned it. They're just being so consistent. Alpha7 finds a little weakness on your gameplay. They're going to be able to exploit it, and boy, are they going to hunt down on you. And this is exactly what they might be thinking about doing right now. Okay, they decided to slow down. Rebel actually sends it a little bit too far, overextend, and Team Liquid's able to pick that off easily. Now, for what could have possibly been an easy top 2 there for Alpha7, they need to slow down, because they're just exposing themselves in a big way here. Not the play you want to see out of McGrellin.
What the heck just happened, 7? They took 2 vehicles and just each one of them drove by themselves to their death. I mean, they must have the zone at their back and realize, hey, we don't have any cover. There's no beachhead that they can kind of get to and, you know, carve out some cover. Yeah, they're really struggling for cover. That's what's going on here. They're completely exposed on the northern side, getting picked apart. Man, I thought they had a great position with the high ground, but when you go behind them and look at what they just had a bunch of skinny trees, man, and that's not the kind of cover you're looking to have as a team pushing into their final circles. But hey, 7, Team Liquid, once again, 3 alive, pushing their way to the final circle. They have a chance to win it all here yet again.
Beautiful third party there earlier from Team Liquid into Alpha7. I think that definitely stopped that push. What I was thinking, what I was able to kind of witness there too, Rebel was just trying to get an off angle on the Vicious, and he didn't think that somebody from Team Liquid was going to be able to be there. As you can see, Mythic being so pushed up at the moment to the Vicious. If he's able to connect on any of these grenades onto the Vicious, that's going to be a turning point, because that's the team that's currently the most worrisome in regards to everybody watching. Oh, so close.
That was so
Send
close.
Another one, please.
How did he not? Oh my goodness, Reyes was stepping on top of Mythic, and somehow Mythic survives. This is the type of luck Team Liquid has at their back right now. David holding down this angle. There is nowhere for Mythic to go. The grenade comes in, finally takes him out. Team Liquid eliminated, and it is down to a 3v2, and no way on the hillside. right through both Influence Rage players, and the Vicious, just like that, will end up on top, taking home the first winner chicken dinner of the day. 7, the Vicious seem to be picking off chicken dinners here and there. They might be a team to watch out for.
Oh, they definitely going to be a team to watch out for. Yesterday, I mean, their performance wasn't super stellar, but it was just the aggressiveness that this team was able to showcase. And boy, Reflections, they showcased that aggressiveness again.
They did. I'm happy for them because the Vicious, on the day I wasn't here, unfortunately, PB, you were here. The Vicious get 2 winner chicken dinners. They follow it up with yesterday, like you said, 7 wasn't the best, right, for the Vicious. I expected a lot more, especially after getting the 2 victories, but today they get their 3rd. That's massive. So we're talking about 3 winner chicken dinners in a span of just what, 2.5 competition days. That's not bad. We'll take that to the bank all day, every day. PB, the big thing though, right, is the Vicious. They're in Group A. They're on double points, and they just get a win with 10 eliminations. That is massive.
Yeah, I'm looking for that check in the mail from the Vicious, actually. I've been a part of 7 games now in this PMSL America's Fall Tournament, and the Vicious have won 3 out of those 7, so we're clipping a 42% win rate for the Vicious with Powerbang on the desk. So, again, another really good performance from them. And, you know, we pointed out towards the end of the circles, you know, it's the same cast of characters in those final zones. Yet again, Team Liquid, Influence Rage, Alpha7 Esports, all present in the top 4, but the Vicious getting the W. And like 7 so aptly pointed out, it's going to take a lot of those performances, but somebody has to stop these top teams from placing as well, because they're not gaining any ground. The difference, though, today for the Vicious is it is double points for them, Taylor.
Well, it's true, but it's hard to do it, especially with the zone, as wild as it was, 7, right? I mean, I've never really seen a zone go that far and left 70% in the water. The teams that were already down there, you know, they got blessed. But at one point, we had 58 players and vehicles rotating down, and 2 of those teams are powerhouse teams. Alpha7 and Team Liquid, they were already set up.
I'm actually surprised that Alpha7 was able to survive that long, and I think it came down to their rotation, especially with, I mean, we saw them at one point, as PB was pointed out during the cast, all the way south. Mafioso wasn't Primor's. As soon as they realized that the circle wasn't going to be going their way, they were able to fully rotate it. And to give credit to the Vicious, they didn't really have to rotate that much once they got into one of those circles, because the circle, they kept pretty much centering on them. Hey, 10 eliminations though, you were able to back up X Factor. You were also able to take care of Alpha7. That's what you want to see, the Vicious. And I'm pretty sure, PB, if they do send your check, they're gonna be like, you know what, do you want to come to Mexico instead? You want a vacation?
Yeah, I'll take one. Yeah, we'll see you guys in Cancun, huh?
Yeah.
There you go, Vicious. They start in 10th place. They get 40 points. That's exciting stuff. The big thing that I was saying was 9Z. Would they be able to break into the top page? Well, no, the Vicious might be able to do exactly that, even though 9Z doesn't do too bad. I'm actually happy with their 5th place, 3 total eliminations, and 6 points. You know, Influence Rage, good on them, though. They also have double points today. Not the biggest game for them, but 18 points is a stellar game on a normal day. So they'll take that to the bank, and of course, they're already in 2nd place. They're trying to catch up to Team Liquid, so as long as they can outpace TL today, surely they can catch up and overtake first, which PB would be the first time for Influence Rage in quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Liquid has pretty much owned the tournament so far. Again, they're within I don't know, a few games of top performance from, you know, an Influence Rage or an Alpha7. We'll take a peek here at the overalls and see how big the gap actually is. 34 points between Influence Rage and Team Liquid, so there's still a bit of a gap there, but they're not out of the race at all. The interesting thing, though, for me, is that bottom part of the table, the Vicious have snuck all the way up to number 7, and they are a stone's throw away from number 6 here as they replace Loops, who has fallen off to, I believe, probably number 9.
Yeah, no surprise, they're right. They're Group C, so when their group comes around, I'm sure they'll jump back up. But at least for today, Group A, they should all 4 be on the top page. 7, I like it. The Vicious, they jump all the way up from 10th place to 7th place. How high can they go today, right? Because I'm thinking Furia, they'll pass them up, right? That's going to happen. But can they catch Twisted Minds? Team Queso, and I don't know, it's a large jump, but maybe even Alpha7.
I mean, the Vicious last week, they were able to get a total of 29 bonus points. For them to be able to get 20 right off the bat here in the first game, it's already looking good. But I don't want to see an X factor, something that happened yesterday where they started off so good. They gave me so much hope, and then they absolutely let me down. So I'm going to come down a little bit on the Vicious. Keep on that aggressiveness, though, because I'm really enjoying the aggressiveness out of this team whenever they're forced to fight.
Absolutely. Hey, the aggressiveness, it's a fine line, but if you can control it, hey, you can walk that tightrope into the victory circle, which is exactly what they did. AGG also had a great game, PB. They jump a little bit. They're trying to also make the top page, but they've got a long way to go before that happens.
Absolutely. I mean, All Glory Gaming went out in 12th place last game, right? But it's nice when you're able to put 8 elims in the bag on that 12th place performance, because ultimately winning 2 squad fights, that is always going to be something that these teams will take. Remember, only 10 points are awarded for a chicken dinner, and if you get second place, it's only 6, right? So if you win 2 squad fights, I mean, that's a good average performance every single game, and I think, you know, these teams would be happy to accumulate that each and every time, even if they are only placing 12th.
Well, game 1, man, was absolutely nutty. Again, that zone was crazy. 70% water, and I think Hot Jukes or Dave, one of them, are always screaming for a water zone, and then they finally get one when, of course, they're not on the desk. But PB, you clearly are the magic for the Vicious. I cannot believe that they've won 3 out of the 7 games that you've done. Let's see how high they can continue. It is, and we'll see how well they can continue to do today. 40 points for game 1. Anybody would be happy with that. Even Team Liquid, Alpha7, and, well, of course, Influence Rage. Hey, X Factor also showed up to play today. We talked about them pushing Alpha7 off of their landing spot. They're coming in today with their double points. Game number 1 wasn't the best. However, they've got a game plan. Sarpatch had a chance to talk with X Factor's Baton to see where their head is at going into their bonus day.
All right, guys, here we are about to start the second day of the week. Here we are with Baton. You guys have double points today. Let's go to the meat and potatoes. Are you gonna hot drop?
Of course, yes.
I mean, it's going well. Why not?
Yes, of course.
How do you do it? That you drop, you get there faster. You get there faster than Inco. You get there faster than Alpha7.
Chinese tactic. Everything what I can say is only Chinese tactic. Some of Chinese tactics.
Some Chifan tactics, maybe.
Chifan tips and tricks. Yep.
Okay. So you're hot dropping. Any plans other than that for today? Double points.
Just smash. Only smash.
Smash them all. How you feeling?
Very good. Confident.
You look confident.
Yep.
It's time for your sacrifice.
right, welcome back everyone to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 7. Quickly into game number 2. We're hopping into Miramar, the stomping grounds for quite a few teams. Yesterday, it was for VIP and 9Z. They returned to hallowed grounds to try and replicate their success from yesterday. Can they do it again? Let's find out. 7 Powerbait, take it away.
I'm ready for this match. I mean, and I'm going to be looking closely at Team Queso because Team Queso ended with 2 second-place finishes yesterday with over 4 eliminations in both matches. Can they maybe do that again? Because so far, I mean, they have been quite a hit and miss for my liking.
You see those 2 islands above Puerto Paraíso?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where that zone's going. I'm going to call it now. That's what I want to see. I want to see that far eastern circle on those 2 islands. I'm really hoping we get that. I've only seen that circle 1 time in PUBG Mobile history, but man, was it fun. So here we are heading into our second game of the day, and I really appreciate all the teams hustling up. I told them, listen, when Power Bang's on the desk, we hustle. 2.5 hours max. We're going to knock out all 6 games today. Man, I tell you what, the speed at which we are moving, I love it. It's our action, baby, all the time. And we are getting ready for our drop into the desert. We're taking a peek at the Vicious. First and foremost, as they try to go back-to-back, baby. The Vicious. Seriously, they've only won 3 games, and I've been present for all of them. I feel pretty special, 7.
You should, honestly. You should DM them and be like, so, did you guys feel different today? Did you guys feel the aura? Is that what ended up happening? Hey, we don't end up getting blessed with the circle that you wanted. It does end up going up north. It gives us full-on land, but it's still going to be interesting. This is usually not a finish that we get, especially if it continues to center up north.
This is a rare circle, honestly, for Miramar. You almost always see them southern towards Los Leones or maybe over on the west by Monte Nuevo. But in this case, we got an Oasis circle in play, 7. We might get a chance to see some teams go up to a cool part of the map that honestly never gets used. So I'm hopeful that this zone continues to go north. And what does that mean for some of these teams like Alpha7, Loops that drop pretty far north here? They've got a really good shot at getting a great position in zone. It's a great chance for them to capitalize.
And with that circle that we currently have, and I'm looking at NRG, if they can just loot up fast enough, they're going to be able to set themselves up in a perfect way here. And this team is usually able to take advantage whenever they do end up getting circle blaze, as we were able to see yesterday. I think it was in the first Erangel of the day. So I'm hoping NRG with the new IGL, they have Spec as IGL, Fate as co-IGL, as they were able to tell us yesterday in an interview. I'm hoping that this team will be able to adjust to that. You also kind of saw Loops starting to push up to the north. Alpha7 should be able to rotate very quickly in there. Team Liquid. And man, I'm actually going to pay close attention to Team Liquid this match, because I always forget that they're in there until we just show them on the camera. And I said it earlier, I'll say it again. 1 elimination, I blink again, we show them again, and they have 8 eliminations. It's just Team Liquid things.
Exactly. You blink and it's like, oh, they're top 5 and Team Liquid's here again. So that's basically every game so far. And, every once in a while they have that pop-off one as well. I don't envy the in-game leaders in this particular lobby, 7, because the positioning is going to be so huge. If you think about NRG and Alpha7 up north there, obviously, statistics would show you that we don't get northern circles on Miramar, and it's highly likely that circle does not end up going further north. So do you let teams get above you, or do you kind of, head to the northern part of the circle knowing that, the end zone's probably not going to be there, but at least you can kind of keep your back to the circle and not let teams between you and the edge of that blue zone?
If I was to be any team, I would do exactly what Team Liquid is currently doing. I know viewers aren't able to see the map, but they're just going into water treatment. They're being able to secure a solid spot that's at least within the center of the circle, in case the circle, if for some reason it hard shifts, they'll be able to just rotate quickly into a different spot. And you can see NRG, there you go, a little bit Team Liquid. Shout out to the observers for being able to kind of point out this team, because you can see them now trying to fight or trying to establish some ground here with Loops, because it's just such a good spot. You're gonna have so many angles to look at too if you're able to take care of this area here, very close by water treatment.
Absolutely. Position so clutch on maps like this. So far in both of our maps today, we've seen pretty extreme zones right off the rip, making teams really have to think about, okay, we might need to just loot and run here, especially if that drop spot is, maybe in an inadvantageous position like Via de Mar. We got teams down there like X Factor just taking their time to loot up, knowing that they're going to have to battle their way into zone. We might have an early one here. It looks like Loop starting to square off against Team Liquid. We'll see if either one of these teams pick up the fight. But look at Cardozo on that flank. He is getting position with a massive off angle here.
Yes, I was just staring at Cardozo being sneaky, just going on that off angle, but he needs to be careful because Loops is going to be doing the same thing with one of their players. They're going to be looking forward to getting an off angle as well on this team. Team Liquid playing it patient. This is what I like about this teams too, and the teams at the top. They just don't want to force any fights. If you don't have to start the fight, don't force it. If you want to wait until you get the first knock and then fully commit to it, that's fine too. I mean, that's what's currently been working out for a lot of these teams, but they're deciding to play a little bit of a stalemate. And from what I'm seeing here, I think Loops is just going to decide to you know what? Let's back it up. We don't want to take this fight. Let him have it. We'll go somewhere else. It's still very early on, and that's exactly what this team is going to be doing.
Absolutely. Loop's happy to back off of this position, but it's not over just yet here for Team Liquid as Influence Rage starting to come up from the south on that exact position. So things are already getting a bit testy between some of these top teams. But the interesting thing for me, Seven, is these are mature teams that have a lot of experience. They have a lot of patience. A lesser experienced team, you might have seen fight that, right? And both teams looked prepped to actually take that battle on. You saw them 3v1 splits, one with an extreme off angle, able to support the team at a moment's notice. But both teams kind of realizing like, hey, it seems like these guys know what they're doing. Maybe let's table this fight and have it a bit later on.
Yeah, just like a group call saying it's way too early to fight, boys. Everybody's still rotating in. This is going to be a solid match if we're able to just locate ourselves, position ourselves in a certain situation. We'll be able to get a bunch of eliminations. And the thing too is we didn't even see any utility there, so it seems like they didn't even want to take that fight. They were just waiting it out and filling it out. One fight that is going to be happening with the Vicious is they're going to be pushing on Influence Rage, and they're going to make quick work here of Little Boy as Rendozen also have an off angle for the Vicious. The Vicious continuing on the hot streak. They're just feeling hot-headed. They want to be able to take on any fight, and this is actually going to be a good compound for them if they're able to just fully push off Influence Rage, which it looks like they are being able to do.
That's tough breaks right there for Lil Boy. Lil Boy on the roof of this compound fires some shots at a squad passing by. Unfortunately for him, the Vicious hear that and immediately crash on his position, taking him out, and Influence Rage will have to finish this one with 3 players. They're still in the hillside right now trying to find a spot. They're eyeballing water treatment, but one thing that is a bit of a bummer about water treatment, if you another thing that's a bit of a bummer is when you get your car stuck. But one of the things that's a bit of a bummer about water treatment is if you commit to that area early on, it's very difficult to get out of it if the circle does not go your way. You're kind of stuck in a valley with a lot of people raining shots in on your party, which is not something they're hoping for.
Yeah, and I think that's the main reason why Team Liquid, they thought about it. They had at least one player there in water treatment. They're like, you know what? Let's actually go high ground. Let's do what we're used to doing. Let's not have to worry about maybe having to force some exits if the circle doesn't go our way. One thing that I am seeing right now that we're getting a chance to look at the beautiful map is Alpha7 is going to position there towards the north. I feel like NRG has made the executive decision to just go, you know what, let's go south of La Cobreria, and it might have worked out because this circle is going to be favoring a lot of teams, and AGG being one of those teams that's currently in the center, and NRG is going to decide to go a little bit more towards the center. Great place right now by some of these teams, as well as 9C. They're not going to have to worry about rotating in as some of the other teams like Inco. Inco, once again, a bit slow to kind of position themselves closer to the center of the circle, and I think they might end up paying the price in this one.
Check out the top right portion of that map. In the northeast, you've got Twisted Minds starting to come in from Oasis. They are going to be running into Alpha7. We also have Loops up there right behind Twisted Minds, and you've got basically the top 2 teams in the lobby in Alpha7 and Team Liquid gatekeeping both of those squads. So that could be quite the mess up in the northeast here shortly, but all teams right now still trying to jockey for position, try to put themselves in the most advantageous position possible. But, a lot of those compounds starting to get taken up and occupied with pretty quick notice here.
Yeah, and something that I would like to see out of Team Liquid, I mean, we kind of mentioned it in regards to how passive they do end up playing. They don't seem to get pushed that much. I would like to see an aggressive team just take the fight to them, kind of force them to defend a certain spot, because this team, I personally haven't been able to see much of it, and I think it would surprise me because that's something that they usually run into whenever they go to international events. The Vicious being a little bit too aggressive there, and it's going to be against a team that definitely needs those points. IG looking to make sure they clear the Visions, looking to stop them from getting those double points, and it's going to be Rages currently inside a room. He's going to have to stop those Molotovs. Great Molotov on his part, though, as he's going to be stopping Remix from pushing in, and now the Vicious, Rages, going to do the aggression. Poppy Sour's going to be close by. Is he going to be able to win this 1v1? Poppy Sour's very low. It's going to be switching over to a Scar, and he wins it.
Bro.
The Vicious somehow wins this fight against IG when it looked like IG was going to be winning it.
I was going to say this when he failed to wipe the 2 other elims. Why do we not confirm the elims? I mean, they're right
Look
there
at this fight
on the
right
floor.
now, PB.
This is crazy. NRG taking it to Furia. Furia down. And that is what we want to see from NA. Furia out of here. But man, oh man, I am still kind of beside myself. The Vicious on the ropes right there. You have 2 players on their knees. And instead of just flushing them really quickly and reloading, they go pursue the last guy and they get wiped 1v3. So left points on the board there for Influence Game. They will, Intense Game. They will leave this game 16th place with 0 points.
Yeah, not a good look. Not how you want to honestly continue your week 2, especially with the performance that we saw out of that team. Maybe there's some stuff going on between that team. We'll have to go back into that. Team Liquid now sitting very close to Team Queso there, and I gotta give some props to NRG. I mean, I was wondering how they were gonna be able to hold us off angles with how much ground they were covering. As you can see there on the map, they were on the crater fields, at least east of the crater fields. They were able to defend that so well. They don't end up losing anybody, which is great to see because I'm so used to seeing either whether it's Casper or Spec being the last ones alive. Good to see them being able to maintain all their 4 players alive. And here we go, Team Liquid. You're gonna be able to chill here for a little bit longer because you do have the circle in your way. Whenever they have to push out of this, though, it's gonna be tough. If they have Influence Rage very close by, I might get my wish, PB. I might get a team being a little bit aggressive here on them. Luckily for Team Liquid, Influence Rage is currently getting third party.
Pretty crazy stuff here. We got Lorenzen, who is having a heck of a tournament, honestly. Lorenzen crushed it at the end of last week, put themselves in one of the top fraggers of the overall tournament. So really like his play so far, carrying a really talented Influence Rage team, and they're just a stone's throw away here from Team Liquid. Neither of these teams are really in a position to take this fight, though, because they've got Overwatch from VIP on the Ridge, and they also have Team Queso nearby as well. All of these teams really, really tremendous gun skills. Colgoat stands out from Team Queso as somebody who has hit numerous 200-meter sprays, just taking down player after player. And I believe he is your top eliminator in the entire tournament so far. So Team Queso, not one to mess with.
Oh my goodness. And Team Queso was helping out Alpha7 there, as we saw in the elimination feed. Team Queso being able to help Alpha7, and Alpha7, remember I was talking about, there were one team that was very close to Oasis. Boy, they made a push, and they're currently sitting smack down the center of the circle, and this is kind of the rotations that I wanted to see out of this team. And now that is 2 games in a row where they're able to quickly recognize that the circle's not favoring them and try to push themselves to just better their locations. So far, they've been able to do that. I want to see if maybe with this positioning that they're working with, if for some reason the next circle does center down their way, if they can execute it in a much better way, because that last game left a lot to be desired.
It really did. Just a little under a minute now until the next circle will pop. I'm very, very excited for this one because if you check the, kind of the map, all of the compounds right now that are kind of towards center zone are occupied. Every single one of them has a team in them. They are literally neighbors with opposing squads and content right now just to, stay safe and not have to, fight at the moment. But the next circle, when it shifts, man, we're going to see some activity here, especially if that zone goes to the east where there are far less buildings involved.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at this fight right here. If these teams do not end up getting blessed by the next couple of circles, boy, they're going to be forced to fight. You can see Law right now having the grenade at the ready in case he does have to use it versus Team Liquid. Luckily for Team Liquid, they currently have all 4 players. Influence Rage only sitting with 3. And this is going to be the moment of truth. What kind of circle are we going to be getting here? Who's going to be blessed? Is it going to be NRG? And actually, center's down. So at the moment, those 2 teams that we're looking at the bottom on your screen, bottom left, Team Liquid and Influence Rage, they won't have to fight. And at the moment as well, Influence Rage is currently being favored because they are a little bit closer towards the center of the circle. And Alpha7 is
Dead
just
center.
looking so good. And RG, you're looking so good right now too.
I was just going to say Alpha7, they took the foothills, basically. They went to the bottom of that, got out of the high ground to get that center position. And I don't know that I've ever seen a circle in PUBG Mobile land as center as the one that we just saw that was like equal from all sides. So not much changes as far as the teams. It's just going to get a bit more constricted. Oh, nice shots there from Lorenzen. He's able to land on Team Liquid, and that gives him an advantage. Let's see if this is the time they choose to fight. It looks like they are getting positioned to potentially move out, but a lot of time going by. This is going to allow Mythic to get Cardozen back in the fight. Nades are going to be coming in, though, 7.
They thought about it. One teammate was in the vehicle. They're like, oh, hey, wait, slow down, boys. We only have 3 players. We don't have all our 4 players at the moment. That's what influenced Rich. I'm pretty sure that's the dilemma that they had in their head as soon as you got that pick. By the way, Lorenzen, what a nasty shot. He was just setting it up for the longest time. As soon as that Team Liquid player decided to pop his head, Cardozen was just knocked instantly. But I'm pretty sure if for some reason Influence Rage would have all those 4 players alive, it would have been a completely different story. But you know what? For Team Liquid, if they are able to get a knock here, I think we will see them fully just crush this compound from Influence Rage. They just need to be careful because you can see Team Queso on the horizon right there. They will have angles to hopefully third party this fight.
Yeah, it looks like VIP has moved off and has gone a bit to the further away from Team Queso there. The interesting thing for Team Liquid is they don't know that Influence Ray is just missing a player, right? Like that was the Vicious, I believe, that took them out on the rotate. But still, it's 3v4. They don't know it. So, that knock right there got them to even strength. I'm surprised Influence Rage didn't take advantage of it. Had they had a 4th player, though, they would have sent it there for sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think they wouldn't even thought about it. I think that player in the vehicle would have already, by the time we're saying, oh, they're going to send it here, I think he would have been crashing onto that compound. The Vicious, we have seen how vicious they have been today and yesterday. And I mean, with their lucky charm here at PB, they're looking to get another win. They need to be careful. AGG has been aggressive. They haven't gotten those placement points, at least in the last match, but they were able to secure 8 eliminations going their way. And this is the thing that's going to happen between some of these teams. And this is why I'm a little bit worried on what's going to happen with the next circle, especially for Team Liquid, especially for Influence Rage, because if the circle doesn't end up going their way, which more likely from what I'm used to seeing, it doesn't end up going their way, that rotation out of there is going to be insane. But I would be intrigued to see how Team Liquid can get out of that, as now we're going to be switching over to Team Castle. I mean, they're looking to third party anything that they get their hands into. Unluckily for them, Latin Kings is there to pick up the elimination.
Jerry got a loot delivery there from Santa Texas. He's like, hey, man, brought you some ammo, a little bit of armor, and Team Queso able to help out a little bit there on the push. I thought that was it for the Latin Kings, and they're able to survive a little bit longer here as we see Juancho picking up a teammate, and the next circle about to change. Oh my goodness, 7, it is centering up, making that look from Alpha7 much more ideal. They are right dead center in the circle, so they're content to just chill. They won't probably have a lot of elims this game, but things are looking good from a placement perspective.
Oh, they're making the push. They're going to be going for it. We're not going to be able to see it at the moment on the screen because Inco and 9C are going to be getting into a fight, but it is Team Liquid versus Influence Rage. They're also going to be getting into a fight. Inco Gaming was one of those teams that were trying to get inside this circle, and I think they're going to be able to do just that as 9C gets eliminated. And here we go, switching it over to Team Liquid versus Influence Rage. They currently have 2 players down for Team Liquid. Remember, they did have the numbers advantage. It is going to be a 2v2 at the moment in regards to players that are standing. Law with the shotgun out, the DBS. Is he going to be able to connect? He's not going to be able to connect. Trying to overstand here. Is he going to allow Team Liquid to get that pickup? Everything is so close at the moment, PB.
It really is. Really nice fight here. Oh, Chief down now. This is trouble for Team Liquid and eliminated here. Law getting it done, and really impressive fight here from Influence Rage. Short-handed, they take on the 3v4. Maybe a little help from the third parties on the outside, but they will take it. They go on the aggressive, and they lose no one here. So really nice job from Influence Rage, and for once, teams have an opportunity to gain on Team Liquid. They're out in the first 4 or 5 teams, and they had no elims. So finally, Team Liquid will lose some ground here this game.
Especially Influence Rage right now as they're getting shot by Team Queso. They're trying to just absorb as many points as they can possibly can. because it is their bonus point. And for Team Liquid, I mentioned it yesterday how I was going to start being a little bit more critical of certain teams. I need to see them being able to win engagements like that. They need to be a little bit faster with the decisions, because that third party was going to end up happening. We saw them, some of the players that ended up getting knocked. Now it's going to be switching over to Loops versus Twisted Minds. Loops gets 2 other players knocked. Twisted Minds, they're looking to change their fate right now, but I think it's going to be Loops. Rafinha, the team that's currently being able to get the most elimination for his team. Is he going to be crushing down?
No.
Or he's going to run into the terrain? No, he got stuck. The worst of lucks.
When it comes to your fate and you're relying on a minivan in the desert off-roading, this is not a spot where you want to be. And unfortunately for Loops, that is going to be the story. Nade's still being lobbed down here, but this is not going to last long here. Rafinha getting absolutely destroyed from the mountaintops by third parties. And this is not looking good for Loops. Man, they were looking so good, but huge off-angle hold from Guizhou, who's having a fantastic tournament, able to take down a couple of players. And really like what I saw there from Twisted Minds holding that defensive.
If you could see my face right now, I'm just so bummed. I feel so bad for Rafinha there, because he had the right idea. I mean, he was a little bit further away from his team regardless, but he had the right idea on, he know that the other team was going to be hurting. He had a chance to go pick up his players. He was just unlucky right there. But a team that's not trying to be unlucky is going to be NRG, as they're going to be making the push here towards X Factor. X Factor currently with only 2 players alive. NRG does have the numbers, and they're going to make quick work of it. And that is going to be absolutely massive for NRG, as now they're going to have just so much room to work with. And they should be able, depending on what happens with the circle. Oh, okay. We'll see what they're going to be able to do, because some of the other teams that are, especially towards the Northeast, that are currently fighting, they're going to have to push in blindly, and they might be able to pick up those eliminations. As Influence Rage right there, able to pick up some more eliminations. They're up to 5, and they're going to be able to pick up Law.
Vicious going out there, getting a few elims, though. They've already almost matched their bonus points from week 1, so that's pretty impressive from them. Like what I'm seeing. But now shorthanded Influence Rage with only 3 players trying to fight their way into circle. But Team Queso with a big off angle here. They've got a 2-2 split going on. They've got 2 players safe in the zone right now, but they've got 2 others. Big Milo is gatekeeping on the outskirts here, and he's going to try to land some shots. Looks like on VIP there in the distance. Unable to land with the 8x mini combo, but we'll see if he's able to come through here. I will say, though, this circle, it's so central. It just, every single zone that it shifts, it doesn't move at all, and Alpha7 is loving it.
He really is, and I'm actually a little bit intrigued by this split that Team Queso, we got a chance to see the map there. Team Queso currently doing a 2-2 split, trying to see if they could somehow third party any fights from AGG or Influence Rage. I think they know that whatever happens next on the next circle, if it doesn't go their way, they're just gonna be absolutely screwed. So they're trying to get any points that they could possibly get. This VIP now trying to find a way into this circle. This terrain is just awful, absolutely awful to work with. We saw earlier what happened to Loops. Luck is just not gonna go your way, as Inco is gonna end up getting eliminated with just 3 eliminations. And this is why I was a little bit confused by this 2-2 split that Team Queso was doing. They had 2 players that were gonna be inside the circle. They decided to be a little bit aggressive, and it's gonna end up backfiring, as now they're gonna be going back with just 3.
Influence Rage is chasing them as well. I mean, Big Milo trying to get to safety here. Law is not going to let him get there. He's going to roll up in a smoking buggy and might be in a spot. Wow, great entry here. Shots come in from the hillside, but he does get to safety. Here is a push as well from the rest of the team. Influence Rage, man, they're not taking any crap from anyone, 7.
I like it. This is a team that needs to do this. This is a team that needs to just go for it in this situation, especially because they had nothing to work with in the position that they were in earlier in regards to where they were on the map. I mean, at the Northeast, there was nothing. There was absolutely no cover. They were going to end up getting picked apart by NRG, Twisted Minds, and all of the other teams right there. They need to be able to hit those shots that our Team Queso is currently being able to push up. Oh, Papi Potro ends up getting knocked. Influence Rage now working with just 2 players. They are up to 7 eliminations. This is the Influence Rage that we want to see. The aggressiveness, just nonstop. And if this team had 4 right now, oh my goodness, I don't even want to picture what could be happening to some of the teams in this lobby.
Absolutely. I just want to point out that's how you finish an elim as well. Yeah, you knock them and you just put some more bullets in them. When you're not in an immediate other fight there, that's going to ensure Influence Rage continues to put points on the board. And as we take a peek at Spec here, put points on the board is what NRG is doing this game. They have 14 elims right now. So the best game of the tournament right now for NRG, and Fate leading the way with 7. So that call yesterday saying you need to see a little more from Fate, 7. I think he heard you.
Remember earlier how I was mentioning about this positioning from NRG? If they took care of X Factor, they would be able to third party. Man, I would love, if possible, I would love to see a stat after this game of NRG of how many knocks they had and how many actual eliminations they're going to end up with, because I want to see how many eliminations total they end up stealing from other third parties, or if it was just fights that they were having to defend, because you have now Twisted Minds trying to get up to your location where you're currently at. And I mean, these teams are currently outside of the zone. Alpha7, just big chilling. You know, they're doing Alpha7 things. Earlier than the first match, they were having to fight so much. Now PB, they're like, we'll take a break. We'll take a breather. Let all the other teams fight.
Love to see it here. NRG on a momentum wave right now. Influence Rage finally out of here. They have gone compound to compound, doing as much as they can. A really impressive game, though, for losing Lil Boy early. They're still able to pick up 7 elims. And now NRG mows through Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds out as well, picking up 2 elims in 6th place. NRG up to 16 elims right now, but Spec is knocked. They've got to get him back into the fight. Uh-oh, lost a tire.
And this is going to be just such a hard push. And if any of these players end up surviving, it is going to be absolutely massive. They're still not going to be within the circle. Alpha7 doing what Alpha7 does best and trying to control the team. It's trying to stop them from pushing in. But you know what? 24K says it doesn't matter what Alpha7 is doing. We're going to continue on an elimination tear here as they have up to 17 eliminations. And Team Queso, somehow, Milo, still surviving for his squad. Team Queso currently sitting at 6. Influence Rage did end up getting eliminated, but NRG is not done quite yet. They still have 2 players alive. Now Alpha7 is going to be looking to get out of here. Now Alpha7 is going to be looking to get involved. And even though they've been chilling for the longest time, this is the difference between some of the other teams that are on this leaderboard. This is the difference of what we talk about when we talk about teams like Team Liquid and Alpha7. Even though they have been here, blessed by the circle, they've always been proactive. They're continuing to be proactive, and they're going to be able to get a lot of eliminations with the way they're currently playing.
You know, this game is wrapping up almost exactly as I kind of pictured it. From that first circle that went super far north, it was like, where do you go? You go a little bit far south, and you post up and hope the zone comes to you, which is what Alpha7 has done, and holy cow, they have been rewarded. The zone has been centered up on their position the entire game until right now, and for the first time, they head out from their compound, and they're heading out against only one other player. It's Big Milo, and he does not have the big gun on him this time, as Alpha7 will wrap up their first chicken dinner of the day. But boys, watch out. Alpha7 is on the prowl.
Run, Milo. Just kept on running there as Alpha7. Just too powerful, man. This is what happened when this team ends up getting blazed by the circles. And then on top of that, they're being able to get the eliminations. They had a tough game 1 overall. Alpha7, hey, Reflections, they didn't get the first win. They got the second win.
That's it. Alpha7, man. They're starting a lot earlier, right, than they typically do, which is great news for them. A lot of first here. So Alpha7 will match the win record for Team Liquid. They now both sit at 5 winner-winner chicken dinners. So we need a tiebreaker there. But the good news is we now have a new elimination leader, and it's good old North America's NRG Galaxy will hit a big number, and that is 17. Now, before we get into that, though, let's talk about this early fight 7. What in the heck went down?
IG, just doing IG things. As I mentioned, I don't really know what's happening right now with this team. We'll have to wait and see, man. I mean, nothing's currently going their way, and the Vicious at that point was just being a little bit too aggressive. Overall, I do have to give props to NRG, the way that they were able to just play that area. And I mentioned, I mean, at the beginning of the match, whenever NRG is able to position themselves early in a match in a good circle, they're a team to worry with, because now a Spec, even though he is the IGL, he doesn't really have to do much thinking. You don't have to think about having to rotate in. You don't have to think about having to scout as much as you usually have to do. They were able to hold off X Factor, as you're currently seeing it right here. They were able to also, with a little bit of help from some of the other teams, hold out Twisted Minds. Overall, what a performance there from NRG.
Yeah, their biggest game yet, so that's encouraging to see. Imagine if it was double points. That would have just been absolutely nutty. But regardless, 17 eliminations. We'll take that to the bank for sure. Now, big narrative around Alpha7 PB. You're watching them. The zone's continually collapsing on them. They're taking center zone nonstop. By just happenstance, they probably would have repositioned if they could have, but it ends up paying off. They have 3 eliminations, I think, when they get towards maybe the top 6 or 7 teams, but they finish with a total number of 9. So staying patient worked out because the bulk of their elims came towards those final zones.
It really did. Alpha7 is not a team that you say, hey, they got zone blessed very often. This is a team that plays edge for the most part, and normally they're having to work for it. You saw in game 1 today, them go from the extreme south to the extreme north of the circle. Well, this one they picked center, and they were able to sit there the whole game. So they'll take those when they can get them, but a team like Alpha7 is able to capitalize when those opportunities arise. One thing I do want to point out, though, Taylor, is this was a big game for all of the top teams trying to catch Team Liquid. Remember, Team Liquid went out with a goose egg, and that was such a massive performance from the 3-man from Influence Rage. It is their double points day. So those elims combined with their 1 rank point that they got, it gave them 16 points. So Alpha7 wasn't able to gain much on Influence Rage, but they were all able to gain quite a bit on Team Liquid.
They definitely did. Team Liquid, right? They've been in first place. You mentioned it early. When they're taken down early, it opens up the door for the rosters to then push ahead of them. And hey, they're going to get close, but I don't think they're going to pass them just yet, despite the performance from Influence Rage, right? They needed, 33 points, I think it was, just behind them, which, by the way, good on them. They started the day off 44 points away from Team Liquid, so they've made ground in just 2 games alone. Influence Rage, 16 total points, 7. I'm happy with that. You know, they were an aggressive team. You were happy with their aggression, and they continue to push forward.
Yeah, I just feel bad for that team as well. Kind of the same of what happened there with Loops in regards to bad luck. I'm really hoping that in the future, Influence Rage, especially for today, they have all their 4 players alive, because we were talking about it with PB during that match. If that team would have had all 4 players alive, they would have been a little bit more aggressive. They would have been able to clutch out even more points, because I know that team's not going to be happy with what they had after that match. With everything that happened on the way, they had 7 eliminations.
7 eliminations, man. 400 for Team Liquid. All right, they finally meet that mark. We wanted to see that yesterday, PB, but we didn't get that, unfortunately. We're like, going into the last game, like, oh, it's impossible for them not to get, I think it was like 8 points. But they didn't get it because Alpha7 shut them down. But they finally reached the new milestone here. But the big news is Influence Rage is sneaking up, right? 382, 18 points away from dethroning that at Team Liquid. I think it's inevitable, given the fact that Influence Rage is playing very well. It's their bonus points day. We're about to have a new first place team.
Can't wait to see it. Influence Rage on the come up right now. And, I think they deserve it, man. They have been there each and every game in the top 5. I mean, really, really impressive consistency overall. You can see those placement points lead all teams right now with 125 rank points. We also have 192 elims. So this is a team that's no slouch. If you get into a gunfight with them, they will make you pay. They even have more elims than Alpha7. We all know their legendary gun skills. Let's take a peek at the second page of the rankings right now. We are still vying for a 15th, 16th place swapperoo here. Intense game trying to make their way up, but unfortunately, they can't quite catch the Latin Kings and Navy. But the 2 that I have my eye on here from this page are Loops Esports and 9Z. Both of those teams have shown sparks, but they just haven't put together the consistency yet. But, they still have their bonus days coming up here in a couple days.
That's it, and that's where I look forward to seeing them, right, on their bonus days, because that's where the teams take it very, very seriously. Both of those rosters, I believe, are going to make a big impact, man. And, hey, bonus days is where the impacts are made, as opposed to just Wednesday, where everybody is on the same page. 2 good games, though, right? We've seen Erangel, we've seen Miramar, we've seen some crazy zones and some wild fights that ended up taking place. And there's more to come. 4 more games to go. We'll be hopping into game number 3, which is going to be on Erangel. Now, as far as the Vicious goes, today, already a great day. They managed to secure a 10 elimination winner chicken dinner from game number 1. They're on their bonus points. And, well, for Sarpatch, he had a chance to sit down with Demeanor from the Vicious after their massive 40-point game number 1.
All right, guys, here we are with Demeanor from the Vicious. They just won the first match, their first double points match of the day. So, pretty big for you guys. Congratulations. How are you feeling? ¿Cómo se están sintiendo? Primeira vitória, dias de ponto dobre, tá dando tudo certo.
Muito obrigado pelo... E é isso aí, é o foco, é nas próximas quedas aí, por causa que nós tipo, tem que fazer tipo, muito ponto hoje para tipo, ficar bem no ranking mundial.
He says, yes, we're happy, but the focus is to do very good today, to be able to be still on the places where we qualify for the World Cup. It feels like you're going for more, like you got the victory, but you're not overexcited. You're just set yourself, you're in focus. Vocês estão focados, então. Essa vitória aí meio ok, que é bom, mas bora pra frente.
Isso aí. Muito bom chegar tipo, forte na queda, só que o foco é o mesmo de tipo, sempre.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we won the game, but we have to focus, we have to get more. They're outside of the point, so they want to go back in. Sir, thank you very much. Let's go.
Back to the PUBG Mobile Super League America's Fall Showdown. We have hijacked the host role. My name is Power Bang. I'll be hosting the show for the next 2 games. Got a nice little surprise in store for you guys. We're going to have Taylor on the casting desk. We'll welcome both Taylor and 7WG back onto the broadcast. Gentlemen, we had an insane action in Miramar. We've had 2 dramatic zones so far today. One super far south on Erangel, one super far north on Miramar. And in our most recent game, we had NRG absolutely crushing it, picking up 17 elims. And if I'm not mistaken, that's tied for the most in a single game all season long. 7, talk to us a little bit about why NRG is crushing.
Oh my goodness. Hear me out. First of all, let me just take a second to appreciate this stats. I was wondering how many knocks this team had, how many eliminations they were able to steal. Well, guess what? They were able to steal 2 eliminations from some team out there. I don't know who it was. But what I'm more impressed is at the amount of damage this team was able to output. And this is what I was actually hoping to see. I was hoping to see somewhere over 3K damage, and I'm glad this team delivered, especially with the way that they were able to position themselves, the way that they were able to take the fights too. We saw what they were able to do to X Factor, then Twisted Minds there towards the end. 17 eliminations for a team that really has been quiet. I want to see more. Just keep giving us more, because as PB just mentioned, I mean, this team is now tied for the most eliminations in one match for PMSL America's Fall Split.
That's right. Team Queso picking up 17 in their second game of the tournament. They haven't been quite as loud, in game sense, but we'll see if they're able to pick that back up. But I want to shift my attention to Taylor for a moment. You're going to be joining the broadcast desk here shortly, getting some casting chops under your belt. I'm so excited to see you out there, my friend. But you've had a chance to watch almost all of the games of the tournament, and, we've seen some teams trending hot, some maybe trending a bit cooler. I want to know, some of the top teams that you're looking at right now that maybe aren't on top of the leaderboard right this moment. I'm talking, Team Liquid, Influence Rage, Alpha7. Give me somebody outside that, though, that people should be keeping their eyes on.
So, Twisted Minds, first and foremost, I've been a big fan, not only of this organization, super happy to see them here during the PMSL America's fall season, but more importantly, this roster made big waves throughout week one, and they showed tremendous potential, and they have showed potential even today. However, Twisted Minds has been going through a bit of a learning curve. They've been changing up the roster, Federal, Higor, like who's going to be there. Obviously, Federal is back. I like that they are trying to switch things up, especially now. It's only day number 7. They were doing that yesterday for day number 6. Obviously, they go back to their original roster, but there's no harm, no foul. They changed it up on a day where there was no double points. So Twisted Minds for me, man, they look incredible. I want to see how far they can continue to go up. Furia has been another team that I've been very impressed with from time to time. They seem to be relatively inconsistent, but their games, when they have big games, their games are massive. It's another roster I absolutely love seeing. I think, hammered home Loops quite a bit. Loops is just a stunning team. They were a team off of my radar. Even though they were there, they were middle of the pack. They would show up, one game. The next game, they would be lackluster. One game, they would have one player trying to survive for the placement points. The next game, all of a sudden, now you got all 4 and they're slaying out. But yesterday showed the true potential of what Loops can bring to the table, picking up 52 elimination, 1/3 of their total eliminations throughout the 7 days. They're a roster, I think, in my opinion, has the highest ceiling here outside of the typical Team Liquid, Influence Rage, and Alpha7 rosters that are out there. But there is a team, though, in top 3. I know you wanted me to avoid the top 5 discussion, but Influence Rage is a team that it still confuses me. They're a team that does very well, but I also feel it in my gut that they're a team that can fall off very quickly, and I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. Their stats prove that they're hanging in there and they're doing a great job. They've got a great number of points. But I've been seeing massive improvements from many, many rosters out there, PB, and Influence Rage has kind of been cruising, which isn't a bad thing. They've maintained second place. They're probably going to be a first at the end of the day, but come, day 18, 19, 20, I'm curious where Influence Rage is going to sit in the top 5.
That's blasphemy, Taylor. They're going to sit on top that Influence Rage. They're a solid team, loads of experience. I expect them to continue to do well. Want to shift the conversation. You mentioned Furia, right? Inconsistency, I think, has been the name of the game for them. Furia is a team that they actually are tied for the lead in overall chicken dinners. They've got 5, right? They have Alpha7 and Team Liquid tied with them, and that's good company to be in if you're Furia. But unfortunately for them, they're not even in the top 5 right now. They're outside of that qualification window that they need to move on to the global tournament. But 7, I want to turn the conversation to X Factor, right? This is another team on that first page. They're from North America, and they've done pretty well so far. We talked a little bit early on today about how they have pushed Alpha7 off of their drop spot, and I'd love to take a look at those teams head-to-head really quickly and, check out if we're going to go to game. We're going to go to graphics. We're going to go to somewhere. And I promise you, when we go somewhere, I will be here to call it. But 7, talk to me a little bit about X Factor and what you've been seeing from them. Here's the head-to-head. Again, Alpha7, a team historically on top of the tables. And here's how they compare to X Factor.
Yeah, and sadly, the main stat that you would see where the big difference is at, besides those eliminations, would be I'm sorry, Reflections. I probably sound like a broken record to you right now, but it's gonna be those placement points, yeah. Because right now this team only has 50 placement points, and that's what they need to keep on working on. And I mean, at the moment, honestly, for this team, I'm glad that they're able to put up the elims. I mean, PB was talking, you were talking about it earlier too. They're being able to put up those elims, but you know what? It's time to put up or shut up, X Factor. You don't have Alpha7 dropping on you anymore in Lipovka. Can you maybe find a way to get those placement points? Reflections, welcome to the casting desk, baby.
Oh, yeah. I've been waiting for this for about a year, honestly. I haven't casted in 9 months, okay? So, 7, you're in for a wild ride. This is going to go either really well or really bad, but either way, it's going to be on me, baby. But I love that you brought up that X Factor Alpha7 fight, right? Pushing Alpha7 off of their landing zone. Think about how big that is. Esports World Cup champion, 2nd place, fighting against Team Liquid during the spring season, and they're the ones who are moving off of their landing spot because X Factor, a North American team that people consistently underestimate, even today. And Chad, I see you out there talking bad about my NA rosters, okay? Oh, there's 3 teams who all sit without winner chicken dinners. They happen to be all North America. You're not wrong on that. I just want to say and be clear on that. However, X Factor is a team that is making big waves and will continue to do so. They pushed your team Alpha7, the crowd favorite, off their landing spot, and they'll continue to do that against other teams. Already starting off, though, Inco against Navy, man. A team that's been struggling is Navy, and the struggles will continue, 7, as they just can't get the ball rolling.
Inco? Actually not getting eliminated first and being able to put up a let's go, Inco. You know what? I'll take this as a somewhat of a hot drop win. So inactive, yes, you were there for the assist, my boy. Hopefully in the next game, which we're going to be going to Sanhok, it's not a hot drop. But anyways, moving on from that one. But yeah, for NA, man, I feel like this has to be said. It has been said around the community too. And for X Factor, they definitely need to find a way to be a little bit more consistent. We know they can put up the eliminations. A big factor of those eliminations is Havlik. And for this team, if they don't make it to PMGC, I'm a little bit scared that Havlik might end up going elsewhere because he's just put in such a great performance by himself.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? Havlik is a guy that comes in, replaces Stars. Stars was a major talking point throughout the spring season of PMSL Americas, getting the team hyped up. And at that point, they were obviously in hyper. Now, obviously, switching over, they happen to be X Factor. And Havlik has just been incredible. His numbers, 33, I think, is what he started the day with, or around 36. Leading the charge for his roster. Now, nobody on X Factor is really stellar in the eliminations department, but he is the one who is pulling up the biggest numbers. And that was a conversation later on during the spring season 7, where it was like, okay, even if some of these rosters don't make it to Esports World Cup, their stock goes up the better they perform as an individual. And that could be a reason why we've seen some of the roster changes we've seen going into this season.
Yeah, it happens all the time in NA. People get impatient. People just want to be in winning championship teams. I mean, for the longest time, we saw Coops being able to be in an A2. He was just dominating over and over again. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to go try my chances elsewhere. I'm going to go to a different region, get the bag while I'm at it. And it worked out for him for a little bit. Sadly, for Coops, it's currently not working out. But who knows? Maybe we'll see him back in an A sometime soon. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that. But right now, 9C, man, I was hoping for a little bit more out of this team. Yesterday, with the way that they were able to finish off the day, if we just go by the points out from yesterday, this team ended up in 4th place, 54 total points for them. They were able to clutch up 3 top 5 situations. One of those 3 top 5 situations was actually a win with 12 eliminations. But right now, I'm just not seeing the 9 seed that we got a chance to see yesterday. And I don't know if it has to do with this crazy circles we've been getting.
It could, but this zone here, you know, honestly, it's going to be pretty par for the course over in the Northeast. I look at 9Z's positioning. They've got a couple of heavy hitters around them. I'm looking at Twisted Minds. Furia is just above them. But for 9Z, they're on the move. They've got a lot of open space in front of them. They can kind of get a lay of the land, if you will. And because of that, I think they're not going to be caught off guard. Now, if Twisted Minds decides to push into them, which it doesn't look like they're going to, they're going to kind of hug the shoreline, then they might run into some issues. But I believe in 9Z as a rosters. Again, yesterday, 7, when they were pushing those fights concisely, pincering in the rosters that they were going against, I think Team Queso at one point, I was so impressed. In fact, I was blown away. That was a 9Z that I hadn't seen throughout the previous 6 days. So I believe in them. I think this is a game where they're going to make a bit of an impact, but I do see them. They're getting closer and closer to Twisted Minds, and I think a fight's about to go down.
Oh, Twisted Minds. I don't know if that he meant to do that or not, but he kind of gave away his positioning right there. Obscures tried to get some shots on one of the 9C players, And he gets told, back away a little bit, buddy. Slow down your roll there, Cowboy, because we heard you. I don't know if that was a misclick there by him or what happened, but not what you want to end up doing. It happens to the best of us, man. I do it all the time, and sometimes my teammates do it, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Why did you even make a noise? We're trying to be snakes here, my boy. And they just look at me and Molotov me. It happens.
Dude, and you know what? That's the worst. Your teammates, if you can't trust them, man, then who can you trust, right? Keep your enemies close. Hey, VIP started moving in based on those sounds, by the way, so I expect them to maybe push in onto 9Z's territory. Twisted Mind still to the right, so things start to get a little bit worrisome. If I'm 9Z, maybe I work my way up towards prison. I want some hard cover. I don't want to stay in the open like this because I don't want my backside to be exposed. For Twisted Minds, though, they're still a bit paranoid, right? They're thinking 9Z could be anywhere around them. They want to hold what they got, hold their ground. The benefit, though, for 9Z is they do have the vehicles, so they can quickly disembark if they need to and set up for the next zone, which obviously will be coming up in a couple of minutes. But at least as of now, it's pretty much warning shots. We've had a couple of players lost, but not too much damage done for any roster.
Yeah, one thing that I'm looking at as I'm looking at the map here is NRG's nowhere near inside the circle. NRG, please, just remember what just happened in the last match. When you were inside the circle, remember when you didn't have to worry about those late rotations and all of that stuff. So hopefully they'll start switching a little bit more towards inside the circle, because right now they might be planning, I know we currently don't have them on the screen, but they might be planning some kind of bridge camp for Team Liquid, which would be interesting to see. And here we go. Gotta love our servers. Are they going to be able to hit a shot? Fate was able to get a lot of eliminations in the last match. And there you go. Wait, this is actually working? I'm so surprised right now. Are we going back to actually 2018 strats where the bridge camp is going to end up working? I think NRG going to be able to secure an elimination.
Yeah, they secure elimination. They back Team Liquid off. They thought they were clear to go across that bridge. NRG shuts them down, and now you got Ayala also by himself. Spec gunning him down. Can Ayala get away? He does, but just by the skin of his teeth. But the problem is now he's in Papa Blue. He now has to heal up, and you've got NRG starting to surround him. Now you've lost one player. You're about to lose a second.
Okay, NRG, I like the aggressiveness. I like that hold that you guys were doing out there. But boys, I know it's early circle. I might want to push out of this fight, but you know what? I'm kind of contradicting myself in my head right now, because I'm saying I love the aggressiveness. Right. Keep it going, but I'm also saying, we just saw what happened when you guys had the circle. No, back away from this fight. The surprise, it's over. And this is one thing that with teams, especially like Team Liquid, you want to be able to catch them by surprise. Luckily for them right now, I like that they're doing this push because it's just one player Team Liquid. The other players decided to just back off and go to that East Bridge. Now, the question becomes, how quickly can you actually take care of this player and make sure you minimize any damage to your team? Because you don't want to end up losing any players at this point. You're outside the circle. You're going to have to work with now the new circle that you're seeing on your map, and you're so far away.
Ayala separated from his team, now in desperation mode, forced to just kind of hang back, wait really for NRG to make the move, dodge the nades as well as the Molotovs, which he's done at least very well, but he does take a little bit of damage. If I'm Ayala, I'm just wanting to waste as much time as possible, not only for Team Liquid, which is already on the mainland, they're now setting up for the zone, but I just want to kind of just tick away at those meds for NRG. If I could take down one or two members, that's a big win as far as I'm concerned from Team Liquid's part. So for Ayala, he knows he's going to die here, right? There's no way he's getting out of this unless he can 1v4. But again, can he take some resources away from the team of NRG? How much time can he waste? And will Team Liquid think about maybe gatekeeping NRG once they do win this fight and start to break into the next zone?
Uh-oh, here comes the push. NRG's going to be getting ready. They're going to end up pushing one by one. Oh, actually, great hold right there out of them. Is he going to be able to get anybody? He's not. What a perfect push out of NRG. I thought at one point they were going to be going one by one, and in my head I was starting to scratch it. I was starting to just shake it in a no motion, because that's usually ends up being a highlight for the only player that's alive from the other team. But NRG not getting any other players eliminated, being able to take care of that very quickly, and now they're going to hopefully be able to focus. And for them, hey, this is something that worked out. This is something that we were kind of hinting at too, reflections, right? In regards to some teams starting to notice patterns in rotations. Team Liquid, everybody knows that team goes to military. NRG, they decided to gamble it with that bridge camp. It ends up working out for them, as they do if they are able to secure 2 eliminations. And now Team Liquid, a team that has been on the 400-point mark for the whole day, I feel like they're going to have to work with 2 less players.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard for them, isn't it? Now, the benefit, though, 7, is they do find center zone. Now, of course, the negative thing to that is you got X Factor around you, Furia, VIP, 9Z, Twisted Minds, right? So you're going to have everybody surrounding you, but the point is they're alive. They maintained their damage control. They broke away when they needed to. Highly unfortunate that they didn't recognize that NRG was set up on that bridge earlier on. If they do, maybe the fight goes differently, but you're in that vehicle. You're already zooming past. NRG is going to gun you down. That's exactly what they did. But NRG now, 19 eliminations across 2 games. This could be another game day for NRG, much like Loops yesterday, where they pulled off 52 elims. I know that's still a long shot, 7, but NRG is well on the path to doing so as they look to move in. But now we look at VIP setting up in the bunker, and 7, this was a problem spot just a couple of days ago, and I'm hoping it doesn't turn into a problem for VIP.
No. Hold on. Let's go back to that because I'm enjoying the good vibes right now. Reflections. Let's take a little bit of a chill pill right now. I'm sorry. You want NRG to get how many eliminations?
Hey, I said I want them to get. I didn't say I wanted them to get 52, but I said maybe they can have a loop stay and achieve 52. They're far from it. I understand they're at 19.
No. I'm with it. No, I'm with you. I think you think I'm not with you. I'm with you on this. I want them to get all of these eliminations. We've been hyping up N18 for so long that I just wanted to relax there and just appreciate what you said because I'm all for it. I'm pretty sure everybody that's an NA fan is saying, yes, keep on that talk. Keep on that talk, and maybe, just maybe, NRG might be able to do it. I mean, they already took 2 players down from Team Liquid.
They did.
Sky's the limit right now.
They did, and their positioning was beautiful. Now, I will say, NRG might run into Loops relatively soon, so that'd be an interesting fight to watch for sure. But meanwhile, Milosk is on the run. Team Queso's in a fight, and 9Z finally meeting some competition. They were in a bit of a tussle with the muscle of Twisted Mind just a little bit earlier, but this time around, Team Queso isn't playing around, as Senatexa will also fall, but Team Queso takes a bit of damage themselves. In fact, 9Z will win the fight, taking them out, even though 9Z suffers a loss. That's a massive win as far as I'm concerned, puts them up at 4, but talking about the teams that surround them, will Twisted Minds, will, I don't know, Cardozan as a solo, or even Loop start to collapse in? Well, that's a question 9Z has to be ready to answer.
And they definitely need to be able to answer that question quickly because Loops Esports is close by. I mean, the 2 Team Liquid players, I don't think they're going to be looking to a fight, so they don't have to worry about them. But for 9C to only end up losing 1 player, take care of Team Queso, which, I mean, you can see them right there on the right-hand side of your screen. They are currently in 4th place with 332 points. That is a massive win. That is going to be a massive morale boost for this team as well because they need it, especially for today. We're not seeing the likes of what we saw them yesterday, so this might be the turning point. We might not have to wait into Sanhok, which is usually when we see a bit of a shift for some of these teams. If they can get it before we go to Sanhok and then use the madness, the absolute craziness of Sanhok to their advantage, I would love to see it.
Couple things taking place. Alpha7 is set up towards the northeast. They're kind of in their own world. Granted, Inco is right there next to them along with Extreme Factor. We'll see how that's going to end up turning out. They will also run into intense games. So they got several teams separating them. I do think their positioning is great. If they can somehow isolate themselves, which 7 they tend to do a great job at, they're going to be all right. But look at the issues. They run into X Factor. Havlik will drop 1. Carrillo has to go in for the attack. He's in a little bit of trouble himself, but manages to get a finish onto Inco. But 7, you've got Alpha7 here fighting Inco. Again, you've got Intense Game, who's also around the corner. Extreme Factor is also there. Alpha7 has to make a decision. Do they want to fight these individual teams, or do they want to disengage and play for the top 3?
And for Alpha7, the only problem that they're going to have to run into is that Mafioso, I mean, the player that's usually able to get those off angles later into the match and in between circles, he's not going to be alive anymore. He's going to be pretty much absolutely gone off the lobby, and now Alpha7's getting run over by X Factor. X Factor's actually looking to get him to a fight here. And from earlier into the fight, I know we're looking at this fight right now, but from earlier into the fight, I think there was some miscommunication there between Inco players because they allowed the Alpha7 player just to run him over. And look at all the madness that's just currently ensuing. X Factor, Alpha7, you had Inco here very earlier on. Absolute madness. This is why I love PUBG Mobile Esports.
FSS, a player that we've wanted to step up for X Factor, will step up in this moment alongside that of Baton by taking down Revo, and Alpha7 will be eliminated very early on. In in 15th place with only 2 eliminations. I like the idea from Alpha7. They wanted to hug the edge of zone as they typically do, find a bit of an empty spot and work their way in and try and force teams who are already on the inside of the zone, right, a little bit deeper into the zone, maybe third party, but it doesn't work out. They run into too many teams, they can't disengage quickly enough, and they end up losing their lives. So now we have Team Queso and Alpha7, 2 heavy hitters who have been eliminated in 16th and 15th place. Things are only going to continue to escalate as, of course, TK as well as Navy SEALs are also on the run. They're going to lose some players. Guizal takes them down, and now our third team is down and out.
I have to give props to X Factor there in that last fight because they were sitting pretty comfortable inside the circle, and they actually decided to push out a little bit more in third party that fight. So it's good to see that out of them. Influence Rage right now taking care of NRG. But going back to X Factor, good to see the aggressiveness out of this team. It's something that I've been kind of pushing overall for this PMSL. And there you go, Influence Rage being able to take care of that. Oh, no, wait, actually, wait, what just happened there? NRG is still alive, and it's going to be Spec. Spec's usually the player that stays alive for NRG, so it's good to see that he's still alive. Maybe he'll be able to clutch up some more points for that team.
Nope.
Oh, no, as I said, I cursed him. That's my bad, Spec, my bad.
That's tough, right? Because we knew at some point they were going to run into Loops, and, well, Loops will end up being their demise. They just took a little bit to get out of that pop of blue. Again, great plays, though, from NRG. Got to give them credit where credit is due. Taking down 2 players of Team Liquid in the fashion they did, gatekeeping the left side bridge, was absolutely beautiful, even though they have an early exit. Over the past 2 games, what, 22 eliminations? You can't argue with that. That's great. One of the better days we've seen from NRG as a whole, but hey, an early exit, I'm sure they're not as happy with that as they possibly could be. But you know what I am curious about, though? We start to look at center zone. Team Liquid is set up there. This is where they find the most success. Even though they have 2 players, I'm feeling they're going to have a great late game, even with just Cardozo and Chief.
I'm with you. Even with just 2 players, I've actually already seen them in the elimination feed trying to get into the action, making sure they stop certain teams. And the Vicious, that is going to be it for you. Oh, actually, no, that's going to be for AGG as they're currently just taking on to fights. They're going to end up losing some of the players. Their Regis is going to have to just jump out of that area. And somehow he's still able to survive there. David, AGG, so close by. This is a very 2 aggressive team, especially that we've been seeing lately. But the Vicious just being a lot more aggressive, being able to hit those shots and being able to just control damage right there a little bit by only losing 1 player and taking care of AGG.
Yeah, super happy with that. That puts them at 4 eliminations, 7. And that's great for them because it's their double points day. And they're looking to follow up with that wonderful Erangel game number 1, 40 points, 10 eliminations, a winner chicken dinner. Can they achieve another victory? Well, they've got a long way to go until that's the point, but they're looking okay at the moment, and they've got the top zone all by themselves.
Look at Team Liquid. You are wondering if they were going to be having a good match here. 2 players left alive. They're scratching their heads. They're saying, NRG, how could you? How could you bridge campus? This would have been absolutely wonderful for us. We'll see what that team's going to be able to do, though, because right now, X Factor, this team, they are also on their bonus points.
That's right.
They are also trying to beat what they were able to do last week when they were able to get 51 bonus points in 1 day, and it kind of propel them up the leaderboard. If this team can somehow close up and get a top 5, the Ilims are just going to start raining down even more.
Yeah, because right now, this is the first game they've had eliminations. They had 2 goose eggs on map 1 and map 2. Now they step it up in map number 3, and they're looking poised for a pretty solid game. Now, that is a matter of if Twisted Minds decides to, kind of mind their own business, because Guizal is, testing the waters heading up towards X Factor. And the meanwhile, Loops right on the opposite side, the team that took down NRG a little bit earlier, they're playing the gatekeepers. They're staying out in the open. You got Nino, who's going to be just kind of scouting, seeing who's around. And so far, he hasn't found anybody just yet. 7, I think we're at a bit of a lull period. I don't expect anybody to really fall, too much to happen. But within the next couple of minutes, I do expect some fireworks to start going off.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Influence Rage right now as we're taking a look at a Little Boy. Once again, they find themselves with not having all their 4 players alive. It's just going to be Little Boy left alive, a team that's wanting to push up the leaderboard, right? We've been saying how they could possibly, especially being their bonus points, they should end up in first place. Right now, it's not going to be looking that way as X Factor is going to end up getting pushed by Twisted Minds. This is not a fight that I thought it was going to happen, but luckily for X Factor, Team Liquid is also helping out in this fight.
Oh, it's getting scrappy for sure. Baton is is also going to fall. Rattle Boy takes him down. And in the meantime, now Twisted Minds, they've got to make a decision. Do they stay in fight? Do they disengage? Well, it seems like Obscure, he wants to fight Havlik. He's now on the ground. He wants to take down Obscure if he can. The nade is out. That will connect for a little bit of damage. Another one will fall through, but now you got X Factor taking down Twisted Minds, and it should be a pretty flawless win, but Rattle Boy, he's got another plan in mind. And Twisted Minds might actually come out ahead, and they do.
Oh, Twisted Minds, relax, okay? All right, I see the shots on the boxes. You ain't gotta do that yet. You guys don't even hot drop each other, so calm down there, buddy. You guys are up to 6 eliminations. Team Liquid, man, I'm actually impressed by the way these two players are playing from Team Liquid, because even they could be very quiet. They could just decide to snake their whole way through the rest of the match with the way that the circle's been working out for them. But they still want to be active. They still want to let teams know, hey, we're still around. We're still going to be able to just taking shots and seeing if we can possibly sneak some points of some of the other teams. Meanwhile, we have Furia Esports here and VIP. VIP, a team that's currently under bonus point. They're trying to get a little bit of eliminations because they're currently sitting at 0.
Zero's not where you want to be, especially this late, but hey, there's plenty of opportunities for some third parties. Influence Rage, though, will not get another opportunity as they fall. Look at the aggression! My lord, from Loops, they are not playing around. They're feeling the energy from yesterday. We question how well would they do today. Well, this might be the pop-off game we've been waiting for, but VIP, they do not want to go down without a fight. Now, only if you can connect the shots. They don't, man, and unfortunately, look at the elimination feed. TL will lose yet another player, and the second, they are now out too. I said there would be fireworks in a couple minutes, 7. I didn't expect for this many fireworks.
Damn, Loops Esports. I mean, they think they might be on the bonus points day, because VIP absolutely caught with their pants down right there. They had no idea what was going on. Loops just kept on driving by, and they were able to take care of that fight, but they need to be careful because Furia is going to be very close by. This is going to be an interesting fight. Furia currently with all 4 players alive. Is Loops going to be able to connect? Somehow, Kayovsky is actually able to connect on the player from Loops, and he's going to have enough time here to heal up.
Vintonen's going to be just on the left side. Will Furia be able to spot him? And they do. They will take him down, leaving Furia in a great spot. They've got a portion of this final zone, or it should be one of the final zones, in their possession. Now, granted, 9Z is just behind them. You've got Twisted Minds who are a little bit center, and then on the top, the Vicious are looking to have another wonderful game. A winner chicken dinner is very much so still within their wheelhouse, but hey, you got to slow it down. David, he pushes into a couple, and I'm starting getting a little bit worried for him. I thought Twisted Minds was about to gun him down.
With the way Twisted Minds has been, oh no, he gets hit by his own teammate. I think his teammate is saying, let's go back there. Let's see if we can maybe run over that player. And he's going to end up working out there, that friendly pit between those two teammates, because the Vicious now with 6 eliminations, working with 3 players. This team, I mean, this is a completely different team right now. They're continuing on the momentum that we saw from yesterday out of this team in regards to whenever they did have those good matches. And with the points that they're being able to put up, they're definitely going to be propelled even higher on that leaderboard.
Well, again, it's because they got PB on the payroll now, all right? PB is the reason why. They've won, what, 3 out of the last 7? Now they're about to win 4 out of the last 8, going from a 40, I don't even know how he came up with the stat, to be honest with you. I think he made it up, but he said 43% win rate, now all the way up to 50%. I can do that one at least. 4 and 8, that's 50%. But no, they're playing incredible. I'm very, very impressed with them. And again, the reoccurring theme that I've been bringing up on the desk is the fact that every single week, 7, we've had a team that comes out of nowhere, starts performing very well. That's the beautiful thing about PMSL Americas. You never know what you're going to get week in and week out. These teams are hungry, and they want to make an impact.
I agree, man. That's something that you definitely have been pointing out, and it's something that I'm glad you pointed out, because, I mean, we're seeing it over and over again. And it's not just throughout the whole week. I feel like it's every day.
Sure.
Every day we get a team that just kind of has a pop-up performances. At the top, we definitely have the teams that are a little bit more consistency, but teams that definitely need to step up, they just haven't been able to work out. But whatever happened in week 1, they're starting to step it up. They're adjusting to what we need them to do, what we need to see out of these teams. And right now, we're looking at 9C as they have 2 players left alive with only 4 eliminations to their name, but at least it's going to be a top 4. They're going to be able to secure some placement here, regardless of how this ends up happening towards them. They have Twisted Minds as well, and on top of that, they have Furia. This is not a sandwich I want to be in.
No, it's definitely not, but the good news for Vicious, they are the bread on top of that sandwich. They're the ones encompassing everybody because they have basically all the free space they want on the northern side. The southern side is very heavy, however, But for the Vicious, if they can time this perfectly, they could pick up quite a few eliminations. We're talking at least 5 more if they decide to third party it. But honestly, Seven, if I'm them, I'm leaving all this alone. You've got Furia driving in cars trying to run anybody over. You got Twisted Minds doing the same. 9Z also has their own vehicles. It's way too scrappy down there. I'm happy with my top portion. The thing they do have to worry about though is Queso, kind of by himself, right? And he might flank the Vicious if they're not aware of him.
Anything can happen there with 9C. Sorry about that. I was just disgusted by what I was seeing in the map there from Furia. They're being so aggressive. They're looking to see if 9C is going to be able to hold them off, but not right now. 9C honestly doing the right thing, laying down, seeing if they could possibly get some kind of angles on here, but Furia's going to be, I feel like they're going to be a little bit too aggressive as Erangel is close by. Drive by. They don't even realize it. He might be able to sneak in. If for some reason, Kayovsky is going to be able to spot him. He's going to end up relaying that information, and maybe Furia is going to go back, but this is what happens. This is what I was a little bit scared of. That sandwich that we were talking about between Twisted Minds and Furia, it ends up hurting 9C.
All right, 3 teams left, right? Top 3 on your screen. Furia, Twisted Minds, and the Vicious. Currently, Furia is a full 4-man unit. For Twisted Minds, they only have 2, and the Vicious, well, they've got 3. So now it's a matter of who wants it more, and well, for the Vicious, maybe they don't want it more, as they will unfortunately lose a player to the down. David now has to be on high alert and try and go absolutely bonkers if he possibly can. It's really up to him, as well as his teammate, and he's only got a rock for cover, and Fury has got him in the line of sight. Now, the good news is Queso has been dropped, so the Vicious is still fighting, but Bruno on the very edge has to fight tooth and nail. Obscure pushing up. Bruno landing shots, and he will drop Obscure as well, leaving the top 2, Furia and the Vicious.
The Vicious right now up to 8 eliminations. Furia is going to smell some blood in the water as they're going to be making this push. It should be an easy cleanup as they currently have all their 4 players alive, but they need to be careful because this player from the Vicious does have the off angle. He's going to be able to secure an elimination right there. I know PB is currently smiling from ear to ear because he saw a player knocked and he went and secured that extra point for his squad. The grenades are going to end up raining down. He ends up eliminating his teammate. No.
That's unfortunate, man, but he can still make something happen if he can just take down one more player on Furia. That's great news for the Vicious. They've already had a great game. They're sitting at 9 eliminations. They're guaranteed a 2nd place. Going for first is going to be a lot, especially with Kowalski up on top. They're sandwiching him. They know exactly where he's at. He only has a tree to hide behind, but he's going to make a move. He's not going to go down without a fight, right? He wants to go down on his own accord, and that means pushing into Fury. Now, the question is, when Bruno finally falls, is it to a car run over, or is it to a gun?
I don't know. All I know is that I'm receiving reports that the Vicious somehow wins this. We're all going to go on a trip to Cancun because he's going to be able to clutch it up. He's going to get spotted. Oh, there you go. Furia, just a little bit too much for them. Not getting ran over by a vehicle, but still getting eliminated through the drive-by.
All right, great win coming out for Furia. 8 eliminations. Vicious follows suit with 9 in 2nd place, and then Twisted Minds with 9 themselves. A massive, massive game, especially for Furia, who PB, you were just asking me, right? At least when it comes to the top 5, what are some teams that I want to see perform well? Furia was on my radar. They get the winner chicken dinner. Good on them.
Imagine if you had said the Vicious, right? And another top 2 situation. I thought Brunosen might have had the clutch there towards the end. It was a really, really good play with those grenades. Honestly, in most situations that we've seen during this tournament, when a solo player is off on their own, kind of isolated, you're seeing a heavy push with numbers coming from the opposing side. And Furia, to their credit, did not do that. They actually, took an off angle, got the lay of the land. But imagine, had they pushed that, those nades might have caught them and made that ending a bit more exciting. But 7, pretty crazy action so far on Erangel. Obviously, we have the winner in Furia. They will take the overall chicken dinner lead with 6. Is this a new Furia team that's here to take control?
I'm hoping it is, because up to this point, before this match, yesterday and what had we done today in 2 matches already, that team had only put up 34 points. So they're going to be really happy being able to get that chicken dinner, being able to get those extra points to their tally. They want to maintain themselves there within that first page, especially with what we saw Sunday Reflections. I mean, it was a completely different team than what we have seen this week too. But right now, we're getting hints at it again.
We definitely are. I'm really enjoying the process for some of these rosters. Genuinely. I mean, we're seeing some great plays from NRG, camping Team Liquid on the bridge. We're seeing some wonderful plays and aggression from Vicious. More importantly, we're seeing confidence from rosters that weren't as confident in week number 1. And that's what you want, PB, right? When you're on land, you want to see these guys get more and more confident as the day goes on. You get those jitters out of the way, and now they start playing like they're sitting at home.
You got teams developing a bit of a head of steam, some momentum, as we like to say. The Vicious among them, Furia among them, and Alpha7 all with momentum at their back. But the same, I guess, maybe can't be said for teams like X Factor, who were in a very winnable fight against Twisted Minds. I thought it was going to go their way, but unfortunately for them, Rataboy had other ideas, was able to clutch one out there, and we saw X Factor eliminated in the middle of this one. Looking towards the final circles, Twisted Minds finally eliminated, and we see a situation kick off with a double runover essentially here going into this one. Nice job by Brunozen to secure those kills, but unfortunately for him, Silence's aim is too true coming out of the back of that coop, and Furia is able to take our third chicken dinner of the day. But the Vicious, man, 30.7. That's gonna be big as they cruise up the leaderboards here on their double points day.
Hear me out. If I'm the Vicious, I'm telling you, I'm sending PB a message. I'm saying you gotta be here every single day, even when it's not bonus points, because 30 points, man, this team is just gonna keep on shooting up the leaderboard. And we also get another team that we've been wanting to see, Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
14 total points.
Yeah, super
Absolutely. They've got to start, turning things around. The momentum not necessarily in their favor, but they had a decent game here, able to get third place in this one, and ultimately Twisted Minds starting to maybe turn their fortunes here. But Taylor, you take a peek at the second page here. A lot of American flags on this page, and that, of course, for NA fans, not what we're hoping to see.
Yeah, not at all. But you know what? For X Factor, that's still a big game for them, right? They're double points. They get 16. I'm happy with that, even though they do lose a fight, as you mentioned, right? I still feel that they had a lot of shining moments, and I think they'll continue to shine as the day goes along. For Team Liquid, they only secured 3 more points. I don't know if 400 is the curse or what, but for Influence Rage, they are hot on their heels, just 13 points away. The biggest mover, though, is the Vicious. I mean, PB, the fact that they've managed to secure 70 bonus points today alone is just astronomical.
It's crazy. Vicious is going nutty so far in this tournament, and they are doing it on their bonus points day today. Again, the gap has closed between our top teams. Influence Rage, using the strength of their double points day, is catching Team Liquid. But the interesting part is they haven't caught them yet, and we're 3 games through the double points day of Influence Rage. So that is just how big that cushion from Team Liquid was. But maybe, just maybe, Seven, by the end of today, we might see a new leader.
We might see a new top. Well, actually, you know what? Not might. We're definitely going to end up seeing a new top 5 if the Vicious continues to play like that, because they're taking full advantage of their bonus points. Last week, they were able to get only 29 points. Guess what? They already passed that, and we still have 3 games to go. VIP, a team that's also in their bonus points, they need to take note of what the Vicious is being able to do.
You know, I will take note of the bottom of that leaderboard. The Latin Kings and Navy, on the strength of their one chicken dinner, have broken the tie with Intense Game. Intense Game not able to get out of the cellar just yet. They will have to settle for 16th place, but I've got my eyes on you, Intense Game. You guys can get it done. Anyway, we wrap up our third game of the day. Again, Group A with the bonus points for today, and those bonus points are so huge. We've seen Groups A, C, and D really capitalize on those bonus points. Group B, they'll have their shot tomorrow, but for now, it's the teams in Group A that will have their opportunity to shine. We're going to go ahead and take it to a quick break. We're going to hear from NRG and Fate before we come back here in just a moment for Game 4.
All right, guys, match 2 is done. Here we are with Fate. 17 kills.
Yeah, 17.
Well done, a good match. A hard match at the end, some positioning.
Yeah.
But it was a good match overall. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. First match, it was pretty bad, so we had to reset our mentality. Be like, okay, second match, it's okay. We can start being a little more aggressive. Don't back off of fights, and we were able to kill like maybe I think 2 teams fully, and as a 3-man as well. It was pretty was pretty nice seeing that from our team. So definitely, I think deserved. The kills are definitely deserved.
I mean, last map you had to cross the whole map to get to the zone, right? You dropped over.
It was pretty crazy. Yeah, for sure.
So I mean, it was hard. Right?
Yeah.
Don't be too hard on yourself and on your team, but overall, feeling good.
Yeah, feeling good for sure.
All right, bro.
Thank
Well
you.
done. Let's keep it going. Let's go in 8.
And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League America's Showdown this fall. And we've got the best 16 teams from this hemisphere all duking it out on the battlegrounds. My name is Powerbang. I'm your host for 2 games only today. And on the desk, we've got our boys 7WG as well as Taylor Reflections. Noble, welcome back, gentlemen, as we get ready for our 4th game of the day. We're going to the jungle. We're going to Sanhok. And it wouldn't be right if we didn't talk about a little hot draw action at the Ruins. So, Reflections, I know you're gearing up for this one. We've seen some crazy, chaotic plays throughout the first 6 days of this tournament. What can we expect to see at the Ruins?
I hope X Factor and Eco, but 7, you know, they talked a big talk, right? It's like, hey, we're always, who was it? Was it from Eco or was it from X Factor? It was Eco, right? Saying we're gonna land there, we're gonna keep landing there, we're gonna keep hot dropping because we want to continue to dominate X Factor. And then after that very interview, 7, they don't drop there at all.
I have I'm just gonna disappear. I don't want to talk bad about Inco.
Do it! Do it! This is the time. If there's any, he's actually gone. Yo, BB, he's gone, bro.
All right, I'm back in the caster seat.
Don't do that to me.
Raider,
I said I was gonna be nice.
Hey man, I want to see the drama.
Happens.
Yeah, I want to see the drama. We're gonna have some at the Ruins, and you know, I think for these teams' sake, somebody's got to back off here. If you're serious about going on to the next stage and playing at the next level, hot dropping every single game and basically hamstringing yourself, yeah, you might get a couple of elims, but you're not going to win anything, right? And so one of these teams has got to back off. We'll see if this is the match where that actually happens, but it looks as though the players have gotten ready for our fourth game. Sanhok is queued up, and we are headed to the jungle. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure you're following PUBG Mobile Esports everywhere on social media, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, and we'll be happy to see you there. But it's time to head to our action. Take it away, 7 and Reflections.
I love that PB try there. I love that he tried telling them to stop hot dropping. I've been trying to tell them to stop hot dropping, and they just don't listen. They're like stubborn kids, man. I got 4 kids, and they listen better than this player.
Yo, honestly, the roast begins. You wanted to lay off of Inco, and now you're going in on Inco indirectly, even though it takes 2 to tango. But you're right.
Wait, Inco's not going for it.
No, not at all, huh? Oh, where are they going?
Goodness.
They're really going off the beaten path.
Pinch me real quick.
Yo,
Am I streaming right now? I think maybe Inactive saw what we did yesterday, and we're like, hey, it might be time to actually just stop doing this hot drop. And remember what happened yesterday too is that AGG was able to end up third party in this fight. So I think it might be time for them to be able to do this, and they are. And I'm happy to see that they took the area where they're currently at there, because they're gonna be able to just rotate easily depending on what the first circle is gonna happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally did it. All it took was PB telling them very nicely just to stop hot dropping each other, and they listen. Let's go.
I love it. Well, you know, you got to make the adjustments. If Alpha7, right, can make the adjustments, so can Inco, and they do so. Now, granted, they're still relatively close to each other. There is a chance we see some fireworks between the two, but we'll have to wait until that happens. Now, there is a big development. For some reason, Flaw has died off early. Strap catches him off guard. I think that they both landed solo, separate from their teams. Strap takes down Flaw, and Influence Rage now has to go through with just 3 members. Meanwhile, you've got a massive battle taking place here, as it looks like AGG might be in a little bit of trouble.
And AGG actually had to readjust with what Inco was able to do there in this match in regards to not wanting to go for that hot drop. Now it's AGG that's going to be forced to do a hot drop here. They already lost 2 players. They're going to be losing out another one, and it's going to be coming down to just Rivas. Is Rivas going to be the player that's able to clutch it up? Is he finally going to give us a 3v1? I would love to see it. Here's Latin Kings, and as I say that, kaboom, baby. Rivas back to the lobby.
Yeah, he gets blown to pieces. Man, tough break for AGG, tough break for Influence Rage, already losing a player, and hopefully not a tough break for NRG, who had one of the most star-studded plays last game, right? Taking over the bridge over that of Team Liquid, and now they've got to go against X Factor. Now the question is, why do we keep getting this NA on NA violence separate? There are plenty of teams to go against. There's only 4 NA rosters. Why do they constantly have the need to fight against each other? I don't know, but either way, we get to find out which one's the best one. For right now, it's looking like NRG is X Factor. They're getting put into the blender 7.
Yeah, I'm with you. Why is it always NA versus NA? Oh, that's right. NA's biggest enemy always has been NA, man. I hate to see this happening. Luckily for X Factor, I mean, Havlik is still alive. He's been able to put up numbers. Fate has been able to put up numbers today, too. But it's going to be a three players alive. They end up losing FSS. I know that was one player that you were wanting to see more out of. Leading up to today, he was being able to do more, but right now it's not looking good for X Factor, as NRG currently being able to get some of the angles there on top of that mountain.
Yeah, X Factor are in shambles. NRG is absolutely taking the fight to them, and right now it's up to Capri. Can he even get away? Can he keep the hopes and dreams alive for X Factor? Really, the question, I think, is going to be answered relatively soon, because NRG has just been pressing up. And now, one thing I do like about what they're doing, Seven, is they're not getting overzealous, right? They're taking their time. They're keeping a distance, and they're allowing X Factor to sit where they currently are, because they understand X Factor can't go anywhere, but NRG can do a lot more damage by pushing up through this open field, right? Havlik, he's got a window. He's ready to gun down Fader Casper if they push up, and the same thing goes for the other remaining member of Capri from X Factor. So for NRG, they're at a bit of a stalemate. They don't have to rush anything. They understand there's not a lot of people around them besides the 2 remaining X Factor members.
And for the NRG player that's knocked right there, man, I know they're scratching their head saying, I wish we had some folks right now because they don't want to let that player down. And look at this.
Yeah.
IG, a team that we really haven't been able to see much out of them. 9C is going to be taking the fight as well towards them. And 9C Erangel with the shotgun, just shutting everything down and getting one of the players just in time.
Erangel looking like a god in that fight. Well done. Well done. The damage is out, and now we transfer back over to NRG, and Capri is on the run. He's out in the open, and NRG doesn't spot him. Now the question is, Seven, does Capri try to make some magic happen with the flank?
I think he might be able to do it here, and he's going to be able to spot one of the players. Great decision there. Trigger, discipline, and now he's going to be able to spot just lining up and just taking one by one, being able to knock two. Havlik, now is your chance to push that and try to get an off angle, but don't get a little bit too crazy because now they know exactly where he's at. They need to be able to secure some of these eliminations into actual, this knocks into actual eliminations.
All right, well, Capri has made something happen. Havlik is now feeling confident. He's pushing up on 24K. Casper, nice shot onto Casper. Spec will fall, and NRG is out. The big advantage for X Factor was there, or should be for NRG, and then X Factor flips the script because NRG doesn't maintain the two players in front of them. But they're not out of the woods just yet. Now, from one fight to another, Inco is now pushing up, and Havlik has got two in front. He's going to manage to drop one, goes for the second, can't get it. And it looks like X Factor's run was short-lived, but again, for NRG to crumble and collapse like that, Seven, is unacceptable.
It is, and it has to do with that off angle that the X Factor player was able to get right there. I'm so glad you called it out when it was happening because I was just mouth open. I was like, oh, no way, is he about to do this? And then the trigger discipline that player was able to showcase right there, a lot of people should pay attention to that because not just because you see them means that you have to shoot them. Just wait for the right time. He was able to do the right thing right there. And Inco Gaming, I got to give you some props. This is how you are supposed to play Sanhok. This is what you are supposed to do inactive, and for the rest of the squad, love seeing that you've still got a fight with X Factor that you've been wanting. This time you come out on top, and the best part out of all this is that you don't lose any players.
And the worst part about all this, Seven, is 3 NA teams just happen to find each other on the map and fight each other and then cannibalize each other, right? So it's like, come on, what are we doing? But you're right, though. For Inco's perspective, they got the fight that they wanted. They cleaned it up quickly. They take down the remaining two members of X Factor and can now continue through the map. Who knows? Inco might have a decent game. It's not been a long time. We're still in Stage 1, about the transition into Stage 2, and we've already lost 4 teams. The Vicious, X Factor, NRG, Intense Game, and All Glory Gaming. And as I do the math, it's actually 5 teams, or maybe even 6 teams. This is why I don't do math in public. I need the TI-87. But I do know Kogo will fall. Influence Rage lost a member early on, but it seems as if they cleaned up their act, and they're back on the prowl, and they're still looking to have a great game despite an early loss.
Yeah, I need to go back to that X Factor off angle. That was just so beautiful, man. If Inco wasn't there, those two players would have been able to just fully recover. And who knows what could have happened. And I'm actually surprised. As we're looking at the map here, I'm so surprised that Inco is deciding to play this low and even go back to Ruins to loot it. I think they weren't just comfortable enough with what they had to work with, that they want to be able to just back up some more heals, whatever the case might be, and then push the action here towards Sanhok. And what kind of hurts for X Factor too, after that insane 2v4 win from that team, was that it is their bonus points day.
That's right.
They aren't able to secure any more points. Luckily for them, you get the 4 points right from NRG, but that team wanted more. That they weren't just going to be happy with just 4.
No, you can't be, right? You've got to have a championship mentality, and that means being vicious. If you are the vicious, that means even being even more vicious, right? You want to try and get as many eliminations as possible. You cannot let off the gas each and every day. These tournaments, these series, right, this season is a gauntlet. It's a marathon. But every day you have to essentially sprint, Seven. You have to be willing to sprint at your competition. You cannot afford to have a weak map. You can theoretically, but, honestly, the competitors on that stage are looking to eat you up, and they're going to talk trash, and they're going to get in your head. So if you're not performing and going all out each and every map, you're going to fall behind and fall behind quickly. And for 9Z, well, they're not looking to fall behind this time around. They've got 3 total eliminations, and they are looking to get a couple more. In this POI, you've got a ton of hard cover, and VIP, they're on the hunt. Erangel, he's cooking a nade. He's throwing it out. Strap earlier took down a member of Influence Rage. He's looking to take down 9Z now.
He is going to be looking to take down 9C, but I mean, you got to be careful. You mentioned Erangel, what he was earlier for his team. They have fully recovered. And for these two teams fighting right now, they need to be careful because I'm seeing Team Liquid on the horizon. If we know that any team would want a third party this fight, if they don't want to have to worry about these teams in the future, they could possibly third party. Who knows? But VIP, this is a team that's on bonus points. We really haven't seen much out of them so far today. They need to start securing some points, and it's going to be tough because we saw what 9C has been able to do over and over again in situations like this.
All right, things are getting a little bit weird. Myth, he's on the ground. He's crawling around. And Erangel and Co is going to be just to his left. And meanwhile, Kuna, he's going to be pushing up. Strap looking to take an off angle as well. VIP's cooking up a plan. And I'm curious if it's going to work out. The good news for them is they're slowly encompassing that of 9Z. 9Z can't really go anywhere. You got Myth on your flank. You've got Cunha, who's going to be just off to your right. You got the other two VIP members who are looking to collapse in on Padrino. 9Z's in a bad spot at the moment, and I think VIP has the advantage. The real question is, can 9Z spot this disadvantage and still come out ahead?
Who knows what's going to happen here? I mean, we saw some off angles earlier from Max Factory. Ended up working out for him. If Myth could somehow clutch this up, it's points that they definitely need. He needs to make sure that Choco and the rest of the squad don't end up spotting them. He's going to be able to spot Choco, though. Oh, he's going to back off. No. Where is he getting shot from right now? I think he... Wait, what? I'm so confused right now. I thought it was maybe Choco that was able to spot him.
Yeah.
Because the shots are coming from over there, and he's just going to decide to back away from this fight, which I think it's the right thing there. I thought he was maybe going to be a little bit more aggressive. Somehow, I think he might have been spotted by one of the Twisted Minds players mid from VIP, which, wow, what an angle that Twisted Minds players had. If that is the case.
Yeah, because they're far away. Like, they're really far away. So, like, that would have been a rogue shot. I don't know where it came from, but weird things happen on the Battlefield 7, and that was one of them for sure. This fight has stagnated quite a bit. Now, granted, they can still afford time here. There's no rush, but finally, some fireworks are going to pop off here. As you see, Padrino is going to get a couple of shots in. Sinatexa wants to push up. He really does, but he's got to think about it. Is this going to be the right play? Do we know where all the 9Z members are? Well, we know where Eragon's at. He is currently down. Choco will also fall. I mentioned VIP having the advantage. 9Z needed to spot that, but unfortunately they didn't in time. But meanwhile, a random Loops member will come through and take out one of the members of 9Z, and now VIP. Where is Loops coming from out of nowhere?
Loops is so far away too. Loops is still in Paradise Resort, and somehow they're finding the angles. And guess what? Myth was the one being a little rat earlier. Now he's got to watch out for Rat, oh boy, because he's going to be cooking a nade on one of his teammates. And if he ends up getting this knock, we know Twisted Minds, one of those Brazilian teams, they like to be aggressive. He decides to end up holding off on that fight. But for VIP, I mean, we've finally seen a little bit of life there out of this team. Double points. You want to be able to secure that. And the best part out of all of that is I don't believe they ended up, they did end up losing any players here on that fight against 9C.
I'm astounded Loops was able to get a drop on VIP from Paradise, of all places, so far away. But now we have the answer. Where did those shots come from? Well, Loops had a beat on him, and now VIP's got to keep that in the back of their mind. Now, for Twisted Minds, they choose to disengage. Ratto Boy, he's got to be very careful. He's starting to encroach onto Team Liquid's territory, but maybe that's the plan. As I look at the map, I see Twisted Minds maybe looking to collapse in onto the Team Liquid guys. Now, my concern, Seven, Cardozan is by himself. Now, we watched Team Liquid spread up a little bit, meanwhile, in Erangel just a little bit before, right? They ran into NRG, they got separated, they ended up losing a couple of members because they decided to go out by themselves. Cardozan, I'm hoping, doesn't suffer that same fate.
It could happen, right? We have seen it before where they try to do that 3-1 split in situations like this, and in Sanhok, it's really a map, especially at this point on the third stage with the terrain that we're currently working with. These teams aren't going to be able to get third party so easily, and that was my main concern. I'm so happy we're showing Alpha7 too, because they have been quiet, very, very quiet team throughout this game. And they're trying to get some off angles here. You can see them there on the outskirts. They currently have that 2-2 split working their way. And if they, for some reason, smell some blood in the water between Twisted Minds or Team Liquid, they're going to want to start fighting them as well. Luckily for some of those teams, though, and unluckily in a way, too, the circle does not go their way. Loops Esports is going to center down on them, and you can see them just chilling in Paradise Resort. Influence Rich is going to recognize that and try to get up there as well.
Yeah, Loops, Influence, Rage, they're in 2 power positions over in Paradise. The fact that they're able to essentially lock that in by themselves is tremendous. Everybody who starts to work their way in, aka now Team Liquid, as Mythic is going on the prowl. He's trying to see, okay, where's the competition over at Paradise? Where can the rest of my roster park the bus and then wait for the rest of the people coming in from the outskirts? Case in point here being Inco Gaming, who luckily will move in. They fly in blind. Luckily, no one is there to gun them down, so they're going to be just fine, but it could have been dicey because they waited so long in the blue zone. But as everybody right now seems to be relatively safe, even though Loops was firing shots at VIP earlier, we were seeing some weird action between Twisted Minds and Team Liquid maybe potentially pop off. Things are quiet at the moment, but almost too quiet, 7. I think in about 30 seconds to a minute, we're about to see some crazy action go down.
We definitely will see some crazy action. I'm just looking at Loops and I'm still imagining Myth wondering from VIP, where am I getting shot from right now? Oh, well, guess what? There's a surprise for you. Another surprise from Loops. And look how aggressive this team is. This team does not want VIP to be there. They are on the aggression. They are looking for that fight. More grenades are going to be coming in. And Loops Esports is looking to take out VIP.
I like this angle. He might connect onto 2. Does he do so? Well, it does get a little bit of damage, but he doesn't connect as much as he probably wanted to. Meanwhile, Alpha7 will run into trouble. We'll stay tuned with that one in just a second. But meanwhile, Loops taking the fight to VIP. That early not giving him all the confidence. Even though VIP M2M wants to fight back, he simply cannot. Now it's up to Myth. By his lonesome. He had the rest of his boys earlier, and now they will all fall. I love that aggression from Loops. They capitalize on the early down. They know they're at an advantage, and it takes a lot to move out of their safety net, which is Paradise. They've been there for a long time, 7, but the risk was worth the reward. Now they can go back knowing they just scored an additional 4 eliminations.
Talk about just playing Russian roulette with your positioning at that moment. Loops saw an opening. They went for it. A team that they don't have to worry about. And then they try to go back to Paradise Resort. But now we're going to be looking at Alpha7. Alpha7 had the quietest game, but now they're going to have to be aggressive as they are going to be fighting into the zone. They're going to have to fight against Landing Kings Navy, a team that definitely needs points as well. It's not their double points, but boy, they're sitting towards the bottom of the table. And right now, they're doing a very good job on holding off Alpha7, even though 2 players are currently knocked on their squad.
Ooh, but that nade was beautiful. Navy SEALs will start to run into a bit of trouble. Only 1 player remains, and he's on your screen in front of you. Cardiac now has to fend off against a push from Alpha7. Now, the good news is, if he can successfully do this, he might be able to get his other 2 members up, but it's not going to be easy. You've got Alpha7 there. The smoke is going to be out, and now he's on the prowl, but it doesn't last long, does it? Mafioso will gun him down, and Alpha7 will stay alive, get much-needed eliminations. They unfortunately will lose 2 of their players, but the good news is they're alive and they're now within top 7.
They are going to be within top 7. They're going to be able to start securing at least some of those sweet placement points for Alpha7 after it looked like their story here on Sanhok was going to end up getting cut short. Now it's going to be Team Liquid versus Loop. We were wondering if it was going to end up being Twisted Minds versus Team Liquid. Nope. Slow it down, because Team Liquid knows a great position that Loops is currently in. They're going to want to take that over. And Myth, if Mythic, if for some reason he's able to connect into any of this nades, will be wonderful. But this is going to be just absolute madness. You wanted to see a reflection. You're going to end up getting it. You have Loops Esports, you have Team Liquid, and on top of that, you have Twisted Minds, all within range of each other.
Yes, you do. Now, Nino, he's on the prowl. He's got Team Liquid members all in front of him. He doesn't want to overexpose himself, granted. You know you can get punished quite quickly. TL does not play around. This nade isn't played around either. Nino needs to spot it. He does. Luckily, it's just a little bit forward, so he's going to be just fine. But the issue is, Loops, Nino, he really can't go anywhere. He's kind of stuck, but I love that off angle up top. But unfortunately for Inco, they don't like running in to Influence Rage, but somehow it gets traded. Back and forth we go between Inco and Influence Rage, and Influence Rage looks to be losing the fight. Inco Gaming absolutely standing on their own 2 feet. They've got quite a few of their members still alive, and they can make a deep run.
Inco Gaming possibly winning Sanhok because of not hot dropping. Oh my goodness, it's actually happening. As we're looking at the circle, Inco Gaming, if they're going to be able to recover their teammates right there, they're going to be seeing perfect center of that circle. And now I'm going to be looking at other teams like Team Liquid. I'm going to be looking at Alpha7. Alpha7 only has 2 players to work with, so that's going to be hard. They're just mostly looking to do a little bit of damage control here, seeing if they could maybe find any players from Team Liquid out in the open, try to third party them as Mafioso is starting to dance some samba back and forth, hoping that the Team Liquid shots aren't going to connect with him.
Oh, Seven, I like to see you dance some samba. I bet you could dance really well, man. Me, I'm more of a salsa guy, all right? I could could dance some salsa, right? Merengue? Is that a pie or is that a dance, man? Merengue?
Both.
I don't know. Either way, Team Liquid, hey, they're playing very well. For the other 2 members of Alpha7, I don't like their positioning. They've got Team Liquid just to their side. But Alpha7, Team Liquid, they go way back, right? They understand each other. They know how to play each other. And quite honestly, it becomes quite personal on the battlefield when they run into each other, which in this case they have. Now, for Team Liquid, they do have the high ground. But the issue with that is if they do decide to push into the Alpha7 members, they've got that little bit of space when they go to overlook on that overhang. I'm looking at Mafioso gunning down Cardozan. I'm looking at the other Team Liquid members maybe running into issues. Alpha7, unfortunately, cannot continue to stay where they are. They have to move in. That's where they're going to run into issues. But for now, they're okay. But Team Liquid knows they're behind, and they're ready to gun them down.
In situations like this is when definitely I'm going to be nitpicky here with Team Liquid. I was hoping that they would do a bit of a south rotation where some of the other players were at earlier, because I think they would have possibly been able to surprise Loops. But we'll see what happens. Now they've been able to get within this side of the circle, and now Loops is going to have to worry about Team Liquid. If I'm Alpha7, I'm telling you, I'm just looking to do damage control here. I'm going to just keep on telling my Fioso to keep on snaking, and hopefully they'll be able to find one of the players either from Twisted Minds, Furia, or somebody else, and see if you could possibly get any of those eliminations going your way. As you're going to have one in front of you, he's not able to switch back to his gun in time, and there you go for Alpha7 getting at least a top 6 situation, and you have Chief versus Federal right in front of each other.
Oh, I was going to say he was about to go and gun him down. Actually, Chief has no idea Federal is there. Federal can make a big impact and take down a chunk of Team Liquid's roster. Ayala just to the left, the trigger discipline to watch 2 TL members pass him, but he wants Chief. He knows Chief is right there. The DBS should come out, and he will gun him down. He's right there, and Federal goes on the attack, but he's not ready to go! What are you doing? He set that up perfectly. Chief should have been dead. Federal, though, with the PUBG Mobile timing, unfortunately switches in the wrong time. His camera angle goes off to the side, and he gets gunned down. What should have been a perfect spot turns into a disaster.
His teammates are saying, send them back to the bench. Those were some easy points. He was screaming at him too, what are you doing? Because those were some easy eliminations, at least one elimination that he was going to be able to get. But to be fair, he was the one lone player there from that squad, and trying to do all of that, man, the pressure that just comes over this players at that exact moment is absolutely insane. But now you have Team Liquid. I'm actually surprised Team Liquid has been able to survive so long in this circle with what they had to work with. They're going to have to worry about Furia. Now they're going to have to worry about Loops. Inco, I want to see a little bit more aggression out of you in certain situations, especially this situation. If you're able to find a way to third party some of these fights, go for it, because Inco could come out with the win. It would be massive for this team.
All right, we're out to the top 4. Loops, Inco, Team Liquid, Furia. It is getting intense. Players are falling left and right. Furia, they're on the gatekeeping role. They might transition into Cardozan. Cardozan, well aware of this, but meanwhile, though, Furia has to watch out for Loops. Loops with their off angles have been incredible, even going back 3 stages ago. And now Cardozan, he should be dead to rights. No, he's not. Are you kidding me? Cardozan guns down Kowalski. Silence will also fall. You've got Playzone taking down members of Furia. Players are now down to the top 3. Loops, Inco, and Team Liquid. And Loops is in prime position to win game number 4.
Loops is in that prime position. Inco is as well. Anything could happen here, as now we have Loops pushing out. It is going to be a 2v2. And oh my god, I need you to take this over, Reflection.
Oh, Loops will take game number 4. They do so in style. Paradise was their resort. Living up to the name. They're pumped up. They're dapping it up. That was a phenomenal game from yesterday to today. Loops continues to exceed in every possible situation. A prime example of how they're not playing around and how well they continue to do is when they push into Factory. They get that first knock, PB. They push up. They capitalize. All 4 members stay alive. They leave their safe haven of Paradise. They go back, though. They lock it in, and they never give it up. From the start of the game to the end of the game, Loops played phenomenally well.
They really did, and despite being there the entire game and locking it down, that did not stop them from putting out the damage. Loops leading all squads with 2,600 damage between them. So incredible output from Loops. They had pressure on everyone from start to finish, and I would not be a good host if I did not mention the strategy switch up from Inco. They go from hot dropping every single game before this and getting eliminated more than half the time to a top 3 finish with 10 elims. I mean, incredible stuff. They had 11 elims, Inco did, in this one, leading all teams. So again, you got to tip their cap to actually being open to change, and it pays off well for them. 7.
It really does. I mean, I'm a big advocate for Inco doing changes, and I'm glad they decided to do it here before we even get anywhere close to the double points day, because once we get to the double points day, I want to see a little bit more of a tune-up. By the way, we gotta talk about X Factor right there once again. Capri being able to get that off angle. That was so beautiful out of that team. I really wanted X Factor to be rewarded even more, but Inco said, no, we still have a grudge with you. We still want to be able to go back and make sure we eliminate you in Sanhok, and they did just that, Reflections.
They did exactly that. Again, though, unacceptable for a loss like that from NRG's perspective. X Factor should have never been able to swing that angle. I was so proud of NRG from Team Liquid bridge fight over towards the fight against X Factor, but they just lost their wits. That was the push, though, from Loops that I really appreciated there, PB. The fact that Loops was able to push up and capitalize off that first down speaks volumes about their confidence, which is slowly, or actually I should say rapidly building from yesterday to today.
Yeah, it was a great push. They obviously are building confidence. And we're going to have to talk about this play outside of Paradise here. One of the members gets stranded, sets up an ambush, and I think we were all waiting with bated breath, just, oh, this is going to be so great. Team Liquid has no idea. And unfortunately for them, they did. Man, this was it here. Federal. I mean, homie comes around the corner with the grenade out, and he still can't get off a shot first. That was unfortunate timing, to say the least. It's one of those rare moments in Battle Royale where using that third-person peeking in third-person perspective does not pay off. And in this instance, it comes back to bite them. But in Sanhok, match 4 today, Brazil showing out strong. All 6 of their teams in the top 7 here, so really impressive placements from them. But the lone, bright spot for Ed A here is Inco Gaming again, switching up the strategies, going away from the hot drop. They still landed close to ruins, but they were able to jump on some fights, and that one they lined up, 7, you talked about it a little bit in the recap. They lined up NRG, I believe, 3 members in a row, and it was almost like they had that collateral going on. So they were able to make a nice little wipe there.
Yeah, X Factor was at least able to save face by being able to get some of those points. By the way, on that match ranking, on the top 5, there was none of the teams that are currently in bonus points, and we're actually going to end up seeing some of those teams here on the second page as X Factor, even though with those 4 elims. This is what I was talking about, Reflections too. I'm so glad that they at least got those 4 elims, because they're able to get those 8 total points since it is double dip. But man, what it could have been if they would have actually been able to pull through and get even more points, as we're going to be going to the overall ranking. And crazy surprise, Influence Rage, even though it's their bonus point day, not being able to pass Team Liquid.
They don't catch them, but Loops moves up.
Look at Team Liquid. They're still maintaining their margin, Taylor. I mean, this is a team that you said it towards the end. Like, I'm surprised that they were still able to get that position, to still be fighting a bit shorthanded. But Team Liquid, once again, in the top 2 of the match. They do it with 3 players. And again, they are going to be sitting on top of the table still with a 21-point gap between them and second place.
Yeah, it's unbelievably impressive. Team Liquid finds a way to stay as consistent as they are, and it's not just their bonus days. Like, off their bonus days, they're remarkable. Team Liquid is looking by far between the most consistent team, the most dominant team. They continue to stay in first place. I think any other roster competing today, and no disrespect to anyone, even Alpha7, I think they give up first place today. I think it already would have been given up, but Team Liquid finds a way to continue to hold on to it, and they're not wanting to give it up by any means or stretch of the imagination. Their elims, they're at the top right, number 1. I believe they're second or third place when it comes to placement points. They are the best all-around team, and PB, I'm blown away by everything they do really on the map.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Liquid just really, really dominant so far. And we took a peek at our second page here. X Factor has fallen to it by their ouster a bit early on. And on your double points day, it is not down is the direction you want to be going here. They fall to the second page, 272 points. They're still within striking distance of that top 5 threshold, but that is not ultimately where they want to be. You know, I will say my reaction to kind of looking at those rankings, you talked a little bit about Alpha7. I think that they have been one of the consistent teams today, and despite it not being their double points day today, they are in striking distance and keeping it close, right, with Team Liquid, whereas Influence Rage on their double points day has not been able to catch up, which is not where they want to be. So that is going to do it for game number 4. Absolutely crushed it out there. I'm so looking forward to going back to the deserts of Miramar to see what happens in game number 5. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 7. 4 maps down, 2 more to go. We're hopping back into Miramar, where we left off. Alpha7 getting a massive victory with 9 eliminations, starting much earlier than they typically do. Today hasn't been bad for them, but today could be, of course, even better for all the rosters out there. Let's bring in our wonderful casters. We've got 7. We've got Power Bang. 2 more maps to go. Only 2 more chances, 7, for Group A to earn their bonus points. And it started off great, right, for the Vicious, and it actually has been wonderful for the Vicious. But now it's time for Influence Rage, X Factor, VIP Esports to step it up and have their time to shine.
Especially if Influence Rage. I mean, you're trying to pass Team Liquid. We've been hyping it up throughout the whole day, and they haven't passed them yet.
They really haven't even gotten close either. I mean, they're still 21 points out of first place. I thought they'd be closing the gap, and it's crazy to think about it. But Team Liquid's actually putting distance between them and Influence Rage right now. But there's still 2 games left, and there's still double points, Taylor.
That's right. Still double points, 2 games left. But for Team Liquid, they're absolutely consistent. You got to shut them down. And for the good news, though, for A7, Team Queso, NRG, this was the map that made it happen. And NRG, last time we were on Miramar, picked up 17 elims. They're looking to do it again. So let's find out if they do it again here on Miramar, map number 5. 7, Powerbang, take it away.
NRG. Come on, PB with me.
NRG. All right. I can't imagine with latency how that's going to come through.
We tried, okay? We try, NA fans. But for this team, if NRG wants to have a good match here in Miramar, it's going to come down to if that team can actually position themselves in a great spot, and if they are also going to be within that circle. And if Fate stays alive, I mean, Fate has just been cooking ever since they switched to co-IGL.
Ooh, Fate's been picking it up for sure. He must have heard the 7WG critique come in on Monday, and here we are. It is a new day for NRG. They've got an opportunity to string some momentum together. They've had a decent day today, not a great one, but hey, I think they're in a position here. They get a nice little circle. They'll have an opportunity to secure a nice little spot and hopefully get some momentum building. And another team looking to build momentum from NA is Inco, and they will indeed have the zone as it does center up more towards La Bendita.
Honestly, with the performance Inco was just able to put up, seeing a little bit more maturity out of them in regards to not having to hot drop X Factor, but still being able to find a way to just find X Factor and go for that fight. I really enjoyed that, and I feel like I have to say it again because it was just such a well play there by Inco. We were convinced that they were going to be going for the hot drop. We even had the interview with Inactive queued up in case they ended up dying again. I wanted to hear Inactive, we're just going to keep on dropping there no matter what. Well, guess what? We didn't have to play that, but I definitely had to refer to that one. And you wanted a little bit of water. You got the tiniest bit of those islands above Puerto Paraíso.
Well, that could have been mind game, 7. Maybe he said they're going to keep dropping there just to mess with their opponents. I don't know what's going on. All I do know is the gap between the cutoff of 5th place has shrunk mightily today. The Vicious, on their double points day, has had themselves a decent day. They're only 18 spots away, or 18 points away, rather, from securing that 5th place. So the Vicious having a good day today, as well as Furia, only 19 spots back, or 19 points back, rather, from that cutoff. So things are starting to condense a little bit between our top 7 teams, which is more that can be said for the end of our week last week. So Latin Kings, Navy SEALs still trying to get things going. They have been a team that has struggled mightily. 7, what do they need to do to get things going on? Because this has been the story as they get shot right in the back and immediately finished by Loops.
Not get knocked like that.
Great
please.
timing, right?
Letting Kings, come on, man. You're almost dead last in the leaderboard. The gap from 15th place to 14th place is a solid 60 points, and Inco's not even on their bonus day. This team, a lot of stuff just honestly hasn't been going their way. Hopefully, they'll be able to go back to the drawing board, rearrange it. I think at this point, if I'm IG, if I'm Latin Kings Navy, I'm just thinking of how to save face. And this is something that Hot Jukes and I usually tend to talk quite a lot in regards to these situations when teams just find themselves not being able to improve. Top 5 is just going to be out of reach with the way that these teams are performing. They're just not going to be getting any close. But hey, IG, if you are going to be making a move, why not try to win this fight against Team Queso and maybe try to get some confidence behind you, as now you're going to have 2 players of Team Queso coming in, and Remix is going to end up getting knocked, and Poppy Sour's nowhere near to help them out.
I can already see it coming. They have 2 players knocked right in front of them. They're not going to get the finishes, 7. They've got players knocked once again, and they're unable to confirm any points. We'll see if the whole team goes out here. They have just Poppy Sour remaining, and will he dive into the action is the question, or will he live to fight another day? I don't know at this point. If you're Intense Gay, that is a really rough way to start this one, but it does not look like they're going to be making up any ground on the Latin Kings Navy in this one. Poppy Sour nearby, unable to help, but Team Queso avoids an early scare here. They're able to get back into the fight. Nearly lost 2 players there, but, the PUBG gods must be with them, 7, because they will live to fight another day.
Yeah, I think it was just IG. Sorry, IG, but the way you guys have been playing is non-existent, man. It's just it's starting to become free points, and it's something that I'm actually going to start worrying a little bit more as we go on through this week. And the rest of the weeks, teams are just going to start seeing IG. If I was maybe one of the top teams or maybe one of the middle teams trying to get some extra points during your bonus point day, I would be willing to risk it. Now, I'm not saying go for a hot drop, but I am saying maybe set up a trap to see how that team ends up rotating, because right now they're just looking so weak that they will look like free points. Team Liquid, I mean, that's a team that's currently not looking like free points, especially with what they were able to do in that last Sanhok. And I really enjoyed that they had nothing to work with, yet somehow they were able to manage some extra points, whether it was placement points and elimination points.
That's a great point. Team Liquid, not one to toy with, as they are the ones coming out on top in many of these different fights, against all odds sometimes. And Team Liquid, that is the reason why they are sitting on top of the standings right now, currently in first place with a decent cushion between them and second right now. Keep an eye on them as this map continues to develop. But one thing I will say is I really like the point that you just made about those points. I think that the mid-tier teams, I'm looking at Loops, X Factor, 9Z, NRG, anybody in that 7 through 11 range, they should be looking at Intense Game. They should be looking at Latin Kings Navy. And I would even go as far as to say VIP Esports is another team we've seen throw a lot of fights and not get anything in return. So you're seeing these fights develop, teams clash, and ultimately, most of the time, the upper teams are walking away from those fights with all 4 members. Despite maybe having a couple of knocks, those teams aren't able to get the finishes.
Yeah, the thing with those teams, and I'm glad you mentioned VIP there as well, is because those teams aren't just used to match the aggressiveness that they're currently being able to put on, because you've been able to see it over and over again, especially today. Those aggressive teams, I mean, we just saw what Loops was able to do in that last match. They were perfectly sitting fine in Puerto Paraíso. I mean, in Paradise Resort. Sorry, I'm getting 2 of my maps flicked up here in my brain, but they were willing to just go away from the secure spot, get some extra points, not have to worry about another team, just full on aggressiveness, just full on setting their minds up to something and actually completing that task and going back to where they were at. And some of these teams, like we were able to mention, VIP, Latin Kings, IG, I'm just not seeing that out of them. Yeah, you were able to win certain fights, but it's not enough because you're currently just so far behind on the leaderboard that something has to change, man. This is not a good look for you guys. And we know you guys are capable of a lot more.
Absolutely. I like the toying that Myth is doing. On the other side, Inco's got an 8X and a mini looking this way. This guy's got like a UMP with a red dot, and he's just kind of jumping around, drawing out some shots, making them waste some valuable ammo. We'll see here if he's able to avoid those headshots from range. But so far, again, as we look at, these teams that are ultimately having been taken advantage of so far, I look at like Inco and I look at AGG that are down there. I've seen those teams actually win some fights and do some things, but ultimately too inconsistent. You see them kind of up and down, more down than up, obviously, depending on where they're sitting on the leaderboard. But there's been some other teams that have just been consistently missing. I'm looking at, Latin Kings Navy, Intense Game, VIP. But everyone else, it's like they've had their moments. NRG, though, still looking for their first victory. Hopefully they can pull one out here today. I would love to see them hit the top of the podium just one time at least. And when you look at them, they've got 146 elim points as well, and that's carrying them so far. Not too shabby. They're sitting at 225 overall, which is a far cry out for what they need to qualify, but ultimately it's not bad either.
Yeah, and with Inco, I was giving them a break there for week 1 because it is such an early squad in regards to they were able to just mix up the Brazil squad, also with the NA squad, and now they're trying to figure out their chemistry. But at the moment, I mean, on week 2, nothing has improved. That last match, actually, that was their first top 3 of week number 2, which is absolutely wild. But you know what, Inco, you could make a difference here as you are going to be going up against 9C. 9C has been able to put up good performances, but today it's been a bit of a hit and miss. Who's going to end up winning this fight, PB? Is it going to be Inco or is it going to be 9Z?
Well, I had the advantage of knowing that, and Ninabeta is going to be knocked to start things off, and Wancho as well. I'm going to pick 9Z here. So, good push here from Senatexa. I thought that nade was going to catch him on the upper side there. Now, Inactive goes down as well, and Inco down to just one more player. Vitali on the horizon. Looks to be headed for safety, perhaps, as Pedrinho is going to chase Wancho. That might likely reveal Vitali, and it does, and just like that, Inco loses the momentum they had built on Sanhok. They'll go out first on Miramar with 0 elims, so unfortunate for them, but they will not be crossing 200 points just yet. They're stuck there.
Yeah, and honestly, not the first time it happens there for Inco. They just have not been performing well going into this match just for week 2. After all the matches, after all the 11 matches that we had played, that team only had 36 points. Just not what we want to see. A team that definitely needs to secure some points here because it is bonus points for them. It's going to be X Factor. They're going to be going up against Furia Esports. Nisada, a team that I had some questions for him earlier in the day, being able to respond as he's currently by himself. He's going to be end up getting knocked from inside. FS Havlik making the push. Currently the player with the most eliminations, and he's showing it why, as he's able to find that Loops player and knocks him out of there. And Rafinha, the player that's been able to put up the most LMs for Loops Esports, is just too far away, and it's not going to be able to do anything, and he needs to be careful and hope that X Factor doesn't decide to chase him.
Absolutely. Rafinha there getting some mini shots from range, not able to convert any. But man, oh man, and now here comes Team Queso onto 9Z, trying to quickly capitalize on being caught out onto the open, but this did not start great for them, but it will end great here. They have one player knocked, another down, but Erangel on the flank coming in with the grenade. We'll see if this is able to land.
If this nade is able to hit by Erangel, oh, he is going to be able to turn Milos there, his health a little bit lower, but he's only just going to be 2 players, and I think
they're going to let him go.
Might just be, they're going to actually let him die. They were trying to protect there from 9C, see if 9C was maybe going to end up making some other push. 9C is just going to end up backing off. It's going to be 2 players from them, but they at least end up racking it 1 more elimination. Slow it down here. You don't want to take this fight. They have the high ground. Relax a little bit and focus on this circle because you guys are currently outside the circle. All right, there you go. Not anymore. Now we get to relax a little bit more, and I gotta point out with what we're looking on the map right now, NRG is a little bit happy. They have a lot of room to work with.
They really do. I'm curious that open area south of San Martin and north of Power Grid, there is no one up there right now, and that's interesting to see because if the zone goes that way, that could be interesting for NRG specifically because they'll own like 1/3 of the circle if that's the case. Normally, the team that would be rotating in from that side would be Alpha7, but Alpha7 has gone all the way far to the east, and they're working their way in from Minas Gerais. So that's a really interesting kind of map development from Alpha7, who normally drops El Pozo, but this time they've kind of shifted to go to the far side. I wonder if they're seeing something that we aren't.
they might be seeing that, because right now I'm actually surprised. I'm so glad that you pointed out that south area of San Martin, because NRG could end up positioning themselves quite well depending on what the next circle is going to end up happening. I think they might just be waiting. They know that they have a lot of room to work with all the scouting that they have done that we didn't get a chance to see, and they just might be waiting to see what the circle is going to end up giving them. But if I'm one of the teams there towards the south currently, like X Factor that we're looking at, this is going to be a hard push in, because depending on where they go with this push, if they for some reason decide to do a wide flank all the way west north, then it might end up working out for them, because they might take control of that area that you were talking about. But if not, they might end up running into some squads here, and one of them is going to be Furia, and that's a squad you definitely don't want to run into. And this is X Factor. There you go. This is what I was hoping for. Just go for that wide rotation.
They are being spotted. Teams are seeing them, but I was watching them on our map, and they are taking control of that open area. And again, if the zone goes there, anybody that's owning that high ground in those cliffs, in those ridges, there's so many places to hide in that terrain that they are going to have a tactical advantage if they get there first. And it looks like they will indeed be getting there first. They've got Havlicks kind of chilling behind right now, keeping eyes out for Furia, who is looking down kind of on Overwatch, but they are going to be able to rotate, it looks like, fairly safely here. We'll see if Artisan is able to connect any shots from range. He's got good sight lines here on this entire squad, but again, too far away to really be able to convert anything. You have to get lucky by landing, a nice little headshot from range, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Yeah, I wonder how many heals they had there. It seems like they were a bit reluctant there to just make that big switch and go into Papa Blue and try to take some damage from there. But you know what? Here we go. This is what I wanted to see. Okay, now we got the new circle. Now, NRG, you're going to have to respond to what's currently going on here. Influence Rage, they're going to be set. AGG is going to be set too. We saw them win some fights earlier. We were kind of praising them in what they've been able to do, at least in certain situations. And they're going to have to play defense in a big way, because Furia more than likely is going to end up crashing on them. On top of that, you have Team Queso, Erangel with 9C, and Loops there towards the south. Is going to be absolute madness when all those teams end up meeting up.
Absolutely. I'm thinking, better clinch if you're VIP, because there's going to be a lot of good teams headed your way. They're owning that compound. Shots are coming in from the likes of VIP. And as we can see, Latin Kings, Navy, we've got Jarrett up on the top of the ridge here looking down, and Papa Sour sneaks into the zone and be able to perhaps get a heal off and get patched up for a moment, but he's got a long way to go to get to the next zone. I will say, though, the interesting thing is for Alpha7 is they kind of own the eastern side of this circle right now. Yep. They did sneak in. They got their nice little spot on the ridges overlooking the graveyard there. And with the graveyard, we got the Vicious in kind of prime territory. So I really have got my eyes on the graveyard as some prime real estate that teams are going to want to fight for as this zone continues to shrink.
And for Alpha7, the big question mark for me is going to be, how long are they going to be able to keep all their 4 players alive? And if Mafioso is going to be able to stay alive too. Team Queso not having one of the easiest push. I was talking about this team, man. They're just going to have to go through so many teams. As not only do you have to worry about Furia, AGG, on top of that, now VIP is very close by, and they're going to be able to find angles on you guys. X Factor on the elimination feed being, oh my god, it's NA versus NA again. PB, what's going on here? I feel like every single match those two teams had just been fighting each other.
NA doesn't want each other to do well. I think that's what's going on. They're just like, if we can't make it, neither can you. We're gonna tear you down, brother. But they don't always know who's who. A nice little slow motion run over here. Capriz gets a little bit of early damage. But the finish will come from his teammate here as Casper's going to go down. Some nice little loot deliveries. That's one of the things I noticed a bit early on as X Factor was actually rotating by Furia. You notice Furia not really put out a lot of shots, maybe a couple to ultimately challenge them. But if you actually put out a lot of fire from up there, there's no way to refill your loot. I mean, you're 300 yards away from your enemies, and you're on a plateau where there's no way to actually go and re-loot. So they're conserving that ammunition. We'll see how that pays off for them here as teams all starting to rotate in right now. And most of those teams on the south have gone to the east, so things are getting dicey as X Factor now trades with NRG.
And they need to make a push up on here because Influence Rage is going to start keeping a close eye on what's going to happen with this fight. I don't think Influence Rage is going to end up pushing out with all their 4, but they are going to be sending at least 2 players to scout a little bit more, even if that vehicle is smoking. If they can somehow just make sure they clear these 2 teams with NRG and X Factor, they're going to have a lot of room to work with what we're currently working within the circle. And here we go. X Factor getting some grenades into NRG. That fight is starting to ensue even more. And meanwhile, they're finding the off angle and just helping out X Factor here with this fight. X Factor is actually going to end up surviving as NRG doesn't have any more players. What looked to be like it was going to end up going NRG's way. Influence Rage say, no. We're here. We'll help out X Factor real quick.
How mad are you if you're, NRG? At 24K is sitting in circle safe right now, as we can see from the map overlay. He's on the north side of Graveyard right there. But man, his team was actually in a decent spot against X Factor, and Influence Rage is like, you know what, we're going to send a couple people up, maybe rain in some grenades, see what happens. And for them, they were able to capitalize, picking up more points, and that is why this is a second place team right now. Influence Rage, consistent, continuing to play smart and not, overexpose themselves, but chip away and pick up those points when they are available. So next circle is about to start moving. It is closing down right now, and we're going to have to see teams start to rotate in. Again, that south side of the circle where we're looking at Furia right now, this was going to be heavily contested as they head in, and it looks like Team Liquid down there ahead of them contesting pretty heavily.
You're wondering how mad they would be if you're NRG. If I'm one of the NRG players, I mean, it is a LAN event. They are currently at the same venue. I'm going to pass by real quick whenever the players do end up going on break. I'm going to look at Influence Rage where they end up sitting as we see X Factor player getting eliminated there in Baton and X Factor getting fully eliminated. But I'll be like, you know what, those hen fans, maybe you guys don't need an extra fan. Maybe I need an extra fan if I'm NRG and take it on my way to the desk. But yeah, it's fun theories here that I would do if I was a player.
Absolutely.
I would not be a good player, by the way. I'll be an awful player.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a little quick bathroom break, stroll by real quick, see what we can find here. A little scavenger hunt. I will say Big Milo here, the lone survivor from his team. Big Milo trying to stay hidden for the most part. He's got himself a rock that he's going to call home for as long as he possibly can. Somehow staying out of sight lines of Team Liquid down below. He likely will be in a spot where he can surprise somebody. I don't know if Furia knows that he is there. But they definitely know that Team Liquid is there. So they could be tunnel visioned on that compound down below and just nicely run by Big Milo here. Keep an eye on that. But most squads here, aside from NRG, Team Queso, and the Latin Kings, are at full strength still. So we've got, it looks like 9 squads right now, or 8 squads at 4 players up. So this is going to be a really chaotic final few zones.
We do, and I'm actually a little bit disappointed there from Team Queso because yesterday they just had such a good performance. I think it was 2 second-place finishes in both of the Miramars that we ended up playing for that team, and right now nothing has been going their way. They were able to get blessed a little bit by the circles yesterday, but so far nothing on the rotation has been able to work out. We're wondering what Alpha7 was going to end up doing. Now they're going to have to fight, and it's looking like it's not going to be going their way as McGrellin ends up getting knocked and eliminated, and it's going to be none other than Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, one of those teams that Reflections was actually hyping up, and I was there with it because of what we were able to see out of this team on Sunday, but so far it has not been the likes of the Twisted Minds that we're used to seeing, at least from what we saw on their bonus days. As so far, before we went into this match, they only have 50 points. Now you got Mafioso trying to find the off angles there. That's what he's good at. Let's see if he can actually do it for his team as they're playing with 1 man down.
Absolutely. You can see just a few teams in the circle right now. Everyone else trying to battle their way in. One of the teams in the circle is Influence Rage. You can see them in the upper left, that light blue color, and they are getting a bit beat up right now. Not sure who is shooting them. Could be All Glory Gaming from the Ridge. It is indeed, and they are hanging in, though. They've got 3 members up. They did lose 1. But they are able to persevere here nicely and try to get a spot. But as you can see, they do not have a lot of cover, and they are all piling on one top of each other. It looks like a big cuddle puddle over there for if you're Influence Rage.
Wait, how did this happen? How did Alpha7 leapfrog Twisted Minds? Okay.
They just drove around.
I was not expecting to see this because they were completely on the opposite sides, but now the Vicious might have been able to help out Alpha7 a little bit there. as Twisted Minds is currently working with one less player. So we might have ended up missing a third party there that happened between some of this team. And the Vicious, I mean, I got to give them some credit. Not only because you're here, not only because of the performances that they've been able to put in up, but just because of the aggressiveness. This team, even though they say they're from Mexico, I feel like they're Brazilian because of that aggressiveness that they're being able to put up. As soon as they see an opening, they just go for it. Furia, being an aggressive team, cruelly knocking some players there from VIP.
Yeah, I think the Mexican teams are definitely aggressive, but sometimes haven't been able to execute as well as the teams from Brazil. But here is a team that is doing well today, and it's great because it's their double points day, and that is exactly what you want to see. So we are taking a peek here at VIP, which they'll take a nice little late game performance if they can get it. Only 3 players still alive at this point for them. Getting beaten up right now, probably just a matter of time, because AGG has their sights set on them. And Cunha watches M2MV go down. I don't know if he's going to bother with the revive. Not sure that there's the time for it, but maybe. He's going to pick up some meds, try to get to circle here, but it's just about curtains for VIP.
Yeah, VIP not looking good. They're currently being surrounded. Not only do you have to worry about Furia, not only do you have to worry about Influence Rage, on top of that, you have AGG on their horizon, putting some shots your way as well. He might be able to pick up his player right here, but besides that, I don't know what's going to happen here. I wonder if they're just, I think they might have just decided to give up on that player and just go for the extra heals and see if he can maybe turn some of those knocks into eliminations. Oh, he ends up getting caught there at the end. VIP Esports, a team that's on those bonus points, eliminated, and now we're going to be switching it up over to Furia versus AGG. 2 teams that have been able to be aggressive. AGG being a little bit more aggressive and coming out on top there with that fight, as they're going to be able to regroup each other and have to worry about Influence Rage on the horizon.
Oh, Big Milo's out. Unfortunate for him, but Team Liquid does catch him. And that is not what he was hoping for. He's able to sneak around for quite some time, though, and Team Queso finishes in 6th place, which is, or I guess not 6th. He finished with, I believe they had 6 elims. I don't know why the number 6 is in my head, but I look now and see there's 8 teams alive. Latin Kings among them, which is a nice change of pace for them. So we'll see. I really want to go back to that switch up here. If we look at the zone, we'll see the Alpha7 leapfrog over Twisted Minds, how well that's going to pay off for them. This is a team that just seems to ninja their way into zone and fight their way. I mean, it looked like they were going to have to go through Twisted Minds, and they just disengaged and drove around them. So really, really impressive from Alpha7.
And I'm glad that they were able to do that, considering that they are playing with the man down. And now they kind of have an advantage here because they have Twisted Minds helping them out on the Vicious. If for some reason Twisted Minds does decide to push on that, it is going to be a 3v3, and then they kind of leave themselves open there for the Vicious. Maybe third-partying that. We have to wait and see what's going to happen, as now we're going to be switching it over to Influence Rage, a team that has been very quiet because they have had most of the circles now getting grenades rained down upon them from AGG, and AGG is looking to be aggressive. They're looking to continue on what we were able to see earlier between them and Furia, and they're looking to get into that action as Dev is just trying to get some heals off. There you go. The Buggy's going to be coming in. Is he going to be able to get that knock? He's not going to be able to get that knock. Explosions are just going all over the place. Dev is trying to stay alive, and he's going to end up getting knocked.
That might have been the slowest I've ever seen somebody die in PUBG Mobile. That was painful, but Influence Rage will go out here in 7th place. They pick up 2 elims to their name, but a lot of familiar faces still alive in this one. You can see our top 6 teams in the tournament. 4 of them still alive at this point, and joined by a couple of others in NRG and AGG. All Glory Gaming having a decent game right here. 8 elims leading all teams thus far, and playing quite aggressive on the outskirts. Remember, they came down from the hillside, had to fight their way in from the cliffs, and somehow, some way, they've been able to do it.
Team Liquid, man, Team Liquid has been so quiet this whole match. Team Liquid just doing Team Liquid things. You were talking about it earlier, PB, as well. You're surprised at how this team just stays quiet. I was talking about how when I blink, they have 1 elimination. I blink again, they are up to 7 or 8. They're looking to do the exact same thing here on this match, as we do have Twisted Minds very close by. And right now, they're sitting. Look at this. I haven't even seen them, and they're already at 7 eliminations. I have to wipe my eyes to make sure I'm looking at the right stats here out of this team, because they're just doing it so quietly.
They really are. I think this is like the definition of a team that lets the game come to them, right? They put themselves in great positions, and ultimately the elims just kind of present themselves, right? They get a good position, they have cover, Unlike NRG, tier 24K gets absolutely destroyed from range. The Vicious putting up only their second elim of the game, but they do so in eliminating another team, which they'll take. And they get this high ground in the church here. And I'm thinking some nades are going to be bombarding in here on Bruno's in here in short order. We'll see which team is actually able to get them off. But can he peek out in time to catch All Glory Gaming cresting that ridge? We will see, but it's about to start popping off here on Miramar.
Yeah, Brudozen trying to figure out if he wants to stay there a little bit longer. I mean, you have Team Liquid. They're contemplating on something, on which team they're going to have to first and what's going to happen after that as well. Because right now you have Twisted Minds wanting to push the action. They will have to push the action at some point. They have to crash up, or it's going to be Team Liquid. As you can see, Team Liquid getting ready there with those grenades.
Nades are ready, just about to come flying out. Chief, Mythic, Ayala, all cocking them up, getting ready to throw them. We'll see if they're able to connect. Guizhou takes a bit of damage first. Rataboy down to 1/3 health. They return fire and connect. Mythic down on his knees, and these are two titans of the lobby right now. Advantage to Twisted Minds early. The follow-up connects, takes down Mythic, and Chief has just a sliver of health remaining.
Chief trying to see if he can maybe survive some of this fights. I mean, you don't know what's going to end up happening here, as now you have Twisted Minds going in for the push, trying to see if they can just end up eliminated Team Liquid. Cardozen going to be one of those players alive, and there you go. They were able to eliminate them.
It's absolutely a great push there from Twisted Minds. They are able to pick up the victory, and now the Vicious is down. Alpha7 looking to pick up their first elims of the game if they can manage to do so. Mafioso turns it on, and just like that, Alpha7 picks up a full squad wipe. All 4 elims from the Vicious go Alpha7's way. And just like you were talking about with Team Liquid, you'll look down, see them not with many elims, and all of a sudden they have a bunch. Well, Alpha7's looking to do the exact same thing, and somehow All Glory Gaming able to pick up the scraps here and take down Twisted Minds. So 7, they have made it all the way down the cliff, across the field. Somehow, some way, they are still standing, and now it's time to go up against Alpha7.
How have the tables turned? A team that wanted to be aggressive, a team that's been wanting to be really aggressive. AG, currently 2 players alive, trying to take on this with 7. And it seemed like whatever Alpha7 was able to do earlier in leapfrogging Twisted Minds, it works wonders for them, because not only do they end up surviving that mayhem that would have probably happened during that fight, they end up securing themselves at least a top 2 situation. And you can see Mafioso going there towards the horizon, trying to get some kind of off angles.
I like the positioning here, one behind the other right now. A little bit of an off angle, but this is definitely advantage Alpha7. Flashes come out, and Adrian may not be able to see, but he's able to convert, takes down one of the opposing members. Looks like Carrillo is down, and now it's up to Melgar to try to clutch. Mafioso able to hold him off, and they're going for the revive. They won't need it, as Mafioso able to finish the job. Alpha7 picks up another winner chicken dinner, and they are pushing their way up the standings. First place, it might be in jeopardy.
It just might be in jeopardy, and considering that Alpha7, you know what, we're not even close to getting to their day. They're going to be looking informed, because if this is what Alpha7's currently going to got for us, I'm all for it. I want to continue to see more of this.
Absolutely. Well, Taylor, this was crazy. Hey. We saw a lot of the same teams up there once again. I don't know how much ground Alpha7 will be able to make up, because we saw the strengths of Team Liquid and Influence Rage's performance. But who knows? We'll see that in just a bit. I'm sure of it.
Oh, without a doubt. The thing is, we get wrapped up in this Alpha7 Team Liquid conversation, and rightly so, right? It's super interesting, because they've been just 2 titans that have fought throughout the different seasons, more specifically spring season to fall season. Alpha7 is doing a great job staying where they currently are. The more important thing is they stay top 5, and that's not even accounting for PMGC points, which is going to be a conversation much later on. Enigma was bringing that up yesterday and the day before, but I like that Alpha7 now has gotten 2 wins today. They've managed to do so in pretty convincing fashion, and one thing that I do like about Alpha7 today, PB, is the fact that they stay consistent in their overall zones, in their overall placings, or in their overall positioning. They love to take the dead side of zone if they can afford to, but if they can't get the dead side of zone, it's not uncommon to see Alpha7 still make a bad situation and put it into a good situation. That's just how good they are.
Absolutely. Really, really nice job from All Glory Gaming here, holding this high ground here, and I was shocked to see them actually make it off of that plateau with so many teams holding compounds down below. They're able to battle across open ground and through squads and ultimately make it to a top 2 situation. The road did have to end there for them, though, as VIP as well. This was the same road that All Glory Gaming traveled, but they were actually able to do it successfully somehow, some way. And this was one I was really hoping for Big Milo to be able to wreak havoc even more. I don't know if he got that confirmed. It was awfully close, but hopefully for TQ's sake, they were able to put that point in the bag. Ultimately, Taylor, this was a really, really impressive game all the way around on Miramar, especially from Alpha7, as they did not have a great spot in the circle, and they leapfrogged over Twisted Minds here and made their way in.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they had an opportunity to kind of shut them down, try to anyways, and unfortunately they fell a little bit short. Alpha7, though, started getting gunned down. The Vicious made a great run for what it's worth. I thought they were going to win that fight. Ultimately, they end up losing it. We get towards the tail end, and now AGG starts to kind of fall behind, but we can't discredit how good of a game that they just had, 7. AGG, 10 eliminations, second place. That's the best game we've seen from them in quite some time.
It is. I mean, this is why we were kind of hyping up that team. And then when PB and I were talking about teams that you need to be careful because you don't want to end up getting picked on because of your lackluster performance, we didn't put AGG in that list because of this kind of performances. I do have to give some props though. Mafioso being able to stay alive there towards the end, as I was able to just watch that replay, being able to get those angles, being the anchor for this team is what's gonna continue to make them a championship team. And I'm hoping that this team, Alpha7, continues to work on that, because that's 2 wins for the Daddy. And Reflections, they might be able to get a last one. Maybe
that
3
would be
wins
nice,
in one day.
wouldn't it? I mean, it'd definitely be a big surprise if they're able to. I like this point spread, 7. It's one of the biggest, or one of the closest point spread I think we've seen across all the maps today.
Yeah, it definitely has. I mean, in regards to eliminations, Twisted Minds, happy to see them once there towards the top. The Vicious as well. These are teams, and especially for the Vicious, this is team that's trying to take advantage over those double points. And boy, have they been able to do that here today. Now, when we go on the opposite of here, X Factor, I feel like it's not up to par with what we saw out of them in week 1.
Right, it's not. And I was actually going to ask a little bit, maybe a conversation for later, what happened to X Factor in that last game? Why did they continue to falter early on despite getting several eliminations? And you know, that's a question I'll have for you guys in just a little bit. Team Liquid, though, will continue their lead by 26 points. Influence Rage has still yet to catch up, PB, despite Influence Rage being on double points. And I'll tell you what, PB, for me, that's a massive shock. I genuinely thought Influence Rage would already be in first place by this point.
You know, that is also the answer to your question about what happened to X Factor. It's Influence Rage, third party, and out of nowhere. And it's plays like that keep them, you know, in second place, but ultimately no one has been able to match the consistency of Team Liquid. Not only do they have a million billion placement points, that might be a slight exaggeration, but the elims, man, they're putting forth so much firepower each and every game. And like I was describing on Miramar, they're doing it in a way where they're not necessarily headhunting. They're just finding great spots, great positions in the circle, and they're letting the game come to them. Teams are presenting themselves to Team Liquid on a silver platter, and Team Liquid continues to take advantage of it.
Well, there's one more game remaining, 7.
You guys see what I'm seeing right now with X Factor? The biggest question mark for me, look at everybody's placement points. Over 1, except for Twisted Minds. They're still at 98. And then you get to X Factor with those 50. I think this is going to be what I've been kind of worried about. It being a negative Nancy here with that team, because they are NA. I like being an NA fanboy, but man, those 50 placement points just hurt.
Well, 7, you got to group them with those placement points. You group them with Inco, the Latin Kings, and Intense Game.
Yep.
That's the crowd you're hanging out with 50 placement points. But on the elim side, they're hanging tough, right? 162 elim points. That is not bad at all. And, you know, I got to say, they've just got to pick up the consistency on where they're placing. Take a note from Team Liquid. Put yourself in that good situation. But I will say, before, obviously, we had to break, the consistency of all of these teams, Taylor, is crazy. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. These teams are all, you know, as soon as you think one of them is catching on the leaders, nothing moves, nothing changes. All of
Right.
the other teams are performing just as well, game in and game out, and it's rare when you see a team that is on the top right now in the top 5 falter.
You know, it's interesting. Yesterday, we barely saw any movement. That was to be expected because it wasn't double points for anybody. Today, we've seen probably just as little movement on the leaderboard, even though it's Group A's double points. It's quite shocking, honestly. And again, it goes back to what you said, PB, right? That consistency from all the rosters today. And speaking of consistency, we are now on day number 7. And therefore, I've got to ask all of you out there for a little bit of help. If you notice, there is a link at the top of the chat, and we want your feedback to make PMSL Americas even better. We want you to check out that link below and fill out a quick survey. Share your thoughts on the broadcast, talent, and the event overall. Let us know how we are doing. It only takes a minute, but it makes a massive difference. Help us bring you the best gaming experience possible. We all want to improve, and we need your help to do so. Make sure to check out that link below so we can start improving today. Hey, we're going to take one more final break, but when we come back, the final game of the day, we hop back into Erangel. Let's see how Group A is going to perform on their final chance for double points.
Ruxa, pega da direita. Bora. Pega da direita. Caiu, desculpa. Já chega. Chega disso, This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day number 7. We've got 5 games down and, well, 1 more to go. We hop back into Erangel where we started the day off. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by PB or Power Bank, whichever one. I guess we're at this point, everybody's on a PB basis with you, right? You've been doing this PUBG Mobile for a long time, brother.
Well, I have. Thanks for pointing out. I mean, at some point here, you're going to be able to date me using my PUBG install 8 date here, which happened to be March 20th, 2018. So, again, It's been great to be along all these years with PUBG Mobile Esports, going all the way back to the very first global events. But here we are for the PUBG Mobile Super League America's fall tournament with some of the best teams in the region. And boy, oh boy, I feel like some of those best teams are finally at a point where there's like real parity. We've got our standouts, but man, the scores are close, Taylor. And I feel like this is one of the first times that it's just been really close, like, neck and neck the whole way. And it's just been, so consistent from everyone this entire tournament so far.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And the beautiful thing as well is you're having teams perform well each and every week and every single day. Teams that, okay, where did they come from? Like Loops, for example, really the shining example as far as I'm concerned. They were a medium-based team, kind of middle of the pack, and then all of a sudden yesterday it's like, whoa, wait a second, 52 eliminations, and today they haven't done half bad either. They've managed to get a winner chicken dinner on Sanhok, 9 eliminations, and, aside from that, they've been kind of hit or miss, but regardless, it's a great team. I'm liking each and every day. And another roster from North America is NRG Galaxy, who had their chance to shine. Top 3 performance, PB, during week 1. Of course, they started to falter and fall off a little bit. But one change that they have made for NRG is the IGL position. And I would love for you to break this down. You've got Fate, you've got Spec, and, well, here's the stats from the different seasons.
Absolutely. To me, this just screams Fate cleaning up everyone else's knocks. That's what I'm saying. He's getting all those E-limbs, putting those in the bag. But honestly, both of these guys, tremendous assets to the team. And I love how when they have split those IGL duties, it's actually seemingly paid off pretty well for NRG. And to the likes of a, 17 E-limb game today. So really, really good stuff from NRG. We'll keep an eye on them here for our final game on Erangel.
Yeah, without a doubt, this is their final chance to really make an impact today. They had one of our biggest games of the day with 17 total eliminations, but here it is, map number 6. We're dropping in to Erangel, the final game of the day. Who from Group A will earn the most points? Who will be able to jump up in the leaderboard on their bonus points? Without further ado, let's go ahead and send it over to the casters. We've got Taylor Reflections Noble as well as Powerbank. Boys, take it away. Hey, thank you, Taylor Reflections. I appreciate you. Game number 6, PB. We've been waiting for this all day long, and we have finally made it, right? The final chance for the teams to earn their double points, but also a chance potentially for Influence Rage to finally overtake that of Team Liquid, but they need a big final game here.
Did you just throw a pass to yourself, Taylor Reflections?
And I caught a touchdown, baby.
Oh, baby. Well, it sounds like you got it from here. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back when the show is over, my friend. But hey, we are on our final map of the day, but the action has not concluded just yet. We've got a nice, comfortable central plane path here from the Povkata Hospital, and all of these teams will distribute pretty evenly across the island so far. Very interested to see the circle pop, and if we get that military southern zone like we've been seeing so often on Erangel, and we do. It is down similar to our first game of the day. 50% of the zone is water right now, so Primorsk, Ferry Pier, and Military Base will be common destinations for all of these teams.
Oh, I was just about to highlight Team Liquid too. I was like, okay, this is looking great for them on military, but it doesn't look like they land military. They're not going military. They're kind of staying over there next to prison and shelter. They've got the 2-2 split, which is quite interesting. We really never see Team Liquid. Actually, I think for this season, PB, this is the first time we've seen Team Liquid take a mainland drop.
I think you're right, and maybe it's going to come back to bite them here, but I bet it doesn't because they're pretty talented and seemingly coming out on top in every game that they play. So I'm going to trust them that they know what they're doing. I don't recall seeing this from them before, though, but, you know, I like a little bit of unpredictability in drop spots, right? Especially when you're the top dog and everybody kind of knows what you're doing. It helps people not target you, right? If you become a target here, smartly pausing on the bridge, though, for 9Z is Choco, and on the other side, it looks like Twisted Minds might be lying in wait. They've got the camp set up, and Rattle Boy is going to falter. That's not how you camp the bridge. You don't set up the entire team and then go just run out there and die.
Well, still a chance for Twisted Minds to push 9Z back. They go full send. They get that first knock and first full elimination, and they say, well, let's capitalize off of this and push up, and we'll take out the other 3. It doesn't work out that way. So the good news for Twisted Minds is they at least push them off, and they can recover, but maybe not for long. I'm curious where Padrino is going. Look at him. He's just kind of going by himself as a solo straight into military.
Well, this is a fight I don't know if Loops wants. They've got Cold Goat, the tournament's leading fragger, and Milos K in the car, and this is a tough one, as AGG, though not as fortunate. Melgar easily able to be taken down out of the vehicle, and now Loops has a bit of a trap sprung. It does not look... he might stay around for the off angle here, as it looks like the rest of his team is actually on the bridge on the other side, so they are going to try to finish this push here. All Glory Gaming in trouble.
Oh, huge for 7 if he can stay alive, nearly dropping 2 from Loops. I mean, you want to talk about a sliver of health. The Loops member stays alive. Now, you got to question if Rivas and the rest of the AGG roster was able to get there in time. Would 7 have lived? I think the answer is undeniably yes, but we're about to find out. Nino, he drops down. AGG full send in. Rivas tagged up quite a bit. Loops is fighting hard. AGG will fall. And what looked to be great, 7 leading the charge, getting a drop. Unfortunately for them, they will be the first team finished off, but good news for Loops as they get a full team wipe.
This is that inconsistent play that we were highlighting last game from All Glory Gaming. They go off a great performance, a second place finish, lots of eliminations, to an early bridge camp fail as they are eliminated off of an early knock there from Loops. Really nice play from Loops, and it might be just what they need to start building that momentum. Once again, they're currently top spot of the second page of the standings. That is not where they want to be. They're looking to claw up to that first page as we see the Botate here coming in from Team Queso, securing their position early on Military Island.
I know that's a common term, but I love that name, Botate. It's just, it's super unique to PUBG Mobile, and it's a fun word, man. It's a fun word without question. TQ taking that edge, which good on them for doing so. They do have Loops around them. The question is, does Loops know that? And also, on the opposite side, something you all can't see is Team Liquid is going across that right side bridge. And luckily for them, Twisted Minds has completely backed off, so Team Liquid should be able to cross if they so decide. Now, things do get a little bit risky, however, as PB, I do see X Factor are also moving in on them. So Team Liquid now goes from wanting to cross the bridge to wanting to stay put and challenge X Factor head on.
Yeah, you can see those buggies zooming across the beach, and look at the Team Liquid swarming. They see the danger, and Baton, he's not afraid, but this is gonna bite him. This is not a fight that he's going to win, I don't think.
It's gonna be tough, isn't it? Good nade. Oh, I thought it was going to be a good nade. Just bounces. Baton barely living. He cannot take a single shot, or else he's going to fall down to the wayside. For Team Liquid, we know they're an aggressive team. Do they get aggressive here? It's a bit risky, right? Because you got that flat land above, so I think both rosters are wanting to kind of stay down into the divots. As far as I'm concerned, this fight, PP, is kind of a 50-50. The only unfortunate thing is both rosters are going to be in the blue zone, but that's more of an issue for X Factor at this point than it is for Team Liquid.
Absolutely, and I feel like this is a bit of a risky fight as well. I mean, definitely going to find themselves in the blue zone, but these teams are looking to disengage as quickly as possible here because they are directly next to one of the only choke points that can lead teams to that southern island. And the longer they drag this fight out, the more likely it is that someone is going to come zooming by trying to get down south, and X Factor seems to know it, but unfortunately for them, they are losing a member, it looks like, out of that car. They're going to stop and try to get him picked up. But this is tough for them as Team Liquid smells blood in the water.
They do, and they're hunting, right? They're sharks, and they want their prey. They continue to push up, and they continue to take down members of X Factor. There's really nowhere X Factor can go. The only way that they can really get across to the to military is to go to the other bridge, which is already being occupied by VIP. They have to fight this fight, and they've got to try to make the most of it. Unfortunately for them, there's not a lot to make from it because TL continues to take them down. Havlik falls, another one down as well. A risky revive doesn't pay off. Baton is the last one standing, and the Hail Mary nade is truly his last stand, the last stand of the Alamo. Baton will fall, and Team Liquid will get almost a flawless win. They do at least lose one player, but you know what? Hey, that's a good win in my book.
Absolutely. I will laugh when that vehicle explosion takes down one of the Team Liquid players from range. Not exactly what they were hoping for. But for me, this was a fight that I don't know if it was avoidable by X Factor, but it was certainly one where they were not destined to win. You could tell right when they pulled up that they just did not have the right positioning. Team Liquid had their players covered super well. They had Mythic driving around on the off angle, and ultimately just didn't see enough offense there from X Factor. They played too much D, trying to go for the smokes instead of the offensive nades, and ultimately it comes back to bite them. Team Liquid able to persevere, put some elim points in their bank, and they will love that as they start to build momentum heading south onto Military Island.
And they're going to their homeland, Military. They may have not landed there. They may have switched it up and went mainland, which paid off. They do lose one player, but at least get a team wipe on X Factor. But now when they go down to Military, they're going to be on the backside of everybody else playing the gatekeeper role, which is great news for them because I think it's a team that can absolutely excel in that moment.
They're gonna turn back and go north. Look at this hard shift from the circle. It has gone back to where it's probably 55-45 on that northern side. And who knows what they're going to find. If it does indeed go north, they'll have to fight across another bridge later on. So I don't know if they'll go south or continue to go south, but we'll keep an eye on that as we see Latin Kings and the vicious clash in open field. They will drive away from each other for now as everyone prioritizing zone position. Things have just gotten kind of shaken up here because that zone going north was, I don't think anyone expected that.
No, it's getting weird, isn't it? I mean, that 50-50 split, it could still potentially go down to Military, but with the majority of the zone being up in mainland, that's where everybody's choosing to go. But it's still that bridge fight, the water rotations, which are currently taking place with Loops as well as Team Queso. You've got mainland teams ready to gun them down. I'm looking at Alpha7, I'm looking at Furia. So for 9Z, Twisted Minds, Loops, Team Queso, who have to come from Military to mainland, it's not going to be easy, and we could very well lose all of those talented rosters within the next couple of minutes. Meanwhile, Alpha7, we transition to them currently in an engagement. McGrellan takes a little bit of damage, but he's going to be just fine. They got to find a way to get up to that choke point, right up those stairs, and challenge that of Intense Game Remix. But now you got Poppy Sour also moving in. So Intense Game, they're ready to fight it out against A7.
Poppy Sour's like, I'm not getting caught on the sidelines again this game. I'm going to be putting myself right in that fight, and they are going to need him. Intense Game already down one member, but fighting back valiantly against Alpha7 right here. Here is a nice knock on Mafioso. Intense Game coming out of nowhere right now to take down Alpha7 as only Carrillo is up in the distance. He sees Hayuya land some shots, but he is in a bad spot right now.
He's going to go ahead and run away, but he's got two in front of him. He can't run very far. Cooking the nade. Alpha7 knows how to throw him with the best. He throws it out the window. It doesn't connect, unfortunately. His position is exposed. Now he has no choice but to push up with the shotty, and he will fall. Only one member remains now. Actually, no members, excuse me. Carrillo's gone. Alpha7 eliminated. An Intense Game gets a tremendous win. Think about where they are on the standings, PB. And for them to take down the number 3 team, the Esports World Cup champions, it's only one map, it's only one fight, but you gotta give credit where credit is due. Intense Game, that was impressive.
They got to feel good about that fight, right? They're looking for anything at this point to build some momentum, to start feeling some confidence in what they're able to do here on the battlegrounds. And when you're taking down the champs, right, Alpha7, that's got to be something that's going to stoke your confidence just a little bit here. As we turn our attention now to the next circle, we're going to be looking at stage 3 popping, and it is right on that bridge. Still a 50-50 zone. It could go either way, but it does look like just a little bit more land to the north, as only Twisted Minds and 9Z are still south of that bridge. That's got to feel pretty good for both of them, as it's still easily could come their way.
But if it doesn't, think about what they have to go through. Not only each other, but then Loops and Team Queso standing next to Pier. And that's exactly where they're going to go if they rotate through water. If they go to the bridge, they've got VIP. They've got Team Liquid just up there. They've got Inco. But they're taking a risk. And I tell you what, the reward for that risk, PB, would be tremendous and could very well set them up for a top 3 finish just based off of that alone, even with 13 teams still remaining. So I think they're willing to take that on the final game. After all, you don't win championships without taking some risk.
That's a great point. So we take a little overview here. Ferry Pier, take a peek at Furia moving in, as we also have Loops holding the warehouses there close to shore. We also are in control of the docks here. Loops having a great day as, again, pretty aggressive. Had a few misses early on, but they've already got 4 elims here in our final game of day 2 of week 2 here. So really liking the play from Loops so far. Another team that I'm really liking as well is Team Queso. Again, this is a team that they have jumped over, or actually tied, Twisted Minds today, but win the tiebreaker based on chicken dinners, but they are now in 4th place, so Queso making moves as well. They also have some of the top fraggers in the entire tournament on their team, led by Colgoat here as the number 1 overall in elims in the entire tournament.
Which is impressive, right? Team Queso, they've been playing very well. Yes, we've been highlighting. We've slowed down a little bit, but still definitely a roster that is in top 5. They're currently number 4. I believe they can finish top 5 at the end of the season. They do need to speed it up a bit. I want to see the Team Queso of week 1 in week 2, especially with a couple more days still remaining. But we'll get there. We'll definitely will. And who knows? This could very well be their game 2. NRG fired a couple of shots on Intense Game, the team that just took down Alpha7 a little bit ago, but Intense Game, hey, they're kind of dipping out. They don't really want that fight, but I'm curious for NRG, do they decide to chase this down? Because 24K seems like he wants to scrap.
Yeah, I would chase this down. They split those cars, and they know it, so they are going to be able to drive a wedge in between the squads. They do start to consolidate right now. Poppy Sour joining up with Hayuya. Fate doing a bit of scouting on the front end of this zone. These two teams look destined to clash here in the forest, and I am here for it. I will say it is 2 North American teams, so you know they're going to fight. That is in their blood. It is in their DNA, so expect a bloodbath here shortly.
America's huge, but why do we have to continue to fight each other on such hollowed ground, man? I just don't get it, but you know what? I'm here for it.
Yes!
Who's the better NA team? Maybe even if they don't make top 5, we're going to figure out who the best NA team is, and that's some bragging rights regardless when it comes to PMSL America's fall season. But still some distance between the two, and we do see the zone collapse in. The storyline between 9Z, Twisted Minds taking that risk to stay on the military side. Well, they still have a sliver of land that's safe, but the question is, for how long? Meanwhile, on the opposite side for mainland, you've got a couple of teams willing to scrap it out. Influence Rage, Furia, VIP. They're starting to get closer and closer. And for Furia, they don't really have a lot of hard cover like Influence Rage and VIP have. So they're in a weird spot, and I'm curious how they make it out of it.
I don't know that they need to make it out of it. We still got a nice little 50-50 zone centering on that bridge, and if you recall back to our first week, that is the exact same spot that Influence Rage was able to take and actually win the chicken dinner from that very ground. So we'll see if Furia is able to do that here this game, but I am hoping and praying for that bridge finish. I want to see people swimming in the water, slapping 5, unable to do anything as people are trouncing around that bridge above head. I cannot wait to see if that happens, but here is the NA fight we were talking about. Intense Game able to get the dub over NRG Galaxy, so they will have bragging rights at least for the moment as VIP goes out shortly after them.
Hey, they've taken down A7. Now they've taken down another NA roster of NRG. You've got to be happy with that result. They may be on the bottom of the leaderboard, but they might very well be at the top when it comes to the overall game number 6. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Now, unfortunately for Inco, another NA roster, they look like they are starting to fall. We hop on board with them. Wancho in the smoke and the confusion. He wanted to get it active up. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do so. And now, closing the gap is going to be the Vicious. You notice David just on the opposite side, and he will finally pounce on Wancho, taking him down, and we will lose yet another team.
I don't even know what I was watching there. Was that David there the entire time? I don't know. All I know is Inco's gone with 1 elim, so they cracked 200 finally to get up to 201, and there is a flying boat. So really nice explosion there. They're trying to see if anyone's hiding underneath it, and they do connect. Vitin able to connect with Milos, and that was a really incredible grenade. I wish we had cut to that like 2 seconds sooner. Maybe we can get a replay.
Goat, he wants some Loops action. As he closes the gap, he moves to the left. Loops has to know that he's slowly making his way up. That nade's not going to connect, just a little bit off to the right. So he'll have to continue to work his way. And Loop's player is finished on the left, and Goat is making priority to get up there and potentially get that finish. And I think that's what's on his mind. But more importantly, they just want to finish off Loops as a whole. There's only 2 players remaining, and Goat is quickly covering the distance. This nade could be nasty, but Loops sniffs it out. They take cover just in the nick of time.
They heard it. That was an incredible set of ears on somebody, man. I think Nilzada's like Dumbo over there or something, because he's like, hey, pull the pin, run! But they had that revive halfway done, and they abandoned it from 1 building over. Impressive stuff here. We'll see if it's going to save him in the end. Goat, though, on the push. And he does, but he's on fire!
Oh, he lives! I can't believe it. All right, Loops, they stay alive. Hey, you remember Loops of old when they were the Team Liquid roster? They were notorious, right, for only having 1-2 players alive and still making it to the very end. Well, in this case, they're going to be a little bit better off. They should get the revive on their 3rd player. All 3 players will be up. They only lose 1 ultimately, but that sliver of health, reminiscent of the old Loops roster. This org in general, PB, just knows how to stay alive.
They really do. Survivalists, I would call them, but definitely not pacifists. They like to mix it up, that's for sure. Right. And here we go. We've got 9Z starting to secure their side of the bridge. Setting up a little car moat here. I don't know if the zone... I mean, it's too soon to tell. The zone will start to collapse right now, though, as everyone's starting to make their way towards the play zone. Cinetex is spotting out Obscure from the other side. Lands some shots, but unfortunately, the return fire to Choco is too much for him to handle. And it looks like 9Z down to 3 players at this point. Guizhou and Federal, Obscure, all holding that front line here. This is a big clash right now that will ultimately give control of that southern island to somebody. Who will it be, though? 9Z or Twisted Minds?
I'm on the edge of my seat to see how that's going to turn out. I've been watching it, waiting, bated breath for it to collapse down and see which side is going to benefit over the other. I did see David into the elimination feed. He managed to pick up another elimination, this time on Latin Kings X Navy Sills. Good on him. He's having a great game, it seems, so far. Loops on 6 eliminations total. Team Liquid still hanging around, and Twisted Minds, again, like you mentioned, wisely so, right? They don't have to move. They're happy with where they're currently at. Now, Brunson, he's in a little bit of trouble. He's got Flames to his left, Team Liquid just below him, and Team Liquid is on the hunt, and this is a team I wouldn't want to try and, I don't know, 1v3. But then again, he only has to get through 1 player.
Latin Kings rolling up and quickly being knocked. That's okay. It was a good effort. Bruno's then coming out to try to get the finish here. He takes down Ayala, which is the top damage dealer in the entire tournament. Ayala down, but Team Liquid not out just yet. You can see 2 members still hanging tough. Now just 1 with Cartizan on the outside of the action here. Looking in, hanging tough, and Influence Rage on the ridge here, overlooking everything. They've got a nice vantage point, and more importantly, they've got 4 players alive. Only 2 squads right now at full strength. One of them Furia under the bridge, and the other being Influence Rage. And now Team Liquid has been eliminated, but not before, picking up 5 elims.
And that was David. David is at 5 eliminations. In total, the Vicious is at 9. Remember how they started the day, PB. A win on Erangel with 10 eliminations. Granted, the Vicious, they're on bonus points today. This is their final game to get those bonus points. They've already secured, 60, 70 plus? They're going for gold. Another big game here can net them potentially close to 100 bonus points, which would be massive comparative to the rest of the rosters. But look at this zone. It's finally collapsing, and the question is, where's it going, PB?
I don't know. Right on the middle. Oh, yeah, what? Baby, let's go. We got a bridge finish, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to wrap up day number 7. I still don't know which way it's going, and neither do the players, but is this hope for Loops? They've got Nino already out on the island, so he can actually swim out and potentially grab a 2nd place finish. But Pedrinho is already out into the water as well. He is going to be trying to hedge their bets and get position while Cinetexa provides overwatch from the rear. This is really, really incredible stuff here as this zone makes for some great late game drama.
Erangel has been absolutely diabolical today. Just diabolical. We have seen 2 water zones, and now we've got a bridge zone? Come on, how crazy can you get? Pedrinho finds himself in the middle of the water. You've got Nino just on the opposite side on the mountain. This is a weird dynamic in battle between these two. And then meanwhile, 9Z, who took a risk to stay on the military side, seems to be paying off. Twisted Minds have kind of been parking the bus, if you will, for the longest time. And I don't know, the dynamic of this fight that's about to take place really has to be paid attention to on the top side. You've got Influence Rage, right? You still have the Vicious, who's had a standout game with 9 eliminations. You've got Furia, who's been the trolls under the bridge for the longest time. Intense Game is just on the opposite side. Mainland teams are about to have a bloodbath.
They really are, and I feel like Furia's spot is going to pay off for them. They are in the driver's seat right now because they own the underside of this bridge, and with Influence Rage on the top of that high ground being really just about to be pushed out, it's likely that the next circle shift will have them move. The Vicious getting ruthlessly taken apart by Furia. They tried to take that spot from them, but so far they have not been successful.
Now, Furia is holding it down. 10 toes down. They refuse to move. But David, let's not forget about him. He's been on fire and at times been the Grim Reaper for multiple rosters. But in this case, it's a little bit too much. They finally will lose their lives. The nades, the utility for Furia will ring true. But now, the job has just begun. Now, Influence Rage is moving up. They are to challenge that of Furia. But let's not forget Intense Game. It looks like PP, they might get a little bit weird, and I don't know, go for a flank here on Influence Rage.
They're trying it. They had the right idea, right? They were like, oh, these 2 squads are fighting, let's third party, but little do they know, Furia took no damage in that fight. They are basically at full strength, and Influence Rage is now crashing on top of a fortified position. They've got Overwatch from Lil Boy up on top. The other 3 will try to push in and take some ground. They do get the opening knock on Silence. That's Federal from the rear. A third party from the south, and that is not what Furia could be hoping for. But I don't know if Influence Rage realizes that it's Furia that was knocked, because they're hearing shots on the other side of the water. And it's not revealed just yet, but we'll see if they're able to get wise to this shorthandedness from Furia.
And just a shout out, not a big story, but just want to give him a shout out. Pedrinho still swimming in the middle of the water, by the way, with Twisted Minds just absolutely gunning down everybody on the mainland. This is such a weird dynamic. And meanwhile, you got Nino, right? Just like a hurricane moving in himself, but he can't break the blue zone. He gets taken down also with the help of Guizao. So teams are falling left and right, to be expected with a chaotic bridge in zone. I'm liking Twisted Minds at this point. I think this is their game to take.
I still like Furia's spot, and if they're able to get this hold on Influence Rage and at the same time hold off Twisted Minds for the moment, I like their spot here. But ultimately, the challenge is this. Twisted Minds now knows that they have to push the bridge. That's going to limit their sight lines onto the squad that's underneath. The zone is going to push them out, and now it's really kind of a 3-team race between Influence Rage, Furia, and holy cow, they are getting picked apart right now. Furia trying to get back into the action, but Artisan being on the bridge right now, so clutch, and here comes Intense Game around the bend. Are they going to be able to make an impact here?
Yeah, finally, right? They've been holding out for the longest time, and I thought they were because Lil Boy was on top holding them down, but I don't think he was actually watching them to begin with. Artisan still down low, he'll heal up. Meanwhile, Fury member needs to get back up onto his feet, and while Remix is the one who might be making the push first, and I think they're going for a swim. Pedrinho still mid-water, Guizao pushing up, and they look to be taking the fight to Furia, but how close do they want to get?
These nades are trouble right now, starting to do damage from distance. There's the connection, and oh, it doesn't explode. I thought we might see. Oh, we do have a knock. Kirkowski down, and Furia on their last leg. It's all up to Silence. He's the lone member standing at this point, holding that down. Now Artisan underneath, trying to provide some support. And Furia getting picked apart from both sides right now. They're down to just Artisan now underneath, and Influence Rage versus Twisted Minds. Each of them will provide the sandwich necessary to get Furia out of play. Kioski down to the play zone right now, and ultimately we get the bridge finish that everyone is always hoping to see in PUBG Mobile. And we've got some swimmers in Tense Game looking to try to take that second place and storm out of the water like Navy SEALs towards the end of this one. We'll see if they're able to do so.
I'm curious what their game plan is. Like you said, second place, that's probably what they're aiming for, but Twisted Minds, Furia, you take your pick. Chat, who's going to take it? I said Twisted Minds earlier. Well, they've got 3 members up, and Tense Game still has 2. Furia with 1, Influence Rage with 1, 9Z with 1 themselves. So Twisted Minds are in a power position. Guizao sees the fishes a-swimming, but does he gun him down just yet? Well, not so fast. Remix Poppy Sour will stay deep enough despite taking some damage. Hey, they're just going for that second place. Meanwhile, Padrino still sits out there from 9Z. He's been hanging out for an eternity.
He's behind a supply drop out there in the water, so he's got hard cover for the time being. I absolutely love this, and I don't know if anybody is wise to the fact that he is even out there. The only people that saw him go were Twisted Minds a bit earlier. Loops saw him, but Loops is eliminated at this point, so not a lot of people have the intel that he's even out there. Oh, nice shots from Artisan, and he's able to survive that. Absolutely clutch from Furia's Influence Rage has been eliminated. Furia still in this.
That elimination from Artisan was absolutely massive. I can't believe he wins that fight. The grenade was placed perfectly to force him out of the cover. That works, but then Artisan sees that, and instead of just running for another box, he takes the fight, and he makes it work. Incredible job, and he brings down Federal. Could Furia, as a solo with Artisan, get this winner chicken dinner?
No way. He goes to the water, heads down below. He's got to get connected with here. Somebody's going to peek that. Will they or won't they? Now it's a matter of a heal off. Unfortunately for Artisan, despite a heroic effort, he's low on HP, and in the water, there's not a good way to patch yourself up. And so the swimmers that are already out there, full health or close to it, that's a little bit closer if there ends up being a blue zone. So now we have Twisted Minds in position right now. We've got Obscure trying to get intel. He's going to be peeking, trying to figure out where these swimmers are. Can I get some more elim points before they go out to the play zone? And then we've got Guizao on top that's going to be locking down the finish along with Federal.
Oh, finally Petrino has to leave that supply drop. He's moving forward. Artisan in the water. Obscure looking to gun some players down. Artisan really can't do much here, unfortunately. This is Twisted Minds' game to win, really to lose, honestly. Hopefully they don't make some massive errors. Intense game. They've been swimming for the longest time as well. And this zone is going to collapse down to nothingness, right? So now the teams have to continue to just go in quicker and quicker and quicker. What happens here, right? Twisted Minds, I mean, they basically just wait out the competition or got them down.
Yep, they found it. They said, hey, shoot me. That's where you'll find the other player, and they do find him. 9Z down as well, and would you look at that? Intense game. Somehow, some way, coming around the bend and locking down that second place finish that we thought they might get, sending 3 swimmers to the water, and just like that, Twisted Minds, you called it. They looked pretty good coming from the south there. They emerged as the South champions, and ultimately are the champions of the match as well, Taylor.
Oh, man, that was a great zone. That was incredible. The fact that it collapsed down perfectly to encompass mainland as well as military, that is special. And you don't see that often at all. But for Twisted Minds, a massive victory. They take a unique end zone and they make the most of it. 7, talk to me about it. You've wanted a bridge end zone for the longest time, and we finally get it.
They waited for the one time that I wasn't actually going to cast to give me that finish. And then on top of that, something that we kind of have to point out a little bit there is IG.
Yes.
I mean, what happened with this thing? Was it the circle? They do have a dolphin in their logo. So maybe that had something to do with it. But for them to actually be able to take on Alpha7, being able to beat them and get out of the way of that, I mean, that's something you guys were actually talking about during that game. That should be a confidence booster for this team, and hopefully, I'm really hoping that we see a bit of a change coming in tomorrow out of IG, especially with what we just saw.
Without a doubt. So, well, first off, before we get into the IG conversation, this Team Liquid X Factor push. 7, we watched this take place. X Factor had no choice but to push up. It was shocking to see Team Liquid choose a mainland drop for the first time, to my knowledge, in all of the fall season.
Yeah, and I think it had to do a lot with the playing path. The playing path was just absolutely nowhere near for them to start going right away towards military, where we're used to seeing them. One thing I do have to point out for Twisted Minds, they landed in Milta and they were able to just rotate so fast through that East Bridge and then just wrap around everybody else. They were able to take fights there with Team Queso, and ultimately they ended up being the first ones on the bridge. And I remember PB pointing out that boat flying out of nowhere. Overall, though, I mean, for Twisted Minds, great play out of that team and great reaction and having to adjust there with what was given due to the playing path.
And I want to talk about Intense Game because that's where 7 left off, PB. Obviously, we watched Intense Game have a tremendous game, a big confidence booster. They take down Alpha7, they move forward, they take down NRG, and now they get a second place with 8 eliminations. Their route to second place wasn't easy. They had to go through some titans, but they made it happen.
They really did. I mean, you saw them hiding in that last shot there behind the bluff there. Everything was focused on this bridge, you know, rightfully so, given that the zone also focused on this bridge for 6 circles in a row. But ultimately, around the bend, Intense Games comes, and they did what they could. They tried to get off some shots, but they realized, hey, this is pretty fortified. Let's get to the water and try to secure position, because for some reason, this circle seems to keep going water, and they made the right call there. 2 of them get knocked on the way out. That's okay, but one of them gets to safety, and that secures them second place. And while it might seem like a really passive game for Intense Game, they were able to secure 8 elims as well during this game. So a really successful final match for them here on Erangel.
Yeah, it was only passive literally at the very end, right? When they decided to go into water, they already had their eliminations. They were very satisfied with their eliminations points, and they said, okay, now let's go for the placement points. And, well, they did exactly that. Good job on their part. Seriously, an incredible game. And let's shout out the Vicious 7, right? They get 7th place. They get 9 eliminations. There's a very real chance they could have made it all the way to top 3. Unfortunately, they don't. But to finish off the day with an Erangel finish of 20 points, their bonus day was incredible.
I think it was, and I'll have to wait and see when we get to the overall, because this team might have been able to just mimic what X Factor was able to do last week at being able to secure a 50+ bonus points there. We'll have to wait and see when we get to the overall, but overall, I need to point out Influence Rage. I was a bit disappointed with their performance here, especially with the positioning that they had throughout most of those circles. They were sitting in Lighthouse, and it seems like they just, I don't know if they didn't have the amount of ammo or what it was. It just seemed like they weren't trying to pick anybody off. Something that Furia was able to do really well is they were able to defend the bottom of that bridge, the bridge troll, as you guys were calling them. And on top of that, they were able to back it up with a lot of eliminations as well.
Well, I'm happy you pointed that out, because I was thinking, like, is there a team that should have capitalized on that bridge position in those bridge zones? And Influence Rage was very much one of them, but they still finished off just behind that of Team Liquid. I can't believe it, PB. Team Liquid holds on to first place, despite Influence Rage starting the day just 44 points away from them. At one point, I believe they were within 20 points or less to catching up to Team Liquid, and while they will finish with 20 points behind that of TL, I feel like this was a wasted day of bonus points as far as I'm concerned for Influence Rage.
That's crazy that they didn't close the gap, not being that far behind and having those bonus points at their disposal today. They had a decent day. It wasn't a bad day by any stretch. But as you can see, there's still a 20-point gap between Team Liquid and themselves. And guess what? Team Liquid's got a bonus day coming up here shortly where that gap's about to get a whole heck of a lot bigger. But I want to look at the Vicious in spot number 5. They climbed into the top 5. And granted, they didn't hit top 3 like we might have surmised earlier on. But really, top 5 is where we want to be, because all of these teams move on to the global stage, and the Vicious does it on the back of a 57-point bonus point day, and that is the second best bonus point day of any team so far, only behind Team Liquid last week.
The Vicious. I mean, where has this team come from? We've been hyping you up since yesterday. We're talking about how great you guys have been able to play. I mean, you're going to end up with 114 points for the day, if I'm not mistaken. That is absolutely ridiculous. And as you were mentioning there, PB, 57 points. I was talking about how maybe they were able to mimic what X Factor did last week on their bonus points. They improved on that and they absolutely excelled on it. And on that other side, on the flip side, one team that we're not seeing anymore here, reflections on the first page, it's going to be X Factor because they just weren't able to put up the points that we saw out of them last week.
Yeah, quite sad, isn't it? I mean, I think they had a great opportunity to break into the top 5 today. They were a team that I was very much looking forward to on their bonus day, given how it went last week. And unfortunately, they falter. You know, they don't have the best of games. And because of that, they will fall down to the second page, which is quite sad given that now all North American teams are placed 9th through 16th. Now, of course, we still have 2 more bonus points weeks for Group A, but it's going to be waiting a long time, PB, until we get to that point. So X Factor, they got a lot of time until their next Thursday competition to think about how their next bonus points day is going to go.
Absolutely. X Factor really struggling this week on their bonus points day. Wanted to see a bit more from them as, again, they're the team that I feel like is one of the bright spots of NA right now. Unfortunately for them, they're only able to pick up 20 bonus points today, which is well off the mark of where you want to be. You want to be picking up at least 50 points on your bonus day if you're going to keep up with all of these teams that really have a real shot for a top 5 placement and a chance to move on to globals.
That was a great day. 6 games finished, and hey, we got more action to come throughout the next days, and I can't wait to get into it. Before we do, though, we've got to give our final words to the wonderful casters throughout all day today. PB, I'm going to throw it right back to you for your final words, and let us know, man, how much is the Vicious paying you, bro? Because like you said, ever since you've been on the desk with them playing, brother, they have been absolutely on fire.
You know, I got to say, make me an honorary member at this point, boys. It's been a pleasure to watch today. They've been very, very good today.
Yes.
And that's what we want to see. They're going to have to put up more than just a good bonus points day, though. It's enough to get them to 5th place. But again, with Group A being the only team so far to have that bonus point day for week 2, they've got groups B, C, and D to think about. And they likely won't be seeing 5th for too much longer. Somebody's going to be overtaking them, but we'll have to wait and see who that is.
Well, at least they made it, right? From 10th place up to 5th. That is a massive, massive day because there's a lot of points that separate, right? Even 8th place up to 5th place. At the start of the day, I think it was like 60 for one of the rosters who were trying to break into top 5. I believe I'm speaking on X Factor. 7, great working with you, man. The flower shirt, it was the candle. I didn't like the candle all day, man. That's why X Factor didn't perform. You did your part, and I didn't do mine.
Must be it.
What's your final word?
I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back Sunday. It won't be the same one, obviously. I got some other ones. Don't worry, everybody. But for tomorrow, I mean, I'm going to be looking at the teams for tomorrow because tomorrow's teams that are going to be playing for those bonus points, they were the one in week 1 where they just had the lowest bonus points at 89.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to switch it back to X Factor because at 20 points bonus point, I wonder if I'm going to be able to see the outlier that I've been seeing throughout this whole team. When we look at those leaderboards, the placement points are not there. Luckily for them, though, the eliminations are there. And whatever happens with the rest of the week right up until Sunday when I'm back, if for some reason they can just narrow down those placement points and continue on with the eliminations, they might be able to save face and they might be able to just move up to the first page. But honestly, with what I've been able to see so far, it's going to be really tough.
It's going to be tough indeed. 7, look at Power Bang, by the way. Honorary member. It looks like it's official now.
We're official.
What we can't see is he has currently just a roll of virgin margaritas that the Vicious is sending him, getting him ready to go to Cancun. Hey, we were here too, the Vicious, just letting you know.
I'm saying.
Cancun.
That sounds pretty good about now, not going to lie, man. I'm definitely looking forward to tomorrow, Taylor.
Yes.
We've got Group B on deck, and if I remember anything from week 1, Group B is the team that needs to pick it up, but there's one team that's a standout from that group, only 20 points off the cutoff right now. That's Furia. Looking for them to have a big day tomorrow.
Hey, and honestly, intense game too. I think they had a great last game. The confidence is building, and for AGG, Furia, intense game. Latin Kings x Navy Seals, they go for their bonus points tomorrow for Group B, the lowest scoring group out of all the bonus points groups. But Will they perform well? We're going to have to wait and see until tomorrow. What a great day it was. We finally got our bridge zone whenever it came to Erangel. Maybe tomorrow we'll get yet another one. But all good things come to an end, and this is one of those coming to an end. For myself, Taylor Reflections Noble 7, Power Bang, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Be back tomorrow as we continue the 2024 PMSL America's Fall season for day number 8, 5 Eastern Standard Time. We would love to have you.
Another one, please.
How did he not? Oh my goodness, Reyes was stepping on top of Mythic and somehow Mythic survives. This is the type of luck Team Liquid has at their back right now. David holding down this angle. There is nowhere for Mythic to go. The grenade comes in, finally takes him out. Team Liquid eliminated, and it is down to a 3v2, and no way on the hillside. Right through both Influence Rage players. And holy cow, they have been rewarded. The zone has been centered up on their position the entire game until right now. And for the first time, they head out from their compound, and they're heading out against only one other player. It's Big Milo, and he does not have the big gun on him this time, as Alpha7 will wrap up their first chicken dinner of the day. But
Question is, when Bruno finally falls, is it to a car run over, or is it to a gun?
I don't know. All I know is that I'm receiving reports that Division somehow wins this. We're all going to go on a trip to Cancun because he's going to be able to clutch it up. He's going to get spotted. Oh, there you go. Furia, just a little bit too much for them. Not getting ran over by a vehicle, but still getting eliminated through the drive-by.
And now Cardozo, he should be dead to rights. No, he's not. Are you kidding me? Cardozo guns down Kowalski. Silence will also fall. You've got Playzone taking down members of Furia. Players are now down to the top 3. Loops, Inco, and Team Liquid. And Loops is in prime position to win game number 4.
Loops is in that prime position. Inco is as well. Anything could happen here as now we have Loops pushing out. It is going to be a 2v2. And oh my God, I need you to take this over, Reflection.
Oh, Loops will take game number 4. They do so in style.
it's definitely advantage Alpha7. Flashes come out, and Adrian may not be able to see, but he's able to convert, takes down one of the opposing members. Looks like Carrillo is down, and now it's up to Melgar to try to clutch. Mafioso able to hold him off, and they're going for the revive. They won't need it, as Mafioso able to finish the job. Alpha, all I know is Inco's gone with 1 elem, so they cracked 200 finally to get up to 201, and there is a flying boat. So
what happens here, right? Twisted Minds. I mean, they basically just wait out the competition or got them down.
Yep, they found it. They said, hey, shoot me. That's where you'll find the other player, and they do find him. 9Z down as well, and would you look at that? Intense game. Somehow, some way, coming around the bend and locking down that second place finish that we thought they might get, sending 3 swimmers to the water, and just like that, Twisted Minds, you called it. They look pretty good coming from the south.